I'm the Dolphin of France. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Target Tunisia. Admiral Jervis continued. In addition, Algiers also needs an army to deal with the successful forced landing of the French. As far as I know, their imperial guards only drink alcohol and find skilled women, and they are not very powerful in combat. You can recruit Albanian mercenaries. The Duke of Leeds sniffed the tea and said with a relaxed expression, the people there are very tough, and they can speak Arabic. The most important thing is that they are cheap. Peter nodded slightly and looked at Jervis. How many mercenaries do you estimate are needed to defend Algiers? It needs to be at least 10,000 people, preferably 15,000 people. Your Majesty, please be careful. Consul Stuart's voice interrupted the Duke of Leeds's memories. The latter quickly concentrated his attention, walked across the gangplank, and stepped onto the port of Mitigia Point. After riding a carriage for another 2 hours, the Duke of Leeds and others were finally able to secretly meet with the current-day Mansur of Algiers. There were many French informants here, and they could only act in secret. Mansur appeared very enthusiastic towards the British. After all, they are here to give benefits. Who can not welcome them? Last time, the Duke of Leeds brought him almost free artillery and dozens of engineers. What this time brought was a mercenary contract. At first, Mansur was very reluctant to allow tens of thousands of Albanian mercenaries to enter Algiers, especially since he had to bear 1/3 of the costs. However, he soon saw the edict of Ottoman Sultan Mehdi brought by Mr. Stuart, the Sudan's advisor, hoping that he would strengthen his military equipment and use mercenaries to resist possible invasion by external forces. In fact, what Mehdi sent was not so much an edict as a guarantee. The main content was a guarantee that these mercenaries would obey the orders of the Algiers regime, and that they would withdraw as soon as the threat disappeared. At the Algiers Parliament the next day, participants held heated discussions. Pirates, that is, naval forces, and local Berbers are more in favor of accepting mercenaries. After all, Mansur had brought intelligence from the British indicating that France was likely to attack the naval base in Algiers. The Praetorian Guard forces were worried about the threat posed by mercenaries to themselves and strongly opposed their entry into Algiers. In the end, with Mansur's promise to allocate 60% of British aid to the Guards and the strong insistence of the Navy, the Guards reluctantly agreed to let mercenaries come to Garrison Point. The Duke of Leeds was overjoyed when he received the news, leaving Todd to deal with matters in Algiers. Satisfied, he embarked on the warship back to England. He traveled around the Mediterranean for more than 2 months and spent only more than £400,000, successfully blocking the French expansion attempts in North Africa. This is definitely a huge strategic success. You know, in order to achieve similar strategic goals, Britain launched a war before and invested nearly £10 million. The world now has begun to enter the industrial era. Only a large number of colonies can bring markets and raw materials and support the development of the country. Over the years, more than half of the empire's income came from colonies in the Far East and America. And are France lacking colonies? Oh, you will never have the strength to compete with the empire. Paris, France. In an office on the second floor of the Tuileries Palace, Joseph carefully looked through the reports on strategic grain storage reserves in various places. Due to the rapid expansion of industry and the appointment of the Minister of Industry, the number of officials in the industrial system has increased a lot. The original Industrial Planning Bureau is obviously not enough, so Joseph simply allocated a small area in the Tuileries Palace to be used as a new Planning Bureau office. Anyway, there are so many guest rooms here that there are usually not enough people there. The data in the report made Joseph frown slightly. The grain reserves in July and August dropped only slightly, but starting from September, the grain reserves dropped by tens of millions of pounds. This accounts for 17% of the overall reserve. He knew that this was because there were still some grain reserves among the people before, but with a failure of the harvest caused by hail, many people's grain reserves have been exhausted, and they can only rely on the government's grain reserves to survive. Fortunately, he started buying food from abroad at the beginning of the year, otherwise France would have been in chaos by now. It was from this time in history that the French government was unable to solve the riots that were occurring everywhere and had no choice but to announce the convening of the Estates General next year, thus kicking off the Great Order. Joseph couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he thought of this. Although the situation has been barely stabilized at the moment, we still cannot relax our vigilance. First of all, due to the severe drought, grain production in the second half of this year will definitely be significantly lower than in previous years. According to church estimates, the harvest is likely to be only 70% of previous years, or even lower. France is still an agricultural country. A 30% reduction in grain harvest is basically equivalent to a 30% loss in the country's health. Moreover, after purchasing a large amount of grain from abroad last year, and other countries also suffering from drought, international grain prices have now increased by 60% compared with last year, and are still rising. Countries such as Britain, Prussia, and German states have issued laws to strictly restrict the export of grain. Now you can't buy it, even if you have money. What's more, France doesn't have much money at this time. Joseph has just read the report on the financial system. After his previous operations, France's debt crisis has indeed been greatly alleviated. At least it will not collapse at any time like before. However, in fact, the current balance of payments is still in deficit. Annual expenses exceed income by 20.7 million livres. This has indeed been significantly reduced compared to last year's deficit of 300 million, but it is still a very scary number. Especially next year, we will face a situation where grain reserves may be exhausted, and we will inevitably spend a lot of money to purchase grain. If things go wrong, the financial situation that has just improved will deteriorate again. Historically, in the 3 years from 1787 to 1789, France's national debt almost doubled in response to famine and riots, and Joseph knew that the drought would not ease until the second half of next year, and he must not take it lightly until then. To cope with the food crisis, we must first have money. Whether it is buying food or going out to grab food as a last resort, a large amount of money is needed to support it. At present, there are two main directions for making money in France. One is the industry that has just begun to develop. Although paper making, winner making, horse-drawn carriages and other fields have developed quite well, adding more than 8 million livres to France's income, they are only a drop in the bucket to support the national finances. As for other fields, at best you can just make some small money, especially the steam engine, textile industry, and steel industry, which are pillar industries, even require investment, and there is still a long way to go before they can make a profit. Another source of increased income is North Africa. Tunisia itself is a very wealthy trade transit point, with several important trading ports. Moreover, almost the entire Tunisia is fertile land suitable for planting. If cultivated land can be developed on a large scale there, France's food crisis can be solved to a great extent. Even in extreme cases, hungry people can be sent there directly and given farmland to grow their own food to feed themselves. It can be said that in Joseph's strategic plan, Tunisia is the key to ensuring France's stability. At this moment, Emon lightly knocked on the door and said, "Your Highness, Consul Kyoan is here." And there is that person. Joseph suddenly became energetic and ordered, "Invite them in." Ever since he received the report from the intelligence agency about North Africa a few days ago, he had been waiting for this person, and today he finally arrived. "Yes, Your Highness." Not long after, Kyoan, who was tall, thin, and tanned, walked into the office with 2 people. When he saw the crown prince looking this way, he hurriedly stroked his chest and bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Royal Highness the Dauphin. I'm Bernardin Dijon, consul in Tunisia." The strong-bodied woman next to him, wearing a wide-brimmed hat with a veil and a new slim-fitting skirt, was obviously very surprised by Joseph's age. She asked Joan a few questions in a low and impolite voice, and after receiving a positive reply, she took off her hat, curtsied to Joseph, and spoke a long string of Arabic words. Quickly point Cairo and hurriedly gestured to the woman and translated for the crown prince. "Ah, your highness, this is Ms. Aisha Rabia, the eldest daughter of Yunus Pasha. She is responsible for taking care of many of Mr. Yunus's businesses, and this time she is also the full authority of Yunus Pasha represent. She just praised your temperament and reputation, extended her sincere greetings to you, and wished you a long life." Joseph smiled at Rabia, who had an exotic face, and returned the greeting. "Welcome to Paris, after traveling thousands of miles." Then he gestured towards the sofa covered with fine wool blankets. "Please sit down and talk." Rabia pointed to the door again, and muttered for a while. Isaac immediately translated for Joseph. "Your highness, she said she brought you some gifts on behalf of her father. I hope you like them." He lowered his voice slightly. "Ah, some of them are just outside the door, mainly jewelry. Others are left in the port of Marseille. They are slaves. There are 50 or 60 of them. They were all bought by her, mainly French, but also a few Italians." Joseph narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that these were the so-called white slaves, Europeans who were kidnapped by Barbary pirates and sold as slaves in North Africa. Yunus seemed to want to show his goodwill by sending back the French people. He turned to Rabia, smiled slightly and said, "Thank you Mr. Younes for me. This will be the beginning of our good cooperation." Rabia immediately leaned forward and responded, "My father and I are deeply honored, your highness." Cairo and was busy translating simultaneously. Joseph nodded to Joan and said to Rabia, "I think Baron Joan has explained what I mean to Mr. Yunus. So, what's his reply?" Rabia's eyes suddenly flashed with fierceness, and she said loudly, "Your highness, my father appreciates your proposal very much. Those two despicable guys, Mohammed and Ali, have stolen Tunisia for over 20 years, and it's time to return it to its true owners. If you can help my father return to Kahi Palace, he will definitely express his gratitude to you as much as possible." The Kahi Palace she was talking about was the palace of the Hafsa dynasty in Tunisia and the residence of subsequent base. Joseph nodded happily upon hearing this. He had expected that Younes, a tycoon who once held the military power in Tunisia and rebelled against his father, would never be willing to die alone in Algiers, so he asked the police intelligence department to cooperate with the Tunisian consul to contact Younes. As a result, the police intelligence service sent back a report not long ago, saying that Younes was extremely interested in regaining Bey's throne, and that he also had many supporters in Tunisia. However, Younes obviously did not trust Joan and the agents, and demanded a commitment from the French royal family, so today's meeting took place. Joseph smiled and said, "Younes Pasha has the purest Bey blood, and he deserves to regain control of Tunisia. Then you might as well tell me first, how can I help him?" Rabia looked a little impatient and said, "Thank you, your highness. First, my father is under house arrest by the Algiers guards. You need to help him leave Algiers." Joan immediately responded, "Your highness, Mr. Prachapelle has already made a plan regarding this. His people will try to hold back the Algiers guards. It's about an hour and a half's drive from Yunus Pasha's residence to the coast. It can be faster if you ride a horse. However, you need a warship to respond. Otherwise you will be stopped by the Algiers navy. Ahem. Pirates." Joseph nodded. "That's no problem. We can let the combined fleet go to respond." Rabia looked happy and continued, "My father has sent people back to Tunisia to contact his followers. With my father's prestige, we should be able to gather a large army soon. It's just that the main force of the Tunisian guards may still take orders from Hamad Ali. You know, the guards are very well equipped, which will make us face a tough battle." Hamad Ali is the current Bey of Tunisia. Joseph understood what she meant. It seemed that Younes's old troops had been marginalized and were probably just miscellaneous troops. It would be difficult for the main force of the Tunisian guards to win. He waved generously. "I can support you with 5,000 Cholville flintlocks and 10 cannons. The so-called sophisticated equipment of the Tunisian guards is only compared to that of North Africa. The army is even equipped with many matchlock guns from the 17th century. You know, even the equipment used by the Ottoman Guards, which they admired and envied, was not as good as the Russian army, which was at the bottom of Europe. Therefore, as long as some common weapons of the French army are provided, it can form a dimensionality reduction blow for the North African army. Rabia did not expect that the young crown prince would be so generous. He immediately stood up excitedly and bowed. "You are so generous, your highness. With these weapons, my father will definitely be able to defeat those traitors." This also convinced her of the sincerity of the French. They had given them real guns and cannons, so what else could there be to doubt? "So, I wonder how we can repay you." Joseph said that of course he must fully accept France's purchase of land and establishment of factories in Tunisia. Tunisia's tax rate must be negotiated and determined with France, and at the same time, politics and culture must be fully aligned with France. Tunisia has a lot of arable land, and its food output is very important to alleviating the food crisis in France. If a factory is opened in Tunisia, the products produced can be sold to nearby Algiers, Tripoli, and Greece, and it is not too far to be shipped to Ottoman. In this way, the transportation cost can be much lower than that of goods shipped from the UK. Even if the UK has an advantage at the industrial level, the final price will still be higher than that of French goods. This is equivalent to giving France a vast market from North Africa to the Balkans to Central Asia. However, he didn't intend to mention this to the woman in front of him, because there was no need. He just smiled and replied, "I hope that the Tunisian Navy will announce a ban on plundering merchant ships. Trade will completely shift to France. At the same time, the port of Bizet will be handed over to French management." Chapter 202 Cooperation and Utilization. "Your Highness, the first two things you said are very reasonable, and I can now make a promise to you on behalf of my father," Rabia said and put on a troubled look again. "It's just that the matter in Bizet port exceeds the authority given to me by my father." She didn't wait for Joseph to say anything, and immediately added, "But if you can give some financial support, I will be confident to convince my father, and your funding will also help us defeat Ahmad Ali faster, don't you think?" Joseph smiled, nodded and said, "Well, I will provide another 2 million livres in military expenses to Yunus Pasha. However, since it is military expenses, the money must be paid after I see his army. 2 million? Exclamation mark. Greed and surprise suddenly flashed in Rabia's eyes. Although she had some objections to the payment time, she thought that this might be due to the French crown prince's lack of confidence in his father's appeal, so she accepted it. She immediately said loudly, "You will soon see the army. That will satisfy you." Afterwards, Joseph agreed with her on some cooperation details, and asked Joan to take her to the guest room next to her to rest before returning to Algiers early tomorrow morning. After Consul Cairo and settled Rabia, he immediately turned back to Joseph's office and saluted anxiously, "Your Highness, I do not want to question your decision, but my duty requires me to give you appropriate advice. I have been in contact with Yunus before. He is definitely a very ambitious and extremely cunning person. You have provided him with a lot of support, including weapons and millions of dollars, but it is difficult to ensure that he fulfills his promises or does not collude with other forces. Perhaps you should send some troops to keep an eye on him to ensure that we get the benefits we deserve." Joseph cast an appreciative look at him. "Thank you very much for your advice. Obviously your concerns are right. However, I have never really trusted that Yunus." Joseph smiled and motioned for him to sit down. "You know, Mr. Yunus once rebelled against his father and fled to Algiers after being defeated. He can betray even his father, let alone others." Cairo and nodded repeatedly. Joseph continued, "Besides, do you know Yunus's other identity?" "You mean the biggest smuggler in Algiers?" Joseph shook his head. "Smuggling is just a cover for his appearance. In fact, he is the major shareholder behind the Algiers pirates. Previously, the American Charles bought pirate information from Yunus's smugglers, which made Joseph suspicious of Yunus. He is just a smuggler, but he also knows the pirates' route to sea. This is obviously wrong. So Joseph asked the police intelligence department to investigate Younes in detail and found that he himself was involved in the pirate business. This is also the reason why he was able to obtain a certain degree of freedom in Algiers by participating in the pirate forces, influencing the Algiers parliament, and finally getting the treatment of living in the Dakhla area. Of course, for Younes, this is just cooperation with the Algiers Navy. Kyoan was surprised. He is actually a pirate. That's right. Younes's fleet usually smuggles goods from the UK back to Tunisia, but if it encounters a suitable target on the way, the smuggling ship will immediately turn into a pirate ship. In fact, there is no information about him in Dakhla. Hard to find out. Oh, that Ms. Rabia just now is a fierce pirate leader. She has sold white slaves in Algiers many times. I even suspect that the white slaves she sent as gifts were her own from Europe. Those who plundered along the coast. Kyoan suddenly remembered something and asked, "But, Your Highness, I heard that the American bought information about pirates from Younes' men. If Younes invested in pirates, then why did he? Pirate factions are competing for power." Joseph smiled. Younes belongs to a foreign faction and has been fighting openly and secretly with the local factions in Algiers. He is using the combined fleet to attack his opponents. Joan nodded silently. Based on his knowledge of Younes, the latter can definitely do such a thing. Joseph looked at him with a smile. Look, how can I safely cooperate with such a person who can betray his accomplices at any time? Kyoan wondered. Then why do you support his return to Tunisia? He looked up and saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince smiling and saying nothing. He suddenly realized that he was speechless and hurriedly bowed and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Your Highness. This is not something I should ask." Tunisia. Cahill. Palace. A woman in her 20s, with a slim figure and obvious Greek features, turned sideways in front of the mirror and looked at the French fashion on her body with satisfaction. Of course, it was customized according to the Arab style. She was Hafsa, the favorite concubine of Biha Medalli of Tunisia. Is this color too dark? She turned to ask the maid aside. I remember I ordered a light color. That's right, noble madam. Before the maid could answer, the female assistant from the tailor shop waiting on the side came over diligently. Is this the one you're talking about? Well, help me put it on. The moment the maiden took over the dress and turned around, the female assistant thrust a note into Hafsa's hand. The latter frowned slightly, glanced at the maids, and saw that they were busy unfolding the cumbersome dress and quickly unfolding the note. When she saw the special cross-arc mark on the note, she hurriedly crumpled the note into a small ball, stuffed it into her mouth and swallowed it, and then asked the female assistant in a low voice, "Who gave this to you?" The latter also replied in a low voice, "It's your fashion designer. He's just outside the palace." Hafsa nodded, casually tried on the new dress, and hurried outside the palace, where she saw a young man saluting her respectfully. "Mr. Zaganus, right? I'm very satisfied with your dress." Hafsa put on a proud look and deliberately walked away from the guards. "I want to customize a few more formal occasion wear with you. Skirt." "Ah. This is my honor." Zaganus hurriedly lowered his head and followed. If Kyoan were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He is Special Agent Ishak from the Police Intelligence Department. Hafsa whispered. "What's wrong with him?" Ishak looked back at the guards and said in an inaudible voice, "There will be a rebellion soon." "What? Does it have anything to do with him?" "Don't worry, he is safe." Ishak said. "However, he asked me to tell you that you should find a suitable time to tell Bey about this." "Ah, why? You will know the specific situation later. Now you just need to remember to let Bey know about the rebellion within 7 days. By the way, there are some clues you can use. Yes, the style must be close to the popular style." Ishak passed by several guards and muttered something loudly, then hurriedly whispered, "Madam, the focus is after this. After the war begins, you must convince Bey as soon as possible. Want him." Hafsa's face looked normal, but her heart was filled with turmoil, and she tried to remember every word of Zaganus. After the latter finished speaking, she hurriedly added, "Tell him that I will take care of it. Let him be more careful." "Okay, ma'am." Algiers Northwestern. coast of Dakhla Point the sky was dim, and in a 3-story palace that was all white, with tall columns and onion-shaped spires, a group of guards in orange robes came to the arched door with gold rims, headed by the officer, knocked on the door politely. "Lord Eunice, do you have any orders?" It was said to be an order, but it was actually a routine inspection. Such inspections are conducted once in the morning, noon, and evening every day. Although Younes has a close relationship with the Algiers Navy, he is also a cash cow for the Algiers Guards. More than 20 years ago, brothers Muhammad ibn Hassan and Hamad Ali used the troops of the Algiers Guards to fight back to Tunisia and seize the throne of Bay Point according to the troop loan fee agreed in advance. Tunisia will pay an annual tribute of 50,000 rials to the Algiers Guards every year as a bargaining chip to blackmail Tunisian Bay into paying on time. Younes was protected by the Algiers Guards. However, Younes was also quite energetic and actually got on the Navy's line, so that the Janissaries had to allow him to live freely in Dakhla, but he must not leave this place. There was no response from the room, and the officer increased his voice again. "Lord Eunice, are you asleep?" After asking 3 times, the officer showed a strange expression, looked at each other, and ordered the soldiers to open the golden lead door. The room was empty. The officer was frightened and hurriedly blew his wooden whistle. Immediately 50 or 60 guard soldiers came from all over. "He's missing. Find him quickly." In less than 10 minutes, the soldiers sent back news that not only Younes himself, but also his son, 2 daughters, and personal servants had all disappeared from the palace. The bodies of 4 patrolling guards were also found. The officer turned pale with fright and jumped on his horse to report the news to his superior. Soon, more guards arrived and blocked all nearby roads. At the same time, cavalry chased towards the port. As long as Younes did not leave the port, there was still hope. In the darkness, more than 20 horses ran like crazy towards the Dakhla port. Due to the low response efficiency of the Algiers Guards, only so many cavalry could be dispatched in a short period of time. More officers and soldiers were still at home at this time, not even rest. 20 minutes later, the cavalrymen finally saw the light of torches in the distance. The officer leading the team whipped the horse vigorously, then drew out his saber and shouted loudly, "Get ready to intercept. Attention, except Younes. Anyone else who dares to resist will be killed immediately." Yes, seeing that the 7 or 8 horses in front were getting closer and closer, suddenly, a dense row of firelight flashed in the night, followed by a series of loud bangs. The 3 Algiers guards fell off their horses immediately, and the others all raised their reins in fear and hid on both sides. "It's a musket. There's an ambush. Be careful." "What should I do?" There seemed to be quite a few of them. "Younes ran away." "No. Zikali, go back and call someone." "Billy, go over and check the situation." "Yes, my lord." On the other side, after firing once, Prosper from the police intelligence department immediately called on his men to mount their horses and rushed towards the port in the dark. There were only 14 of them in total, almost the entire police force in Algiers. They didn't know how many pursuers there would be, and they just hoped to use the darkness of night to frighten the enemy by firing 2 guns per person at the same time. By the time the Algiers guards discovered that all the people in ambush had left, it was already more than 10 minutes later. By this time Younes had arrived at the port. The pursuers in Algiers split up and rushed directly to the fort in the port, while others notified the navy to send a ship to intercept. Not long after, a naval galley spotted a small boat moving. At this time, usually no one goes to sea. They immediately issued a warning, but the small boat accelerated and headed towards the deep sea. On board the galley, the Algiers naval officer ordered the guns to be loaded and gave a final warning to the boat. At the same time, the fort not far away that received the signal was also ready to destroy the small boat at any time. At this moment, an extremely huge figure suddenly appeared in the night, like a prehistoric beast lying on the sea. Before the Algerian galley could react, a series of flames erupted from the huge black shadow, and then several water columns several meters high shot up in front of the galley, and the waves stirred up made it violent shake. "Yes, it's a battleship," the commander of the galley exclaimed, and then hurriedly ordered his men, "Back off. Back off immediately." He could clearly feel that those shells were at least 24 pounds. If it had been hit by one just now, my light patrol boat would probably have been torn into two pieces. A behemoth on the sea as the French Navy's 4th level battleship advanced, seeing the galley retreating rapidly. The forward also turned slightly, so that the port side faced the fort on the shore, and soon a volley burst out. In fact, it is difficult for naval guns to cause substantial damage to the fort, especially since the British had just strengthened the fort in Algiers and added many large caliber heavy guns to the fort. In terms of direct bombardment, let alone a 4th level ship, even a 1st level ship is definitely no match for this fort. However, the tremors caused by the shells hitting the fort, as well as the dazzling artillery fire and terrifying roars in the night, scared the Algiers gunners to tremble, and they ignited the ignition powder indiscriminately without taking serious aim. Most of the British cannon shells landed half a mile away from the forward. At this time, the small boat Eunice was riding in had arrived next to the French frigate. Several ropes were thrown from the frigate. Eunice immediately jumped up, grabbed the knot, and climbed up. French sailors dragged Eunice's family and people from the police intelligence department onto the boat and immediately set sail towards the deep sea. Behind them, the Algiers Navy finally reacted. The oarsmen on 7 or 8 battleships rowed desperately, and at the same time, the sails slowly raised. However, the forward's artillery fire soon caused them to scatter and avoid. These light warships with only 18 guns at most were no match for the 60-gun forward. Even the frigates responsible for picking up people in shallow waters are no match. The 2 French warships sailed straight towards the north. After entering the deep sea, they immediately implemented a light control, and the 2 ships suddenly disappeared on the dark sea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Driving Away Wolves and Devouring Tigers. Russia. Petersburg. Crown Prince Paul Petrovich came out of Catherine's palace, reluctantly looked back twice, and finally strode towards the other end of the corridor. He did not want to be close to his mother. On the contrary, he was full of disgust for Ekaterina, just as his mother hated him. He couldn't bear to part with his lovely little angel, Alexandra. Ekaterina never cared about his feelings. Ever since she discovered that Alexandra looked more and more like her, she kept the little guy by her side. Paul rarely sees his daughter even once a month. Previously, he took the little one to attend the French king's birthday and finally reunited with his daughter for 2 months. But now when he returned to Petersburg, he had to be separated again. As he turned around the stairs full of melancholy, a figure suddenly appeared, hugged his shoulders forcefully, and a familiar voice came. "When did you come back, my dear brother? How are the ladies of Paris? Have they kept you entertained?" Paul suddenly smiled, pushed his brother hard, and said with a serious face, "I don't have as much money as you to spend on women, especially French women. I can't afford it. Haha. Otherwise what will the money be used for?" Alexei came over again. "Are you still going to train today? Do you want us to go fishing? I have prepared the fishing gear and wine." Paul still walked forward with his chest held high and his head raised. "Spare me. I don't want to be drunk and be washed away by the river like mud." He was talking about the winter a few years ago when Alexei was fishing and insisted on making a bet with him on who could drink a whole bottle of vodka first. Finally, Alexei fell into the cold river water drunk. If the guards hadn't fought to save him, he might have been swept away. "Don't worry, I'm going to sea tomorrow, so I won't drink too much." Paul glanced at his younger brother, who was obviously much more mature, and patted him hard on the back. "Let's go fishing." In the Winter Palace, Ekaterina looked at her granddaughter lovingly, without the majesty of a heroic figure at all, and said softly, "Little one, is Paris fun?" Alexandra sat up straight, with a happy smile on her face after hearing this. "Well, it was very interesting there. People were wearing very beautiful clothes, and I even rode the merry-go-round. Did you know that wooden horse can really run?" Okay. Ekaterina smiled and nodded, then asked, "Then have you completed the task I assigned you?" "Yes, Grandma." "Then tell me, what kind of person is the French crown prince?" The Little girl tilted her head, thought for a while, and replied, well, he has beautiful blue eyes, and is very handsome, especially when he wears that dark blue long coat. However, he seems to be always busy. I have only seen him 2 or 3 times. By the way, he is special, he is very popular, and his name can be heard everywhere in the Palace of Versailles. It seems that he has done some very powerful things. However, I don't understand what they are talking about, such as building a bank. Ekaterina stroked the little girl's hair, listened to her talking for a long time, and suddenly said, it seems that you have a good impression of him. Alexandra nodded seriously. Ekaterina also nodded, and then asked, honey, do you want to live in Paris? I mean for a long time. The little girl thought about being able to play the merry-go-round every day, and her eyes widened with joy. Is it really possible? That would be great. She suddenly thought of something, and looked down at the Tsar. Are you going to? If you don't go, I will miss you very much. North Africa. The port of Sfax in southeastern Tunisia. In a tall beige building, Younes was wearing a bright red robe, a white turban with a dark grey feather, a scimitar on his waist, and grey European-style tights on his legs, and he was pointing energetically. The sand table in front of him was talking to his officers. I don't know what was said, and several people burst into laughter. Younes looked through the arched window and caught a glimpse of a large group of coolies unloading packages of goods from a large ship on the dock in the distance. He knew that the ship was loaded with flintlock muskets just shipped from France, as well as matching gunpowder and lead bullets. The guards standing outside the dock had already carried Charleville muskets on their backs, looking very powerful. A sedan was parked downstairs. A man in his 50s, armed with a gorgeous waist knife, got out of the sedan, signaled to the guard, then quickly ran upstairs, saluted Younes excitedly, caressing his chest, and said loudly, Pasha, I have convinced that old guy Diallo, and he brought 600 soldiers to join you. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man with a beard next to him frowned and said, Imanzad, Diallo's people are not the guards. Why did you let them come? But Younes raised his hand to stop him, turned to Imanza with a smile and nodded. As long as they are loyal to me, I can give them high-ranking officials and generous salaries, no matter their origin. Imanza was overjoyed and saluted again, saying, thank you Pasha. I'm confident that I can still convince several forces in the Kafal area. They can provide at least 4,000 troops. Younes raised his hand generously. Just do it. I will remember your contribution. Yes, my most noble Pasha. Imanza left, and the middle-aged man with a beard immediately caressed Younes's chest and said, Pasha, are you going to disregard the traditions of the Praetorian Guard? Younes smiled and said, Nizamuddin, there are too few guardsmen who still retain the glorious tradition. We must use everyone we can. If Imanza can really bring back 4,000 people from Kraft, I will have 12,000 people. He pointed to the continuous flow of carriages transporting arms. With these sophisticated weapons, it won't take long to defeat that guy Ali. When I become Bey, I will naturally revive the glory of the guards. Currently, Tunisia as a whole has a population of less than 2 million. The army that Ali could mobilize was only about 25,000, and now a large part of them have defected to Younes. Moreover, due to the serious corruption of the Imperial Guards, their combat effectiveness is not as good as before. On the contrary, some local forces are more capable of fighting. Since Imanzad and other old subordinates had already been running around in Tunisia, Younes had already gathered an army of thousands of people in just 3 or 4 days. After returning to Sfax, Younes turned to look at the sand table. According to the combat deployment he had previously agreed with his men, after raising enough logistical supplies, he could send his troops north and capture the Karawan fortress, creating a situation where he could compete with Hamad Ali. He knew very well that Ali was good at improving people's livelihood, but he was no match for him in war. At most, in a year or two, he can besiege the city of Tunisia and then unify Tunisia. Tunisia City, Kahi Palace. Hafsa's slender fingers caressed the strings, and the melodious music lingered in every corner of the palace. The fat middle-aged man leaning on the cushions with slightly narrowed eyes and wearing only a cool shirt is the current ruler of Tunisia, Hamad Ali. He held a chess piece in his hand, looked impatiently at the officials standing aside with their heads bowed, and said, "Speak slowly, what's wrong with Sfax?" The official said hurriedly, "Great Bey, news just came back from over there that some local forces have blocked the border and people are not allowed to leave Sfax." Hamad Ali threw the chess piece to the servant aside and frowned. Did they have another tariff dispute with Lin province? Various forces in Tunisia are mixed, and local tribes often prohibit people from other places from entering or leaving the country due to tax or business issues. This is not clear yet, the official said. The Imperial Guard sent to investigate the situation have not returned. Oh, do these bastards want to rebel? Hamad Ali waved his hand. Send more people with my instructions to stop them from causing trouble. Yes, Great Bey. When the official who reported the news left, the music in the palace suddenly stopped. Hamad Ali turned to look at his beloved concubine and said softly, "Hafsa, why don't you play anymore?" A young woman in a dark green dress stood up and walked to his side, saying with a worried look on her face, "Pasha, I feel there is something I must tell you." "Oh." Ali smiled. "Why is it so serious?" Hafsa signaled the servants around her to move away, and then said, "The day before yesterday, at a party I held, I heard the wives of Ram, Ishakpur and several other guards officers saying that their husbands were going to the south to meet a big man. What's so strange about this? Do you remember that Mr. Khalil reported to you a few days ago that someone in the southern provinces was purchasing large quantities of grain and oats?" Ali nodded. "That's what happened." Hafsa looked solemn and said, "Pasha, I think there is probably a rebellion brewing in the southern provinces. Perhaps in Sfax." "Rebellion?" Ali waved his hands carelessly and laughed. "What are you talking about?" Hafsa said, "Do you still remember the rebellion in the Gafsa area 7 years ago? I remember that the Berber tribes there first hoarded food and then banned local people from entering and exiting." Ali's smile suddenly froze and he became serious. Hafsa continued, "Pasha, did Ram and Ishakpur also participate in rebellions before, and your brother pardoned them?" Ali's face turned gloomy. He knew very well that these two men were once subordinates of Yunus. The rebellion Hafsa mentioned was referring to the time when Yunus led his troops to besiege his father Ibn al-Hassan more than 20 years ago. Later, his father was defeated and died, but Yunus turned to attack his own father Karaman al-Ali, giving himself and his brother the opportunity to take back Tunisia. At this moment, Yunus's old troops suddenly left the Tunisian city and went south. And a series of unusual things happened in the south. His eyes narrowed. Maybe, as Hafsa guessed, someone was planning a rebellion. With the speed of information dissemination in this era, news of Yunus' escape from Algiers had not yet reached the Tunisian city. In fact, the Algiers parliament is still debating whether to tell Bey in Tunisia about this. Hamad Ali thought for a moment and ordered to summon the Janissary Agha, the commander-in-chief Koka, and asked him to assemble his army and prepare to go to Sfax to investigate whether there was any rebellion. At the same time, let the Imperial Guard strictly inspect officers such as Lum and Ishakpur. Soon, the investigators of Lum and Ishakpur returned to report that they had left the Tunisian city yesterday and had taken their sons with them. Koka was very fast and led 2,000 elite guardsmen to the south the next day. At the same time, he ordered his lieutenants to recruit more troops. He was very lucky. 3 days after the army left the city of Tunisia, they encountered an army heading from Kafou to Sfax. The latter seemed to be very guilty, and before Kodja could question them, they hurriedly attacked the Praetorian Guards. Koka had already made preparations and immediately annihilated the Berber armed force of more than 800 people. According to these people's confessions, it was an officer named Amanzat who encouraged them to go to Sfax and join the real Bey Yunus. When the news came back to the Tunisian city, Hamad Ali was shocked and immediately ordered the Janissaries to mobilize. A week later, tens of thousands of people gathered at the border between Karaoun and Sfax. "Pasha, the French have written back." An officer ran into Yunus's military tent with a sullen face, lowered his head and saluted. They said they encountered a storm in the western Mediterranean, and the remaining weapons would not be shipped until 10 days at the earliest. Arrived. "Ah, Almighty Lord, why do you punish me like this?" Yunus spread his hands flat, and looked up to the sky with a sigh. Since the first shipment of 2,000 flintlock muskets and 3 cannons arrived at the port of Sfax, no other arms had been sent. The troops he gathered only had very crude weapons. After all, the most sophisticated equipment in Tunisia was in the hands of the guards, and what's worse is that Amanza reported before that several major tribes in Kafou decided to support him, but Ahmad Ali suddenly sent troops south for some unknown reason, blocking all the tribesmen in the way. Now he has less than 7,000 men in his hands, and Koka has led tens of thousands of guardsmen to the Karawan fortress. The strategy of sneak attack on Karawan has obviously come to nothing. Yunus turned to look at the sand table, suddenly clenched his fists, and said viciously, you immediately lead 1,500 people to the Chakri Valley. Lum obviously didn't respond. Pasha, but there is already an outpost of Koka there, didn't you hear what I said? Yes, Pasha. Yunus pointed to the beard again. Nizamuddin, you place the cannon in the dense forest on the east side of the valley. Yes. Nizamuddin asked carefully. Pasha, who is responsible for covering me? Artillery is indeed the emperor of the battlefield, but in the era of muzzleloaders, due to the limited range and slow movement of artillery, if there is no infantry to provide cover, it will easily be attacked by cavalry, and have no ability to resist. Don't talk too much, Yunus shouted, turned around and poked his finger in the middle of the sand table, gritted his teeth and said, Ishakpa led the cavalry to follow me. Rabia's men were stationed west of the valley before dawn tomorrow. We must break through Koka's defenses, taking advantage of the limited strength of the Karawan fortress, bypass the fortress and capture Susa. Yes, Pasha. Everyone in the military tent responded in unison with gloomy expressions. Chapter 204. Another option. France. Southeastern Provence. A well-organized and well-equipped legion entered the port of Toulon. If you look carefully, you can see that the straight white military uniforms on these soldiers are slightly different. Some have iris and dolphin patterns embroidered on their collars, which are the special emblems of the French crown prince, while others have collars embroidered with the emblem of the Paris Police Academy. Yes, this is the Crown Prince's Guards Corps preparing to go to Tunisia. They had left Paris and headed south half a month ago. At that time, Joseph even gave up attending the grand event, where the Standards Committee announced the measurement standards, because he had to see them off. Although it is a pity, it is obvious that the North African strategy is the most important thing at the moment. He personally mobilized the legion before the war and sent it more than 20 kilometers, which greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers outside Toulon port. A captain leading the team looked at the soldiers who were a little tired from the sun, waved his hand and said loudly, "Where's the lead singer?" "Yes, sir. I'm here." A short young soldier carrying an organ hurried over and saluted the officer with his hat. The captain patted him on the shoulder and motioned towards the front of the team. "Let's all sing a song, Glory and Victory, sir." "Okay, this is it. It's my favorite song too." The lead singer ran to the front of the queue, played a few high notes on the organ to attract the soldiers' attention, gestured to the drummer, and then said loudly, "Sing with me. The trumpets sound on the battlefield before dawn. The warriors are in neat formation. Determination and belief are written on the face. Glory and victory are our beliefs. Our loyalty will never waver. Dedicate your victory to His Majesty the King. Win the supreme honor with blood and fire." The song was solemn and powerful, and the soldiers sang along, and soon they were all in high spirits. However, the tune was clearly the La Marseillaise, that almost every French person was very familiar with. Joseph brought it to his regiment in advance, and it was indeed very popular among the soldiers. Therefore, Joseph simply designated it as a military song. Of course, the tune was polished by Mrs. Garland, and the lyrics were rewritten by the great writer Boma Case. The content completely changed into a style of being loyal to His Majesty the King and pursuing merit and honor on the battlefield. A large number of Navy transport ships and escort warships have already been parked on the pier. Swaying slightly with the waves, the Navy took the 800,000 livres that Joseph fudged from the Americans. However, they only sent 3 warships to participate in this anti-piracy operation. Even more than half of the supplies were provided by the Dutch, which did not cost much at all money. Probably the navy itself felt a little sorry about the wages, so it responded very actively to the operational needs in North Africa. As more than 4,000 officers and soldiers, as well as military supplies such as war horses and cannons, were boarded one after another. At 2:30 in the afternoon, 10 transport ships pulled anchor and set sail. Sailing straight towards Tunisia. South central Tunisia. Chakri Valley on the border between Karaoun and Sfax. Under a thick olive tree, a Tunisian guards officer wearing an orange robe raised his hand and swatted to death a mosquito as big as a mung bean that was desperately sucking blood on his face. He wiped off the blood on his palms and shouted calmly to the soldier beside him who was fanning harder. "You lazy guy." "Yes, yes, sir," the soldier muttered and nodded, slapping the mosquito harder with his hand. The officer looked down the valley for a while, but he only saw green grass and trees, and it seemed calm. He turned to another officer with small eyes and said, "How long are we going to stay in this damn place? I'm about to be sucked dry by mosquitoes." The small-eyed officer was playing with his boots and said without raising his head, "Be patient, Jeddik. This is an order directly issued by Kahi Palace to Master Koka." Gaddik glanced at the woods where he was hiding, frowned and muttered, "Bey, who is staying in the palace, doesn't know what the situation is like on the front line." Little Eyes waved his hand. "I heard from Lord Kodja that it was Madame Hafsa's idea." "Huh?" Gaddik snorted coldly. "A woman actually talks too much about war. There are really no rules at all. It is said that she was the first to discover this rebellion. So this time she said that Giannis would come for a sneak attack. So Bey listened to her advice and asked Lord Kodja to take precautions in advance." "Lord, how can they believe a woman's word?" Before Gaddik finished speaking, he saw 2 scouts running towards him, waving vigorously and saying, "Enemy situation. Our outpost was attacked. At least thousands of enemy troops." Gaddik and his colleagues looked at each other and stood up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. How on earth did that woman guess it? Of course Hafsa did not guess, but Joseph had someone tell her early in the morning that Giannis would probably make a desperate attack on the Chakri Valley point, because he asked Hafsa to reveal Giannis's movements to Hamad Ali in advance, giving the latter enough time to deploy his army to deal with the rebellion. At the same time, Joseph also knew that Giannis only had a small number of weapons in his hands, and that the military budget would soon be exhausted, because he only allocated 2,000 flintlock muskets to Giannis, and not even a penny of the so-called 2 million livres in military expenses. It was not easy for Giannis to gather people with only his own savings, and all the military pay, food and grass behind were lost. In this situation, Giannis could only make a desperate move. Before the Karaoun fortress was fully prepared, he attacked the defenders outside the fortress first, trying to bypass the fortress and directly capture the wealthy city of Susa, so as to obtain supplies there. Of course, if Giannis did not intend to do so, the French military advisors Joseph left with him would also give him suggestions for a raid. Joseph's Tunisian strategy from the beginning was to drive away the wolf and the tiger. Let Giannis and Hamad Ali fight among themselves and consume the effective strength of the Tunisian Janissary, and the trump card he left behind is the real goal. In order to complete this plan, he initially planned to send spies to sneak into the Kahi Palace and pretend to be military experts to offer advice to Ali. However, during the mission of the police intelligence agent, he accidentally met a French businessman who provided high-end clothing to the Kahil Palace. Under this person's introduction, he met another very important figure, the Sultan Hajj, the son of Muhammad ibn Hassan, the pre-Nassim Bey, and the nephew of Hamad Ali. After Joseph got in touch with Haji through people from the police intelligence department, the two parties quickly determined their intention to cooperate. At the same time, Haji recommended someone more suitable to influence Hamad Ali, his beloved concubine Hafsa. After that, Hafsa pretended to deduce that there might be a rebellion in the south. After Ali sent troops, she predicted that the rebels were likely to raid Koka. Joseph's purpose was naturally not to allow Ali to quickly put down the rebellion, but to cause Yunus to suffer a heavy blow and show that he was about to be finished. This will lead to next steps. As for Yunus, Joseph was not worried at all that he would be wiped out. As long as the warship parked off Sfax gives him the remaining weapons and some silver coins, he can immediately resurrect on the spot and fight Allah's guards for another 300 rounds on the slopes on both sides of the Chakri Valley. Tunisian guards officer Gadik hurriedly summoned the herald and ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. Tunisia has a flat terrain with almost the entire country covered in plains. The so-called valley is actually only 300 to 400 meters high, but it is also an important pass into Karaoun. Lum, the officer under Younes, looked relaxed and signaled his men to speed up. Just now, he defeated Coca's outpost almost effortless, which made him feel quite proud. The guards of today are no longer the guards of more than 20 years ago. I remember how brave and skillful my men were when I followed Younes Pasha to besiege the former Bey Hassan. As for the guards just now, they had obviously been enjoying the blessings in the Tunisian city for a long time. They were all fat and could not run away. It seems that this battle should be easily won. After he crossed the valley and looked at the endless plain before him, he immediately ordered his men to send a message to Younes Pasha. Soon, Younes personally led the main force through the valley. At this moment, Nizamuddin, who he sent to set up cannons on the high ground on the east side of the valley, suddenly had a fierce battle with the enemy. Gadik was also surprised. He saw Younes's forward troops passing by, and when he was about to attack the main enemy force, a small group of enemy artillery suddenly climbed up the hillside. He had no choice but to launch an attack in advance. After all, Younes was a veteran in commanding the army. He immediately realized something was wrong and quickly ordered the main force to withdraw from the valley. At the same time, he asked his daughter Rabia to lead people to search both sides of the valley. Before he could complete his arrangements, Gadik led nearly 6,000 guardsmen and rushed down from both sides of the valley. The two sides immediately fought together, but Younes was suddenly attacked and seemed very panicked. The first few hundred people who entered the valley were slaughtered in less than half an hour. At the same time, on the other side of the valley, the originally arrogant Rum tribe was besieged by the main force of the guards led by Coca himself. There were only 1,500 people on his side, and there was a narrow valley behind him. The battle lasted only more than 40 minutes. Lum was shot through the chest by a stray bullet, and all his men surrendered immediately. Coca counted the size of the enemy army and soon realized that it was not Younes's main force, so he immediately ordered to cross the valley to find the main enemy force. With a livid face, Younes watched his men flee from the valley through binoculars, running around like mice being chased by a cat. He immediately gritted his teeth and ordered others to withdraw first, while he led the core 3,000 soldiers to stand at the exit of the valley nearby. Half of these people are guards who have followed him. Although they are not young, their combat experience cannot be underestimated. Moreover, they are now equipped with good guns sent from France. Gadik was chasing the defeated army and was about to fight when he suddenly saw a neat enemy formation not far away. His morale was high at this time, and he ordered a frontal attack almost without thinking, and at the same time, let the cavalry continue to scatter in pursuit of the fleeing enemies. A dull horn sounded, and his 2 regiments of musketeers lined up to approach Younes's army from the front, while a regiment of semi-scimitars quickly rushed in from both wings. However, when the two sides were still more than 100 steps away, Younes's side was the first to burst out with intensive gunfire. Gadik was about to taunt his opponent for not being able to keep his composure. The muskets were ineffective at this distance, but he was shocked to hear bursts of screams from his own army. And some timid soldiers even saw being shot next to them. The companions, rolling in a pool of blood, began to shrink back in fear. After Gadik was stunned for a moment, he hurriedly ordered to fire back, but at this distance, his gun was indeed not very lethal. After the poorly trained Tunisian guards fired a burst of chaotic shooting, the Younes army formation on the opposite side took a few steps forward, reloaded, and fired a volley. The deafening gunfire rang out, and 30 or 40 people fell down. On Gadik's side, even though the officers shouted loudly not to retreat, they still could not stop some soldiers from retreating. For a time, some of Gadik's musketeers stood firm while others retreated, and the front line became a mess. Gadik saw the chaotic mess of his men from a distance through the gunpowder smoke, and had no choice but to grit his teeth and order the Scimitar Legion to speed up the attack, while at the same time asking the musketeers to retreat and regroup. Younes didn't give him a chance at all, and immediately ordered the musketeers to continue advancing, while the fierce Rabia led hundreds of scimitar soldiers To meet the opposite scimitar soldiers, hand-to-hand combat is never like what is shown in the movies. Both sides use their martial arts skills to kill each other inextricably, and in the end, corpses lie on the ground. In reality, the two armies competed in close combat with the same momentum point. If the momentum of one side is weak, it will be overwhelmed by the opponent almost instantly. Therefore, the hand-to-hand combat only lasted less than a minute, and Gaddock's scimitar soldiers were frightened by the female pirate's terrifying momentum, and turned around, and fled. Once a large-scale military battle breaks out, it will be difficult for gods to restrain it. Rabier immediately roared, and led his troops in pursuit. At the same time, Yaonis's French musketeers almost touched the enemy's face. After firing several volleys, Gaddock didn't even have time to invest in his reserve troops, and the main force was overwhelmed by the enemy with only half of his own, and fled in all directions. Wailing. Younis defeated the enemy army, and did not dare to delay for too long. He ordered his men to cover the previously defeated troops and quickly retreat towards the south of Sfax. A few hours later, when Coca led the main force of the guards to appear on this side of the valley, they only saw a disgraced Gaddock and dejected soldiers carrying corpses, while Yaonis's main force had long since disappeared. He looked at the sky and did not dare to continue the pursuit. He ordered camp to be set up on the spot, and defenses were arranged. At the same time, he sent people to send the battle situation back to the city of Tunisia. On the other side, Yaonis ran until dusk before finally stopping. It was not until dawn the next day that he counted the general losses. Nearly 2,000 people were killed or missing. Among them, Nizamuddin and Rumu were completely wiped out, and hundreds of people were injured. At this time, he only had less than 5,000 troops left to fight. In the military tent, several officers looked at Yaonis gloomily. Someone had just proposed to continue southward and retreat into the Barangudamis area. At this moment, the French consultant who was traveling with him showed an inappropriate smile. Don't be discouraged. Please believe me, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's aide should arrive soon. Chapter 205 The First Battle of the Guards Corps. Tunisian city. In the Kahi Palace, Muhammad Ali smiled happily as he listened to the battle reports sent back from the front line. At first, when he learned that Yaonis had really returned to Tunisia, he was really worried for a while. Fortunately, his concubine Hafsa was extremely smart and expected that Yaonis would take the risk to raid Karaoun Point. After he ordered Coca to prepare in advance, he indeed won a great victory and captured and killed thousands of rebels. Several officials in the hall immediately offered flattery. Isn't it easy for the Great Bey to deal with these rebels? The Lord protects Bey and makes his army invincible. After getting rid of Yaonis, the Algiers will not be able to extort our annual tribute. When Ali returned to the harem happily, he couldn't wait to tell Hafsa about the victory. Contrary to what he expected, Hafsa looked a little worried after hearing this. Bey, after a bison is bitten by a lion, it will become 10 times more ferocious than usual, and even gore the lion in turn. Although you defeated Yaonis once, you must not take it lightly. I think that at this time, the more we must increase our military strength, the more we must strive to eliminate the rebels as quickly as possible. Although Ali admired her for guessing the rebels twice before, he was a little unimpressed this time. Because according to the battle report just sent back by Coca, Yaonis should have only more than 4,000 troops left now, and he was defeated immediately after the rebellion, so he should not be able to make any waves. He casually said a few words to his beloved concubine, then continued playing music and dancing. However, Hafsa was like a prophet possessed, and just 5 days later, bad news came back from the front line. Coca gathered an army of 13,000 men to besiege Yaonis, but was unexpectedly beaten hard by the latter's artillery. The battle report said that the cannon had an extremely long range and was astonishingly powerful. More than 10 volleys caused heavy casualties to Coca's forward corps. Moreover, Yaonis did not know where to get a large number of very sophisticated muskets, and the firepower was extremely fierce. Under the cover of artillery, it took only a few hours to defeat Coca's encirclement and chase him out of the Chukri Valley. After this battle, the Praetorian Guards led by Coca no longer dared to confront Yaonis. Currently, Coca can only use the Karaoun fortress to confront Yaonis. When Muhammad Ali looked at Hafsa again, he was filled with admiration. He immediately followed her instructions and sent 3,000 garrison troops from the Tunisian city to Karaun, and at the same time allocated 2 troops to Koka. Thousands of reals were used for military expenses, but in front of the Karaun fortress, Younes, who had just won the battle, also had a solemn look on his face. A week ago, as the French advisor said, a French transport ship arrived at the port of Sfax, bringing 2,000 Cholville flintlocks, 4 6-pound cannons, and 15,000 gold ducats. He used the weapons and money to quickly regroup his army, and then cleanly broke the siege of Koka, driving Koka all the way into the fortress of Karaun. However, he also had a headache facing the solid fortress and the tens of thousands of Tunisian guards guarding it. If he had more gunpowder and cannonballs, he would be completely confident that he could storm the fortress, at least so that the defenders would not dare to show their faces, and thus bypass this place and go straight to Susa Point. But he now only has 4 carriages of ammunition left, which is not enough to bombard the fortress, and it is not known when the next supply from the French will be delivered. A few days later, Hamad Allah's reinforcement arrived in Karaun first. Koka immediately led the army and attacked Younes' army again, while Koka and Younes were engaged in a tug-of-war. More than a dozen transport ships carrying the French Dauphin Guards Corps, escorted by the joint anti-piracy fleet, appeared outside the Tunisian port of Bizet. This is the northernmost port in Tunisia and an important stronghold for the Barbary pirates, or in other words, the base of the Tunisian Navy. A small boat was lowered from the Forward, the flagship of the United Fleet, and carried officials responsible for negotiations to the port of Bizet. He submitted a list of hundreds of people to local officials in Bizet, and requested that these pirates be handed over to the combined fleet within 24 hours. In addition, the pirate ships they used to rob must also be taken away by the combined fleet. After 24 hours, the combined fleet will take matters into its own hands to capture the pirates who have not yet surrendered. This list was provided by Hamad Allah's nephew Haji. Everyone on it has committed murders and plunders of Europeans. This is a record for the Tunisian Navy, and there are many people inside them. Easy to find. Not surprisingly, the combined fleet's request was rejected. Most of the pirates on the list are local officers in Bizet, and many of them are even very important throughout Tunisia. How could they be willing to surrender themselves? On the fort of Bizet port, a Tunisian naval officer looked at the warships of the United Fleet that were vaguely visible in the distance, and said nervously, "Why are people in Catholic countries so aggressive this time? What do they want?" The other person nodded. Yes, there is no intention of discussing it at all. According to their past experience, even if they accidentally damage merchant ships from France, Spain and other countries, they can cope with it by paying some compensation at most. I have never encountered a situation like today, where warships are approaching and an ultimatum is issued as soon as they come up, demanding that people be surrendered immediately. The officer next to him twirled his mustache and said, "I think it was the Americans who prompted it. A few months ago, Pargale hijacked 2 of their ships and killed a dozen people. This time they seemed to be serious." An officer held up a telescope and looked very worried. "I saw a 60-gun heavy battleship." The mustache sneered disdainfully. "Humph, what are you afraid of? Even if it is a first-class ship, it will just hang around outside the harbor. We have a turret." Another officer nodded and said, "Yes, they will also suffer a lot of losses if business at the port stops. I think they will just lose money in the end. At worst, they will lose a little more." However, no matter what the pirates thought, the port of Bizet still looked like a storm was about to come. Unrelated merchant ships, especially European merchant ships, did not hesitate to pull anchor and leave the place of right and wrong. On the sea, in the officer's room of the Advance, Berthier looked at the official in charge of negotiations and said calmly, "As expected, it seems we have to catch those pirates ourselves." Rear Admiral Cisneros, commander of the combined fleet, took a breath and said, "Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, although I still don't agree with storming the port, I will still try my best to provide fire cover for your troops." Although he received an order from the Navy to attack the Barbary pirates with all his strength, no one had told him before that he would attack a large and well-defended port. He always thought that he would just use the funds to wander around the Mediterranean and catch some pirates, to deal with the Americans. After reuniting with Berthier this time, the latter took out the order of the Minister of the Navy and told him that the goal this time was to capture the pirate base of Port Bizet Point. This order was naturally requested by Joseph from the Marquis of Castries. For the latter, the fight against piracy was something the Queen overrode at the cabinet meeting, and it was Berthier's legion that stormed the harbour, which had nothing to do with him. The Navy only transports troops and cooperates with the bombardment on the periphery. Why not sell the Crown Prince a favor for this matter? Major General Cisneros continued. You know, we can't get too close to the fort, so your legion may have to face the heavy artillery up there alone. Don't worry, General. Berthier nodded. I have confidence in my people. The landing tactics had been laid out long ago. Berthier chatted with several naval officers for a while, then got up and returned to the transport ship. Tomorrow, he will lead the Legion soldiers from there to attack the pirates' lair early the next morning. 10 transport ships lined up outside the port of Bizet. The soldiers of the Dauphin's guards lined up on the deck and watched quietly as the sailors hoisted the landing boats into the water one after another on the stalling transport ship. Berthier walked in front of everyone and nodded seriously to each soldier. Then, he came to the front of the queue, pointed hard at the coastline not far away, and said loudly, "That's where we get the supreme glory. Soldiers, I will work with you to use invincible courage and faith to crush those cowardly pirates and let them accept God's punishment. Now, let the whole world see the fearlessness and bravery of the French warriors. To win your victory, just move forward and crush everything." He took a deep breath, raised his arms, and shouted, "For the king. For the Crown Prince. For the glory." The soldiers suddenly broke out into a deafening roar. For the king. For the Crown Prince. For the glory. The sound spread to several other transport ships, and the soldiers there also shouted, "For the king. For the Crown Prince." At 10 o'clock in the morning, the first show after the establishment of the Crown Prince's Guards Corps officially began. The soldiers skillfully landed on the boat along the cable. They had practiced this action hundreds of times before coming, and then everyone picked up the oars and started rowing hard. Dozens of small boats rushed to the shore like arrows on the fort in the port. The lookouts quickly discovered the movement on the sea and quickly reported it to the officers. More than a dozen Tunisian officers gathered together and discussed nervously. They did not expect that the fleet outside the port actually planned to land for combat. What to do now? Are we going to fire on them? Where is Aasi Pasha? Without his order, if you rashly fire on the French, who knows what consequences it will have? Aas is the top officer responsible for guarding the port. He seems to be in his. The officer almost said the words "those female slaves" and hurriedly changed his words. "I have sent someone to report to him." It's not that Aas was negligent. After receiving the ultimatum yesterday, he was still a little nervous. However, the traditional style of Ottoman officers, Note 1, made him return to his villa in the town for the night, which was not far from here. It's still miles away. The disengagement of the Tunisian officers reduced the casualties of the Guards Corps. During the originally very dangerous beach grabbing process, the port's forts did not fire a single shot, and the first group of landing boats had already washed up on the beach point hundreds of steps away. The pirates could already see obstacles set up by the pirates. They were wooden piles that were sharpened at one end and inserted into the ground at the other end. There were 4 or 5 rows in front and back, occupying almost the entire beach point behind the barrier. There were hundreds of Tunisian Navy soldiers, holding various muskets, and looking nervously at the coastline point as the first batch of attacking troops, Daoud jumped from the boat, turned around and waved to the soldiers of the company, loudly saying, "Quick, get off the boat and line up. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten how to run?" As his flag bearer planted the flag on the beach, dozens of soldiers on several nearby boats quickly gathered towards him. The rigorous training of the Guards Corps was fully demonstrated at this moment. In less than 10 minutes, they had already lined up in 3 neat rows and started loading ammunition. Several other soldiers carried a small cannon that was only knee-high and placed it on the left side of the queue. The people behind pried open the wooden box containing the shells and placed them in front of the cannon. It was only then that the military order from Tunisian commander Aas reached the fort. Tunisian soldiers received the order allowed to fire at the enemy and hurriedly adjusted the angle of the artillery to aim at the landing troops on the beach point. However, before they could fire, the forward on the distant sea took the lead in launching an attack point. The 32-pound and 24-pound heavy guns spewed out fire and smoke in turn. Amidst the huge roar, the dark iron balls roared and hit the fort on the west side of the port point. Although the training level of the French Navy is not as good as that of the British, they are still the first echelon in Europe, point at almost the ultimate range. 3 of the 20 shells directly hit the wall of the fort. The violent impact smashed out large pieces of rubble and scattered it into the Mediterranean Sea. The fort was shaken by the blast, and the pirates above suddenly panicked. 2 people hastily lit the cannon, and more people were so frightened that they huddled in the corner with their heads in their hands. One of the cannonballs fired from the fort fell directly into the water, and the other hit more than 200 steps away from the guards' corps, raising sand all over the sky. On the United Fleet side, more warships joined in the bombardment of the fort, and the sound of the cannons suddenly became more intensive. Their efforts attracted most of the pirates' attention. More than 70% of the artillery on the fort turned towards the sea, trying to drive the fleet away. On the side of the guards' corps, the first 8 companies that landed, that is, nearly 800 soldiers, have all completed the formation point under the officer's command to start attacking. The gun loaded gunpowder and shells into the mortar, a small cannon that was only knee-high, and then ignited the ignition powder with a burst of explosions. 5 sparking cannonballs drew several arcs and flew towards the pirate formation on the opposite side. Although this kind of cannon is small in size, its range is considerable because of its very large caliber and the fact that it shoots in a parabola. The shells landed 300 to 400 steps away and exploded one by one as the fuses burned out. Note 1. Most of Tunisia's officers come from the Ottoman conquerors more than 100 years ago. In order to preserve the purity of their bloodline, they tried hard not to intermarry with local North Africans, and always retained Ottoman life and military customs. Chapter 206. Like a wolf and a tiger. The first shot of an artillery fire is usually a calibration shot, especially for a mortar that fires in a straight direction. Adjusting the muzzle angle according to the impact point of the calibration shell is a necessary step. However, one shell still happened to land in the pirate defensive position. Although the black powder explosion was not very powerful, it only knocked down the 2 closest pirates. However, the flying shrapnel was embedded in the chests and abdomens of the 2 men, and blood spattered all over the pirates next to them. Before the pirates could react, another round of artillery fire was launched from the guards' corps. The gunners made adjustments based on the last error. This time, more than half of the cannonballs hit the pirate group accurately, causing more blood to explode. After several rounds of shelling, a major officer also boarded the beach in a small boat. He frowned and glanced at the port fort in front of him that was constantly spitting out artillery fire. Fortunately, the pirate gunners were not very good, and they had not directly hit the guards' corps yet, but sooner or later they would be blinded by them once or twice if this continued. The major immediately pointed to the hundreds of pirates defending on the beach and said to the herald, "Initiate an attack immediately." "Yes, sir." As the command flag continued to rise and fall, the drummer of the guards' corps came to the front of the team, lined up with the commanders of each company, beat the military drum, and walked forward. The soldiers behind them moved forward at the same pace, completely ignoring the pirates' messy musket fire. It was not until the first 7 companies that landed on the beach were 70 steps away from the pirates that no one was shot. Settled. According to the instructions of the command flag, the officers successively issued commands: raise the gun, aim, shooting. A dense barrage of bullets immediately erupted from the guards' front line. There was a sudden scream from the pirates, and more than 10 people fell on the beach. The pirates, who were in chaos due to the bombardment, were now even more confused. The gunshots that had been coming one after another turned into sporadic sounds. The second row of soldiers of the guards' corps took 3 steps forward and fired another volley at the command of the commander, taking turns shooting like this. The distance between them and the pirates soon became less than 40 steps. The guards' corps originally had more people than the pirates. They still used faster loading and more powerful percussion guns, and their training level was much higher than that of these pirates. Therefore, under the continuous exchange of fire between the 2 sides, Hundreds of people on the pirate side were killed, and the rest had already escaped from the battle point. As for the guards corps, only 4 or 5 unlucky soldiers were hit. Finally, the pirates' psychological defense line was neatly suppressed by the opponent, and the overwhelming sense of oppression was completely defeated. After another volley from hundreds of Augustus-style cap guns, 400 to 500 pirates wearing white turbans and half robes of different colors shouted, "It's over. It's all over. Run. Let's go." They all dropped their weapons, turned around and fled towards the town behind the port point. The guards corps quickly dismantled the spiked barricades. At the same time, more soldiers from behind boarded the beach in speedboats, and then 3 4-pound guns were also transported to the shore point. After a simple formation, 2 infantry battalions and an artillery company quickly circled the slope behind the port fort and surrounded the fort from a distance. At this time, all the pirates around the fort had already disappeared. Berthier has also landed on the coast and is looking at the fort on the high ground with a relaxed expression, thinking about how to attack with the least loss. A fort without infantry cover is actually not terrible. It can be easily defeated using skirmish assault methods, supplemented by artillery containment. At this moment, several young and energetic police academy officers ran over and saluted with excitement. "Sir, please let us seize the fort. We won't let you down." Berthier used his binoculars to look at the pirates who were firing guns haphazardly on the fort and nodded. "Well, go and earn your glory, boys." "Yes, sir." The 2 young officers looked at each other excitedly and quickly returned to their companies. Then the drum sounded, and the soldiers quickly formed more than 10 charging columns at the same time. 3 cannons also began covering fire. Not far away, Davout learned that the police academy students were going to launch a storm, and he was immediately aroused to be competitive. He also applied to Berthier to participate in seizing the fort. If Joseph saw this scene, he would definitely cry out for the waste of natural resources. This is Marshal Davout, one of the 3 war gods under the emperor, and he is actually going to be used in such an extremely dangerous task as storming the fort. However, any famous general also has his immature days. How can he have rich battlefield experience if he is not tempered in a hail of bullets? Even the young Davout was no exception. This was also one of the important purposes of Joseph sending them to North Africa. In fact, in comparison, the intensity of the battlefield in North Africa is much lower than that in Europe, and it is the safest place to accumulate actual combat experience. Berthier thought for a moment before agreeing to the newly graduated officer's request, letting him and another company serve as cover behind the police academy students. If the police academy students fail to attack the fort, they will launch a second wave of attacks. Davout rushed back to his company as quickly as possible, led his soldiers to join the police academy students responsible for the storming, and followed them in a skirmish formation. Soon, a column headed by 2 companies of police cadets rushed up the slope and went straight to the pirate fort at the top of the slope. The pirates also discovered the movements of the guards corps and hurriedly mobilized more than 150 people to rush out of the fort and arrange themselves on the slope in a panic. This is already the entire force in the fort. It's completely different from what's shown in movies and TV shows. If the defender keeps huddled in the fort, the attacker will soon enter the cannon's blind spot, eventually knocking out the fort's firepower bit by bit. The most reasonable means of defense is to use infantry to hold back the enemy, use the firepower of the fort to kill, and ultimately drive the enemy back. However, as soon as the pirates formed such a chaotic formation, 200 police academy students rushed to them 70 or 80 steps away. Although the sound of gunfire from the fort continued, the pirates' poor aiming skills meant that few of the guns actually hit them. The pirates below the fort only fired 2 rounds of bullets before they heard the police academy students shouting in the name of the crown prince and charging straight towards them with bayonets on their muskets. Davout then ordered the soldiers to fire a covering volley. It was okay for the Tunisian navy to bully the sailors on merchant ships, but in the face of such an elite force with overwhelming momentum and fearlessness of death, it could not even think of resisting at all. The defensive front collapsed instantly. The pirates howled and fled back to the fort, but more of them had no time to run. so they had to throw away their weapons and kneel down to surrender. This kind of coastal defense fort is usually built in a very high place, but the fort itself is not too high, usually only 2 stories high. Davao watched helplessly as the police academy students climbed onto the fort like hungry wolves, leaving behind a few pirate corpses from time to time. His eyes were red with envy. That was the supreme honor of being the first to break through an enemy fortress. I just have no chance with myself. Chapter 207, Chasing the Pirates. On the sea, the combined fleet has taken the risk to complete the fire containment mission. In order to avoid unnecessary damage, the fleet commander Rear Admiral Cisner is ordered to retreat beyond the effective range of the port batteries. The sails of several warships had just adjusted their angles when he heard a sudden silence from the fort point. Cisner came to the bow deck of the Forward with some confusion, pulled out the telescope, and immediately saw a blue-purple fleur-de-lis flag flying above the fort. "Ah, these guys too fast?" He looked at the adjutant on the side in surprise. "Did they land for an hour?" The adjutant looked at his watch, shook his head and said, "Not yet, General. Just 48 minutes have passed." Cisner's eyes twitched. It would probably take more than half an hour to march from the shore to the fort without stopping. Did this Berthier lead the soldiers directly into the pirate fort? He originally thought that this novice army, which had only been established for more than half a year, and also brought a group of policemen, could capture the fort before dark, which would be considered fast. Unexpectedly, the battle was over before noon. I'm afraid this is not a simple novice army. If someone told him at this time that it was the police who captured the fort, he would probably doubt his life even more. On the side of the guards corps, the medical officer directed the men to carry the wounded to the tent, while Berthier looked at the combat statistics report just sent by the adjutant and walked towards the fort on the slope. 8 police cadets were killed and 10 injured. Berthier's legion had 3 killed and 5 wounded. This was because the police academy students were too excited and rushed too fast for the first time on the battlefield. Otherwise, casualties can be reduced. In terms of results, 282 pirates were captured alive, and about 90 more were killed. Captured the fort at Bizet. The seized cannons, muskets and other materials have not yet been accounted for due to the characteristics of the port. After capturing the coastal defense fortress, there is almost no resistance from the docks and towns behind it. This means that the Barbary pirates have captured the port of Bizet, one of the 2 major bases in Tunisia. He ordered his adjutant to do his best to treat the wounded. The troops who had just been responsible for grabbing the beach rested in place, and the 2 newly landed battalions behind them entered the town to search for pirates. By nightfall, the guards had completely controlled the entire port of Bizet and captured more than 40 pirates on the list, while more pirates had escaped from the port. The adjutant of the legion looked at the still bright sky and said to Berthier, "Commander, do you want to send cavalry to chase those escaping guys? They shouldn't have run too far yet." Berthier shook his head. "Send the order for the entire army to rest for a day and a half in Bizet and replenish some food and wine." Have you rested for so long?" The adjutant was a little confused and said, "Sir, if this is the case, the pirates will probably run away." "It doesn't matter. We just need to leave time for them to escape." Berthier recalled Joseph's plan and smiled. "We will set off south again at noon the day after tomorrow." Bizet faces the sea to the north, and there are only 2 places to go to the south are Karawan and Tunisia City. Now that the Karawan fortress is fighting fiercely between the 2 armies, these pirates can only run to Tunisia City, and this is Joseph's real goal. 2 days later, Tunisian City. In the Kahi Palace, dozens of embarrassed naval officers were lying on the ground, crying and pleading. "Great Bey, those Europeans suddenly attacked the port. We must not just let it go. They are blatantly trying to kill us. This is simply an insult to you. Great Bey, you must protect us. The Navy has contributed a lot of tax revenue to you over the years. Please, mobilize your troops and chop off the heads of those heretics." Hamoud Ali frowned distractedly. All kinds of troubles had been happening one after another recently. If it hadn't been for Younus's sudden rebellion and his own Praetorian guards from all over Tunisia to quell the rebellion, leaving less than 500 soldiers stationed at the port, the Europeans would not have been able to attack the port of Bizerte so easily. He waved to shut up the naval officers, who had just escaped from Bizerte, turned around and motioned to the middle-aged officer next to him to follow him into the apse, frowning, and asked, "Sinanadin, the European troops are coming here. What do you think we should do about this?" The middle-aged official is the Tunisian Cadi, which is a position similar to the Prime Minister. He thought for a moment, lowered his head and said, "Great Bey, the Europeans are here to destroy pirates, because the navy robbed their merchant ships, and demanded high ransoms. So, what do you mean, Sinanadin?" whispered, "Bey, the navy is not under your control. If sacrificing them can avoid European censure, it is not impossible to consider." Cadi Hamoud Ali nodded thoughtfully. When he heard this, "What you said makes sense. Then let the guards lock up those people outside. You go and tell the Europeans that they can be handed over to." Before he could finish speaking, Hafsa, who was playing her harp with her head down not far away, suddenly stood up and walked over quickly, saluted him, and said very anxiously, "Bey, Lord Cadi must not hand over the navy." "Oh, tell me your reasons." Ali turned to look at her. "You are the protector of the entire Tunisia. If you cannot protect the navy at this time, the entire Tunisia will be suspicious of you," Sinanadin hurriedly said. "But the Europeans, don't worry." Hafsa looked disapproving. "I heard that they only came with 2 or 3,000 people, and we have soldiers from the Imperial Guard and Navy, so we don't need to be afraid of them at all." Before Sinanadin could refute, she immediately continued, "And now Bey's army is fighting the rebels. If you show the slightest weakness, you will make those who are still waiting to turn to Younus." Hamoud Ali immediately showed hesitation when he heard this. Since Younus launched the rebellion, Hafsa has judged the situation very accurately and demonstrated her extraordinary strategy. And indeed, as she said, she must show a tough side in order to subdue all forces in Tunisia. As for the Europeans, the navy robbed their merchant ships, but as long as they were compensated with enough money, their anger should be quelled. Thinking of this, he looked at Sinanadin. "Cadi, you bring 30,000 rials to negotiate with the Europeans, and you must keep the navy. In addition, summon the Praetorian guards to increase the defense of Tunisia city." But Sinanadin wanted to persuade him again, but seeing that he was resolute, he had no choice but to hug his chest and accept the order to leave. Hafsa's eyes flashed with an imperceptible brilliance. Although she didn't know why Haji asked her to convince Ali to protect the navy, she obviously did it. The port of Bizerte is only 70 kilometers away from the Tunisian city. After 3 days of march, the Guards Corps arrived outside the city of Tunisia. In conjunction with their actions, the combined fleet also headed south to the Tunisian port at the same time, leaving only 1 frigate and a few small boats to blockade the port of Bizerte. After seizing the port forts, a small number of warships could complete the blockade task. Chapter 208 awarded the title of Savior of Suffering. Berthier did not see Sinanadin, who came as an envoy, at all. Instead, he sent someone to the Cadil Palace to submit a list of pirates and asked Hamoud Ali to hand him over immediately. Under Hafsa's advice, Ali decided to show a tough stance and immediately drove the French who came to negotiate out of the Tunisian city without compromise. At the same time, large-scale mobilization also began in Tunisian cities due to the large number of troops previously sent to Karaoun to deal with Younus. There were less than 1,000 Praetorian guards left in the Tunisian city. However, Sinanadin showed good personal ability and mobilized more than 7,000 guardsmen in just 2 days. To those unfamiliar with the situation in Tunisia, this may sound a bit awkward. That's because the word January Guard is not the name of an army in Tunisia, but closer to a class. More than 100 years ago, the Ottoman Empire in its prime sent elite Janissaries to invade North Africa, including Tunisia, Algiers, Tripoli and other places, and easily defeated the locals, turning these places into Ottoman territory. Province Point later, with the decline of the Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman guards stationed in North Africa began to control these places and gradually broke away from Ottoman rule and became a separatist regime. The Ottoman Sultan had nothing to do about this, so he simply gave them the title of Pasha, which is a title similar to a governor, recognizing their rule over all parts of North Africa. In order to prevent assimilation by local people, these Ottoman guards strictly enforced internal intermarriage and maintained Ottoman traditions such as clothing and customs. Becoming a unique class over the long years, the Ottoman Janissaries became very wealthy by exploiting the natives of North Africa. The new generation of guardsmen have lived a comfortable life since childhood and have long lost the bravery of their ancestors. At the same time, divisions began to appear among the Praetorian Guards. The lower level Praetorian Guards continued to undertake the tasks of the army, while the powerful ones could hire others to serve on their behalf, and eventually developed into a system where they could be exempted from military service as long as they paid money. At this point, the Tunisian Guards were no longer an army, but became synonymous with nobility. At present, Tunisia's Janissary class has a total of nearly 90,000 people, but the actual combat troops are less than 20,000. However, nominally all the guards are still soldiers, so after Bey of Tunisia issued a mobilization order, a large number of guardsmen were pulled out and organized into the army. It's just that most of these people have never even touched a gun, and their military training is almost blank. Their combat effectiveness can be imagined. At noon the next day, an envoy from the Guards Corps came outside the city of Tunisia, exemplified the crimes of the pirates, and denounced Hamad Ali for colluding with and harboring the pirates. Subsequently, Berthier ordered the attack. The city of Tunisia is located close to the port of Tunisia and is a city by the sea. Therefore, the main consideration during construction was to defend against threats from the sea. Even its city walls only have 3 sides. The side facing the hinterland has almost no defense. However, the Guards Corps happened to attack from land. This time, unlike the landing operations at Bizet, the entire army could be fully deployed. Cannons, war horses and other equipment are all in place. This is a battle that can fully demonstrate the full strength of the Guards Corps. Berthier can become the Emperor's chief of staff and has extraordinary talent in troop deployment. He had clearly mapped the nearby terrain the night before and formulated a detailed combat plan. At this time, he stood on the mound opposite the Tunisian city, looking at the swarming Tunisian army in the telescope. Although he was a little nervous, he still ordered the artillery to start attacking in strict accordance with the planned time. The rumbling sound of artillery was immediately transmitted to the city of Tunisia, coupled with the news that the Tunisia port was blocked by the European fleet yesterday. There was chaos everywhere in the city. In front of the side entrance of the Kahi Palace, the guard was surprised to see Bey's nephew, Mr. Haji, approaching with more than 10 followers. The leading guard hurriedly stepped forward to salute and asked, "Pasha, what can I do for you?" "I have something urgent to see Bey." Haji motioned to the man dressed as a tailor behind him. "I'll make him a new robe, by the way." "Making robes? Now?" The guard looked extremely confused as he listened to the sound of cannons in the distance. At this moment, the tailors suddenly burst into the palace gate and controlled the guards with pistols. From the statue at Kahi Palace, 40 or 50 people with muskets and scimitars immediately rushed out, surrounded Haji, and continued to rush towards the inner hall. Due to the need to fight the Europeans, a lot of the royal guards at Kahi Palace were mobilized. At this time, there were only dozens of guards here, patrolling around the palace. Prosper personally led more than a dozen agents from the police intelligence department at the front of the queue. Once he saw a guard rushing over, he immediately gave the command, stopped to greet with a salvo, then reloaded his ammunition, and then continued to move forward. With such methodical advancement, it took them just over 10 minutes to cover Haji and reach the apse of the Kahi Palace. Finally, in a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Haji saw Hamad Ali in casual clothes and Hafsa standing next to him. Suddenly there was only endless chill in his eyes. Prosper directed his men to search the house carefully, and after confirming that there were no guards, he led the agents out, leaving only Haji's people in the house. Haji's guards immediately stepped forward and surrounded Ali. The latter shouted with anger, "Haji, what are you going to do?" "Haji, did not answer, but took out the scimitar from the guard's waist and strode towards him. Ali panicked a little, staggered back, and his voice began to tremble. Why are you 17? Years ago, when I was young, you forged my father's will and took away my position as bey. I can bear it. Haji looked at Hafsa aside and said excitedly, 3 years ago, you even wanted to take away my Hafsa. I knelt down to pray to you, but you had people drive me out. Haji took a few steps forward, held Hafsa with one hand, and raised the machete with the other hand. Do you understand? Without her, my life will be gone. You can take her away. Ali's words were interrupted by a cold light, and the scimitar pierced under his left rib. The tip of the knife came out through the back point. Haji gritted his teeth, and said word by word, you don't need to agree. I swore 3 years ago that I would take her back with my own hands. As he spoke, he whipped out his scimitar, and scarlet blood spurted all over him and the woman. I did it. Look, I really did it. Haji threw the machete aside, turned around and hugged Hafsa hard, burying his head in the crook of her neck. We can finally be together. Yes. Hafsa nodded vigorously. I saw it. From now on, we will never be separated. The two hugged each other tightly, both with tears in their eyes. After a long time, Ishak's voice came from outside the house. Haji Pasha, although I shouldn't disturb you, but time is urgent. Are you okay over there? Haji quickly wiped away his tears, took a deep breath, and said loudly, yes, Mr. Ishak, you can come in. Immediately, Hafsa came forward and announced to the guards in the palace that Hamad Ali had just been killed by a traitor in the navy. Before her death, she left a will that her nephew Haji would take over as bey. Outside the city of Tunisia, an infantry battalion on the left wing of the Guards Corps had broken through the Tunisian Guards defense line, quickly triggering the collapse of the Tunisian army. In fact, after more than 10 rounds of bombardment by the Guards Corps artillery battalion, the Tunisian Guards were already in chaos. Until this time, the latter's only 2 cannons had not arrived at the position point. Subsequently, the Guards Corps made a feint attack on the right wing, and the left wing easily completed the breakthrough point. The Tunisian army, which was twice as many in number, was completely unable to fight back, and was always running around and being beaten. Just when Berthier was about to order the left wing to turn around and encircle, the palace steward of the Kahil Palace hurried from the Tunisian city and conveyed the order of the new bey to the Tunisian guards. Stop resistance immediately. Let the French army enter the city. When the Tunisian officers received the order, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The army on the opposite side was really terrifying, with neat formations, fierce firepower, and skillful tactical coordination. They had been worried about when they would take bullets, but now it was better. At least their lives were saved. Berthier left some people to guard the prisoners, while he quickly rushed to the Kahi Palace with 3 battalions of troops to provide support to Haji. Although Hamad Ali is dead, there must still be a large number of Tunisian senior officials loyal to him. After years of deliberate suppression by Ali, Haji has almost no political power, and it is difficult to suppress these people. Just a dozen people from the police intelligence department are simply not enough to ensure Haji's safety. As the guards quickly took control of all the main roads in the Tunisian city, officials in the city began to rush to the Kahi Palace, either on their own initiative or in coercion, to meet with the new bey. Haji. As for Hamad Ali's death, no one cared. Officials knew he too had come to power through a conspiracy. As for whether he died at the hands of the Tunisian navy, that's not what Haji said. The first thing Haji did after taking office was to announce the ban on the Tunisian navy involved in the murder of the former bey, and to hand over the naval officers who participated in the robbery to France for piracy. Later, he ordered the Praetorian Guards in Karaoun to continue to clear out the Yunus rebels, and not to leave the fortress without permission. Berthier immediately began to form a police force in Tunisia city, all of which were composed of Tunisia's indigenous Berbers. There are many instructors from the Paris Police Academy and the Legion, and all training work is handed over to them. At the same time, they will also temporarily assume all middle and higher level positions in the Tunisian police force. The guards in Tunisia city have all been disarmed, and the security work in the city is currently temporarily handled by the guards corps and these Berber policemen. At the same time, Tunisian officials received orders to begin counting the number of white slaves in the country and the number of Europeans living in Tunisia. Paris, France. In the past 2 days, the front pages of almost all newspapers were occupied by news from North Africa. His Majesty the King sent an expeditionary force, and with the cooperation of the naval fleet, it took only a few months to annihilate the Barbary pirates entrenched in Tunisia. The expeditionary force rescued more than 33,000 European citizens kidnapped by pirates, and protected more than 100,000 Christians in Tunisia from the threat of pirates on the streets of Paris. People everywhere were excitedly discussing things about Tunisia. A distant cousin of mine suddenly disappeared 5 years ago. We didn't know until he was rescued by the expeditionary force a while ago that he was kidnapped by pirates. Gone. These cursed pirates. Fortunately, His Majesty's army wiped them all out. I heard that nearly 1,000 pirates were captured this time, and a large number of pirate ships were also seized. That's great. Long live His Majesty the King. He is truly the greatest king. Hey, did you see what it said in the newspaper? The Pope has declared His Majesty the King as the savior of suffering, thanking him for the gospel he has brought to countless Catholics. This title was naturally obtained after Joseph sent someone to communicate with Pope Pius VI. The Pope also wants to use this matter to improve the prestige of the Holy See and to please France, so why not? However, in the circles of wealthy nobles and factory owners, the focus was on the news that after cordial exchanges between His Majesty's diplomats and Tunisia's new bey, the two parties have signed a series of agreements. In a salon in the Louvre area, a group of nobles were discussing enthusiastically, "I heard that you can buy land in Tunisia now." Yes, I saw it too. It was published in the Paris Business Journal, and the land price is very cheap. I have a relative who trades in North Africa. He told me that the land in Tunisia is so fertile that we can grow 3 crops of wheat a year. There have been droughts and hailstorms in France in the past 2 years. Maybe buying a piece of land in Tunisia would be a good choice. Ah, you just thinking about farming? Now, Tunisia's tariffs on France have dropped to almost zero. You can make a lot of money just by shipping some wine or clothing. That's right. Viscount Hoyne is raising funds to buy 2 ships to run business in North Africa. Which of you is interested in buying a stake in the Palace of Versailles? Mirabeau and several officials from the industrial system walked out of the office tiredly. They had just discussed how to use Tunisia's agreement to allow the French to build factories there, to expand the scale of the industry, and were now going to attend a ball hosted by Her Majesty the Queen to celebrate the successful eradication of pirates. The Hall of Mirrors was filled with lively music and was already crowded with nobles coming to attend the ball. This kind of dance to celebrate happy events is the most popular because the king and queen must be in a very good mood, and they often reward everyone with a lot of gold coins. Queen Mary, wearing an exaggerated bun on her head, took Louis XVI's arm and walked up to the wooden steps at the front of the Hall of Mirrors. The ladies were all talking about the queen's trendy hairstyle. It was a huge sailing ship, occupying almost the entire top of her head and even higher than her face. "Oh, your Majesty is always a trendsetter. This hairstyle is so beautiful." "Oh, God, that's a warship, Mrs. Cisneros. Do you recognize what kind of ship that is?" As a family member of a naval officer, Mrs. Cisneros still has some knowledge in this field. She immediately said, "If I read correctly, that should be the flagship of the combined fleet this time, the Advance." It is said that the hair ornament was made by His Majesty the King himself. "Oh, it's so romantic. If any man built a boat like this for me, I would marry him immediately." The Queen's maid clapped her hands to signal everyone to be quiet, then bowed and took 2 steps away. Queen Mary smiled and raised her hands, then looked at her husband beside her with admiration, and loudly said, "Let us pay high respect to the great savior of suffering." The nobles immediately shouted, "Long live the savior of suffering! Long live His Majesty the King!" With so many people paying attention to him. Louis XVI rubbed his forehead uncomfortably, thinking to himself that he seemed to have done nothing. Why was the Pope so polite? Chapter 209 North Africa Development Plan. When the nobles in the Hall of Mirrors finished their salutes and the sound of admiration gradually weakened, Queen Mary looked at Joseph again, her expression full of doting and pride. "And my excellent son, your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." As we all know, it was he who first proposed the plan to go to North Africa to fight against the Barbary pirates, and gave many key suggestions on the specific implementation process. Finally, we welcome "Here comes this great victory." Well, that's right. She mentioned her husband first, just to take care of His Majesty the King's face. What she really wanted to praise from the beginning was her precious son. She couldn't help but smile when she thought of her son's various outstanding performances in the past. First, his son said he would join forces with the United States to fight pirates, which saved France a lot of money, and also received thanks from the United States and Russia. Then, his son proposed last month that the newly formed Bell Corps should be mobilized to go to North Africa to provide support. At the time, she thought she was going to help the Navy, but she didn't expect that this small army of 3,000 people would directly take over the pirates' lair, and also help the young king of Tunisia regain his throne, and help France in Tunisia. West Asia has gained huge benefits. Yes, the Queen only knew that 3,000 men from Berthia's army were sent to North Africa. As for the more than 1,100 police academy students, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince paid for them to go on vacation in foreign countries, and they were not reported to her at all. The nobles in the Hall of Mirrors immediately saluted Joseph together again, and they heard all kinds of beautiful words. His Royal Highness the Dauphin will bring a bright future to France. Praise the Son of God, the best prince in France. Your Highness is the embodiment of talent and wisdom. After nearly a year of training, Joseph Rayo has become immune to rainbow farts, and at this time he felt goosebumps all over his body. Louis XVI, on the other hand, patted his son on the shoulder with a proud look on his face. He was even happier than when everyone was praising him just now. Not to mention the Queen. She had only one thought in her mind: her son's outstanding judgment and talent are indeed worthy of my blood. The little aristocratic girls in the hall looked at Joseph with eyes full of admiration and fascination. The Crown Prince was indeed the best, most handsome, and most suitable to be the lover of his dreams. Moreover, His Highness has something more than last year. Well, I have obviously grown taller and stronger, and even my Adam's apple is more prominent. Obvious. When the Ying Yanans thought of this, their cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and His Highness was obviously cooked. So, what method can be used to trick him into bed first? He doesn't have an official mistress yet. They had automatically ignored Clementine, who was trying her best to act fierce next to His Highness. After these few months of observation, everyone knows that the little Princess of Tuscany only looks fussy, but is actually quite easygoing, and most importantly, has no scheming intentions. As a result, the minds of the Yanans became active again. The rule of the Palace of Versailles has always been that the Crown Princess is the Crown Princess, and the mistress is the mistress. Let's talk about it and discuss it. As the crowd's praises died down, Louis XVI and Queen Mary came to the center of the hall and began to dance the opening dance to Handel's Water Music. Standing in the back row of many nobles, a young nobleman wearing a brown coat looked at the grand celebration scene and muttered to himself with some confusion, "It's just that there are more pirates caught. Is it necessary to hold such a grand ceremony? Pirates were never caught like this before." A middle-aged noble next to him heard what he said and immediately corrected. "The celebration this time is not just about the elimination of pirates. You see, France spent almost no money and only sent 3,000 soldiers and gained huge benefits in North Africa." "That's true." The fat man beside him nodded. "According to the news, we will be able to purchase land and open factories in Tunisia in the future. Moreover, France also has Tunisia's tariff most favored nation status." Note 1. He said and smiled. It can be said that, except that there is no right to appoint and remove officials, it can almost be regarded as a French colony. The nobleman in the brown coat widened his eyes. "So that's it. Then we really should celebrate." Since the 7 Years' War, France has not been able to obtain overseas benefits for a long time due to the interference of the British. The fat man continued, and Tunisia is a very good place. The land is fertile and it also produces iron and olives. It is quite wealthy. It seems that within a few years, there will be a lot of benefits for France. Our Lord Chancellor of the Finance will definitely be very happy. Ha. God bless my king. God bless France. God bless my king. And like most people in the hall, a small group of nobles with military background standing near the band did not seem so happy. An officer whispered, "Which of you knows the origin of that Berthier Legion?" The man next to him also lowered his voice. It seems that Berthier used to be General Custinet's subordinate, and later he was recommended by Breteuil, and came to Paris to serve. After the incident in the French Guard, he took over some of the troops, and formed this legion. It seems like he must be very rich, otherwise how could he climb so fast? An officer in his 50s with deep lines at the corners of his eyes interrupted him and said bitterly, "I don't want to care about his resume. I just want to ask, how dare he lead troops to North Africa without notifying us? I heard that even the Marquis of St. Priest didn't know about his sending troops. These military aristocrats have formed a community of interests a long time ago, and monopolize military resources in their own hands. Any large-scale military deployment must be negotiated by them before it can be carried out. Otherwise, either the troops will not be able to move, or the officers involved will be squeezed out, or you will not be able to win a war worth 1 million livres, even if you spend 5 million. The transfer was directly ordered by the royal family. Another officer said, "It did not go through the Minister of War. How is this possible?" The general with lines at the corners of his eyes said excitedly, "We must not set this precedent. I mean, let the royal family use force as they please." Several people around him hurriedly signaled him to be silent. Fortunately, the music was quite loud, and no other nobles heard it. Not to mention political factors. If their people were used to fight in North Africa this time, they would at least make 1 million livres out of it. And that Berthier went behind their backs, so the money was wasted. Several other generals also nodded. The royal family wants to get past us. Gotta avoid letting the royal family control the army. However, a younger officer waved his hand and said, "General Astu, actually you don't need to be too nervous. It's just a small army of 3,000 people, and it can't do much." Just like this time, if they hadn't been lucky and happened to encounter the Tunisian coup, they wouldn't have been able to enter Tunisia city with just the few people they had. When encountering a real large-scale battle in the future, the royal family will have to come to us. At that time, we can completely negotiate terms with the royal family, based on the ownership of the Berthier Legion. Aren't all problems solved? After the king and queen's opening dance, Joseph danced the second dance as usual. His dance partner is naturally Clementine. It is still the simplest saraband dance. Two people with obvious height differences just hold their heads high and pose in various poses, while politely circling relative to each other. It's simply the most embarrassing thing in the whole room. After the dance, Joseph immediately fled to a quiet corner. Soon, Mirabeau, who also didn't like dancing, came over and told him about Tunisia's investment plan. Originally, this area should be the responsibility of the Minister of the Interior, but Joseph knew Monad's limitations, so he asked Mirabeau to lead people to make plans, and then directly submit them to the cabinet meeting for signature. However, when Joseph heard Mirabeau say that it will take 3 to 4 years to plan for 50,000 people to go to Tunisia, he couldn't help but frown slightly. According to his vision, it would be best to harvest a large amount of food from Tunisia next year to alleviate the food shortage problem in France. It would be even better if there could be a certain scale of industrial and trade income at the same time. But if 50,000 people immigrate only in 3 to 4 years, it will have almost no effect. Can the speed and scale of this immigration be accelerated? He looked at Mirabeau and asked, "Your Highness, this is the fastest plan we have come up with after studying it." Mirabeau said, "You know, although the land price in Tunisia is very cheap, it will cost a lot to buy a large piece of land. Money. In addition, the travel expenses and settlement expenses for traveling to a foreign country are considerable, and there is little output in the first half of the year. Therefore, People without a certain financial background cannot go there at all, and few rich people are willing to leave France. After all, the environment in North Africa is not that comfortable. If the first batch of people who go there make money, only when the news spreads back to the country, more qualified people will be willing. It's risky, but it will definitely take a while to build scale. Joseph fell silent upon hearing this. It seems that I think it is too simple. The real world is not like playing games. With a simple swipe of the mouse, hundreds of thousands of people will immediately follow the order. If every living person is asked to spend their savings and take risks in a strange land, most people will not be willing to do. So could it be that the achievements in North Africa really cannot be converted into profits in a short period of time? He searched through all the immigration cases in his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A century later, wasn't the unprecedented scale of Americans' immigration action the best example? We can definitely learn from their Western development plan and launch a North African development plan. Joseph sorted out his thoughts and said to Mirabeau, maybe we can solve the problem from another angle. You mean, since the rich don't want to go to North Africa and suffer hardship, then we let the poor go? Mirabeau was stunned, shook his head and said, Your Highness, this is probably unlikely. Poor people can't even afford the necessary travel expenses. The government provides loan support. Joseph followed the American method back then, and combined with the current situation in France. Travel expenses, seed money, farm tool money, and even the living expenses for the first half of the year are all loaned to French farmers by banks. Do you think everyone is 300 livres enough? This shouldn't be needed, Your Highness. More than 200 livres will be enough. If we organize a fleet to transport it on a large scale, it can be even less. Very good. Joseph nodded. As for the land, the bank financed it from Tunisians and handed it over directly to the farmers for cultivation. After 10 years of cultivation, the land will be owned by them. During this period, they only need to pay a fee every year. The government pays a portion of the grain harvest. The land in Tunisia is fertile and they can borrow the harvest and repay the loan very quickly. Mirabeau was surprised and said, Your Highness, if this is the case, the government will spend a lot of money. I'm afraid it will be tens of millions of livres. That's worth it too. Joseph knows that drought this year and next will cause significant crop losses. There will be unavoidable famine by the middle of next year at most. By then, the government will have to spend a lot of money to purchase food for disaster relief. It is better to invest some of the money in Tunisia now, and the increased food harvest can still cope with the famine. And this is a stable source of food. There is enough sunshine and rain in that place, so you can harvest 3 crops a year. If you grow whatever you like, it won't take long for Tunisia's rich products to earn back the initial investment. Mirabeau thought and nodded slowly. Indeed, as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said, if the number of French people in Tunisia increases, the large amount of iron products, olives, and livestock there can be developed, because there will be market demand, and then sold throughout North Africa. He suddenly thought of another question. Your Highness, with such a large investment, our finances may let me figure this out. Joseph couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he could first set up a Tunisian development fund to attract private investment, but he didn't know whether domestic capital was very interested in North Africa. If that doesn't work, issue a batch of high-interest public bonds. Fortunately, France's debt has been alleviated to a certain extent. Judging from the current financial situation, it should still be barely affordable. But in that case, the interest rate on the national debt that just dropped will rise again. Oh, money. Why is it so hard to make money? UK London. Parliament Hall, St. James's Palace. Obviously, the French have successfully deceived us. A bespectacled congressman glanced at the Foreign Secretary, the Duke of Leeds, with a sarcastic tone. We spent £400,000 for our unrelated North African neighbor. Algiers strengthened the shore defenses. Oh, and dozens of cannons. The result is that France can only watch helplessly as France gains almost colonial benefits in Tunisia. The Duke of Leeds squeezed his fist hard under the table. While these Whig guys were blowing the sea breeze in the Mediterranean, eating bacon and drinking sour wine, they were all enjoying themselves in the mansion in London. At this time, he jumped out and blamed himself. The corners of his eyes twitched, but he put on a smile. Congressman James, you may have remembered wrongly. It is £360,000. I have not spent all the budget. Note: one most favored nation refers to if country A enjoys the most favored nation treatment of country B, then the trade preferences and exemptions granted by B to any other country must also be granted to A. To put it simply, B's import tariffs on A will be lower than anyone else's. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210: Traditional Arts of the Great Empire. Oh, thank you for saving Great Britain a whopping £40,000. As the strongest firepower of the opposition party, the Whig Party, Charles James Fox snorted, stood up, and said in a sinister tone, "But this little contribution is far from making up for the strategy of you and the Prime Minister. Mistakes led to the huge losses we suffered in North Africa." He said, gesturing to the hundreds of MPs sitting behind him. "I think the Tories must give Parliament an explanation for this. The Tories are the current ruling party in the UK. However, they did not have any advantage over the Whigs in terms of support. This was largely due to King George III's special preference for William Pitt Jr. and his use of the royal family's influence to push the latter into the position of Prime Minister. The Whigs have always been dissatisfied with this, so since William Pitt came to power, they have seized every opportunity to attack the Tories. The Duke of Leeds took a deep breath and thought that what was supposed to come had come. Fortunately, he had discussed countermeasures with the Prime Minister yesterday, and now it was up to him to watch his performance. He glanced at the head of the intelligence department next to him without leaving any trace, and then raised his hand to interrupt Fox. "Dear Congressman Fox, please understand the actual situation before rushing to accuse me." "The actual situation?" "Yes." The Duke of Leeds nodded confidently. "The current situation in North Africa is completely under the control of the Prime Minister and me. We have already received reports and are aware of the French's movements in Tunisia." "Right, Butler gentlemen." The intelligence chief stood up immediately. "That's right. The French operation was discovered months ago." After hearing this, the council members started talking in low voices. Of course, in fact, the Duke of Leeds and the others knew nothing about France's strategy in Tunisia, and they only learned about the drastic changes that had taken place there from recent French newspapers. However, as a politician, lying is a basic skill. "Control?" Fox sneered disdainfully. "Do you mean to sit back and watch the French gain huge benefits in Tunisia?" The Duke of Leeds immediately said loudly, "No. Why do you think the French have gained? On the contrary, the current situation in Tunisia is the opportunity I have been waiting for." Fox rolled his eyes at him. "Did you drink before you came here? What nonsense are you talking about?" The Duke of Leeds did not feel dissatisfied, raised his fists, and made an impassioned speech. "Now, we have the opportunity to repay the French for everything they have done to us in North America. No one in the world knows better than us the serious dangers of colonial unrest. Tunisia is like a dangerous swamp with countless crocodiles, and the French have entered it like an inexperienced hunter. They only have 3,000 troops there. As long as we alert those beasts, we can kill them." The congressman named James subconsciously asked, "What do you want to do?" The Duke of Leeds spread his hands. "The details of the operation cannot be announced for the time being. You can apply for permission from the Prime Minister to learn more. This is normal operation." The British were able to get the inside story of French cabinet meetings attended by only a few ministers, and it was even easier for France to obtain information from hundreds of British MPs. Therefore, the specific plan will not be revealed during the parliamentary inquiry. Fox shouted, "I'm not interested in the content of the plan. I just want to know how long your Great Tunisia plan will take, and what results it will give us. In 1 year, no, even in just a few months, the French will get out of Tunisia. the Duke of Leeds said confidently, or the French government will invest huge amounts of money there, which will eventually completely bring them down finances. The British parliamentarians generally understood it. Managing the colony was very costly, especially if it was caught in a security war. There was no profit, and money had to be added continuously. When the Americans were seeking independence, Britain was in this predicament, and now the French are going to have to experience similar hardships. The Whigs finally paused their criticism, and Fox finally threatened, "I look forward to your success. But if the Tunisian problem still cannot be solved, I think you should take the blame and resign." The Duke of Leeds smiled lightly and said, "Of course, but it depends on Mr. Hollis' execution." George Hollis was the British consul in Tunisia and a Whig. The Duke of Leeds didn't wait for Fox to say anything, and immediately added, "Oh, and in order to better deal with the French in Tunisia, we still need some funding. About £300,000, Southwest Tunisia, Gafsa, those bastards." Hollis, wearing a white turban and a light yellow arabesque, could not help but curse in a low voice as he faced the scorching sun. "You are fighting for power in London, but you are risking my future. Come in, Your Excellency." "Consul, what did you say?" Across from the open carriage, a tall, middle-aged British man dressed similarly leaned forward and asked, I mean, fortunately Tunisians are wary of Europeans, so it shouldn't be difficult for us to convince them to turn against the French." "Yes, it is indeed the case." The tall middle-aged man nodded, "and their guardsmen have just been beaten by the French, so they will definitely be dissatisfied. There is also the new Tunisian Bey, who obviously has no dominance. This is good news for us." The two of them chatted casually and bumped along the rugged path for more than half an hour. The carriage finally stopped in front of a dome mansion in the south of the town. The Berber servants who came out received the silver coins handed over by Hollis and immediately introduced them into the villa diligently. Then Hollis met the top commander of the Tunisian guards here, who was equivalent to the mayor. Ek was sitting on the fine wool carpet in the living room. Hollis exchanged greetings with Ek was in proficient Arabic for a while, and then went directly to the topic. "Pasha, the French have nearly 10,000 Janissary warriors outside Tunisia, disarming. This is completely humiliating the entire Tunisian guards. We must not tolerate this tone." Urquhart nodded indifferently, and for the sake of the thousands of silver coins he brought, he echoed, "The navy provoked them, but they attacked the guards. It's really too much." "That's right. So we must take revenge on those French people." Urquhart immediately shook his head. "How can a person like me defeat them?" Hollis said hurriedly, "Don't worry, you don't have to confront them head on. You only need to rob and kill French caravans every now and then, and burn down French factories, houses, etc. while it's dark. If the French send troops, you say you don't know anything about it, and pretend that you will help catch the bandits. They will leave soon. They only have 3,000 people in Tunisia and they can't cope with these things." He directly copied all the attacks that Britain had encountered in the United States. Urquhart still showed no interest. "However, this still involves great risks." Seeing this, Hollis had no choice but to use his trump card. "In order to support the revenge of the guards, I can provide you with 2,000 rials." The rial is a gold coin slightly smaller than the pound. 2,000 rial is equivalent to about 44,000 livres. Hollis saw that the guards officer was a little moved, and he gestured to the British who came with him. "This is Mr. Robert. He will come regularly to evaluate the results of your resistance and leave you 500 to 1,000 per month. Rial fee." Urquhart suddenly smiled and waved his fist. "I have long disliked those French people. Don't worry, I will make them look good." After coming out of the guards officer, Hollis rushed to the village outside the city without stopping, where he visited a large tribe of Berbers. "Dear Patriarch, you can't let the French deceive you," Hollis said sincerely. "They said they were buying land, but they definitely won't pay, and the French have magic that allows their cultivated land to rob the vitality of nearby lands. If they farm here, within a few years, your neighboring lands will be barren of harvests." The light brown-skinned Berber chief frowned and said, "Are you telling the truth?" "It's absolutely true," Hollis said. "For the future of your tribe, you must do everything you can to drive away the French who came to settle. I know that this may cause you trouble, but there is a kind-hearted pasha who is willing to provide you with 200 rials to make up for the losses caused by the conflict with the French. But I heard that Bey has ordered cooperation with the French. Don't worry, Bey's guards have been defeated. There is no need to be afraid of them. Not long after, the British consul left the Berber tribe and headed to the next city to continue his mission of stirring up shit. Tunisian City Point Joan, the French consul in Tunisia, straightened his hat and walked into the Al-Kahi Palace Point. As soon as the current Haji saw him, he greeted him happily. "Mr. Joan, your prediction has come true. The Yunus rebels were completely defeated a few days ago, and Coca has led his army to chase more than 100 remaining enemies, entering the desert to the south. Congratulations, Bey." Joan was not surprised at all. After interrupting Yunus ammunition and financial supplies, the rebels' disadvantages in numbers and terrain were fully demonstrated, and they were killed by Coca in less than a month. On the side, Hafsa was asking the maid to bring out the fruit drinks with a happy look on her face. She had officially married Haji a few days ago, and the two finally got married. After Haji finished telling the good news, he began to ask Cairo some questions about taxes and the appointment and dismissal of officials. His personal abilities are mediocre, and he has no political foundation. He only has about 30 servants. At present, he relies entirely on the French army to help him support his situation. Even the palace confinement is in charge of the Paris Police Academy students. So if there was any big or small matter, he would discuss it with Cairo. It wasn't until sunset that Cairo came out of the Kahil Palace and immediately saw Amidi, the immigration officer who had just taken office, walking towards him with an anxious expression. "What's the matter with you, Ameti?" Simply raised his hat and said urgently, "Baron Joan, a newly built workshop southeast of Bizet was burned down, and 3 people died." Joan suddenly frowned. There have been dozens of attacks on French people in Tunisia recently. These are still relatively serious situations, and there may be more sporadic attacks that are not recorded in statistics. Find out who did it. Not yet. You know, we are seriously short of manpower. By the way, I heard rumors that the Praetorian guards from various places are preparing to retaliate against us. As they talked, the two walked towards the residence across the street. As soon as they arrived at the door, Amida's assistant hurriedly thrust a letter into his hand, forgetting to even salute. "Sir, it seems to be a caravan. There was a plunder in a Susa, and 7 Frenchmen and 3 Sardinians were killed." Cairo and's expression suddenly became solemn. "It seems that we must report it to the country." Paris in the corridor of the Palace of Versailles, Joseph listened with a sullen face as Joan introduced the situation in Tunisia. Because the situation was somewhat out of control, the latter had rushed back to Paris yesterday. The Tunisian guards threatened to attack all French people. Joseph frowned and looked at Joan. "Have they started to gather troops?" "That's not true." "Who is calling the person there? Doesn't seem to be a clear leader." "Oh." Joseph was a little surprised. Why did the Tunisian guards act in such a concerted manner without anyone summoning them? "I heard you just said that there are frequent attacks almost everywhere in Tunisia," Joan said with a grimace. "Your Highness, not only the guards, but also the Berber tribes seemed to attack the French farmers who went to farm, didn't the new Bey issue a decree prohibiting attacks on the French?" Your Highness. In fact, his decree is only valid in the city of Tunisia. That's because Lieutenant Colonel Berthier's regiment is in charge. This situation is a bit troublesome. Joseph shook his head secretly. Why did it sound like he was about to fall into a full-scale security war? No, his thoughts were racing. If Tunisia's rulers had no charisma at all, and the country was far from national awakening, it would be impossible to spontaneously fight against foreign forces from this point of view. There is a high probability that someone is secretly instigating it. Who is the one? Some influential Tunisian Janissary officer? Ottoman people? British? Algiers? He rubbed his forehead. No matter who it was, they had to try to stabilize the situation in Tunisia first. He asked Joan some more detailed questions about Tunisia, and the two of them had already walked to the golden door of the conference hall. The guards on both sides hurriedly opened the door for him, and then stood on both sides with their heads bowed. In the conference hall, Several cabinet ministers had obviously learned about the events in North Africa and were discussing. In low voices not long after, Queen Mary also came. After everyone stood up and saluted, the cabinet meeting focusing on Tunisia issues officially began. Point first, Mirabeau, who was in charge of Tunisian immigration matters, stood up and spoke. Obviously, the news about Tunisia has spread in the country. In the past week, almost no one applied to go to Tunisia, and some even arrived in Marseille and were waiting to board the ship. People are also starting to return to their hometowns. Chapter 211 The Crown Prince's Personal Conquest. Queen Mary flipped through the document in front of her that Joan submitted about the situation in Tunisia. In fact, she had read it several times yesterday. She frowned and said, "Attack, or attack, who did this? Cairo," and stood at the end of the conference table and said carefully, "It's not clear yet, Your Majesty. However, the attack seems to be related to the Tunisian Guards." Queen Mary asked some more about the specific situation in Tunisia, and then looked at the sitting ministers. "What do you think about this matter?" The Duke of Orleans glanced at the empty seat of Foreign Minister Viljoen. The latter was sent to Northern Europe by Brian, and was concerned about the war between Sweden and Russia, and suddenly felt empty in his heart. Less than a year ago, his forces still occupied nearly half of the seats in cabinet meetings, but now he is left alone. He coughed dryly and nodded to the Queen. "Your Majesty, in fact, this situation often occurs in the colonies of various countries. For example, Congo, South Africa, and Peru will have riots every now and then. The Americans even completely drove the British out of the 13 states. Yes, the United States. You see, the British fought there for 7 or 8 years, killed more than 30,000 soldiers, spent hundreds of millions of livres, and still suffered defeat in the end. So, I think we should try to avoid a similar situation to the British in Tunisia." He had met secretly with British ambassador to France hardly a week ago. The latter asked him to help influence French policy and thereby withdraw from Tunisia. His reward was a large amount of political benefits, including letting Viljoen preside over the signing of an agreement with Britain. That seemed to be beneficial to France, helping him gain political prestige. Now, Viljoen was the Duke of Orleans' only ally in the cabinet. It was of great significance to keep him, so the Duke of Orleans immediately agreed. "I also think we shouldn't invest too much energy in Tunisia." Mono raised his chubby arms and said, "There are pagans there, and our financial situation does not allow us to waste money in North Africa. Usually, immigration-related matters are in charge of him as the interior minister, but this time Brian, at Joseph's instruction, handed over the Tunisian immigration affairs to Mirabeau. Mono saw a piece of fat meat involving tens of millions of livres slipping away from his hands. He was very dissatisfied and began to work hard to stir up the matter. When Brian heard the words financial situation, he suddenly agreed. However, the matter in North Africa was promoted by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so he restrained himself and did not express his position. Joseph frowned upon hearing this. Tunisia is the fulcrum of his North Africa strategy. It has just begun to take shape. How can he give up so easily? Not to mention that he is still waiting to use Tunisia's fertile land to alleviate next year's famine. The more than 1 million UN in immigration funds that have been invested in the early stage cannot just sit back and watch so much money go to waste. He was about to say something when the Minister of War stood up, raised his fist and said loudly, "If a small group of thugs scare us out of the newly acquired colony, I bet that France will become the laughing stock of Europe tomorrow. In fact, just sending out a decent legion can let the natives of North Africa know that we are its awesome." The military naturally hopes to use troops on a large scale against Tunisia. In this way, the royal family will seek help from the military, and it also means that a large amount of war funds will pass through his hands. This is an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. The Lord Admiralty and Mirabeau immediately agreed. One of them is also eyeing military spending, while the other hopes to use Tunisia's market and resources to support industrial development. For a time, the two sides who supported and opposed started a war of words. Queen Mary blinked her big blue eyes and looked back and forth at the ministers on both sides. She soon discovered that there seemed to be more ministers opposed to withdrawing from Tunisia. So, she raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said in a majestic voice, "I have decided." She signaled to the Minister of War, Marquis Saint Priest, please submit a plan to increase troops in Tunisia to me as soon as possible, as you command, your majesty. Walking out of the conference hall, Joseph still frowned. Although the cabinet has made the decision not to abandon Tunisia, it is obviously heading in the direction of falling into a security war. This is completely different from his pre-planned, not to mention that a large-scale security war will consume a huge amount of money. It is likely that the Tunisians will not be completely conquered in a year or two, and may even plant hatred in the hearts of the Tunisians. French seeds, this will turn into endless trouble later on. Joseph shook his head. He had not yet thought of an effective solution, so he returned to his study and placed a large amount of North African information brought back by Joan on the table, ranging from the political and military structure there, to customs and habits, to religious culture. Wait, study it carefully page by page. After an unknown amount of time, Emin came in quietly for the 10th time and helped him cut the wicks of the candles one by one. Joseph opened a document about Tunisia's population structure and saw a description of its guards. As the highest class in Tunisia, the guards have always practiced internal intermarriage and are a closed group. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly found information about Tunisian religious forces. Suddenly his eyes lit up. This is it. For the sake of safety, he motioned to Emin on the side. Please bring Baron Joan. Ah, your highness. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. So late. Oh, then tomorrow morning. 2 days later the interim cabinet meeting was held again. The Marquis of Saint Priest proudly presented a thick stack of plans to increase troops in Tunisia to Queen Mary. Seeing the Queen flipping through the military plan blankly, he hurriedly coughed and told her the main content. Your Majesty, we plan to have General Kellerman lead 25,000 soldiers to Tunisia, plus the original 3,000 soldiers there, and divide the troops to control here, here, and here, he said, pointing to the map of Tunisia on the table. Then use a mobile force to clear out all the big towns one by one. After briefly introducing the combat deployment, the Marquis of Saint Priest added, according to estimates, the initial funding for the entire military operation will be approximately 10 million livres. Additional funds will be added later, based on the war situation. Furthermore, in order to facilitate unified command, it is necessary to merge the Berthier Corps under General Kellerman. You want so much money? Queen Mary looked at him in shock. The Duke of Orleans duly interjected, if the war cannot be ended quickly, it would not be surprising to throw in tens of millions of livres. I still think that giving up Tunisia is the most correct choice. What are you talking about? The Minister of War looked very dissatisfied. We will win within a few months. That's impossible to say. Joseph stood up suddenly, interrupted the two of them and said, I don't agree with giving up Tunisia either. Marquis Saint Priest immediately cast a look of approval. Praise for your courage and wisdom, your highness the crown prince. Joseph just glanced at him lightly and said in his heart, I praise your size. How dare you attack my guards corps? I'll settle the score with you later. He continued loudly, however, I think there is no need to rush to increase the number of troops. We can first try to persuade the Tunisians who are making trouble. Persuade, except for Joan and Mirabeau, who were already informed. Everyone else in the hall cast strange looks. That's right. Joseph nodded seriously. There are always reasonable people in Tunisia, and it only takes a few 100,000 livres to convince them. Joan and Mirabeau immediately agreed in accordance with Joseph's prior instructions. Brian was frightened by the 10 million military expenditure and immediately expressed his support for the persuasion method. The Duke of Orleans uncharacteristically sided with the crown prince. What kind of persuasion? Ridiculous. It is simply the imagination of a child with no political experience. But as long as he didn't send troops, he could explain it to the British ambassador. Queen Mary did not expect that her son's method would receive so much support, so she nodded and said, perhaps you can try to convince them first. If that doesn't work, then implement the plan of the Marquis of Saint Priest. Joseph smiled and bowed to her. I won't let you down. That afternoon, Joseph told Joan about the deployment in North Africa in his study. The Tunisian guards are the only breakthrough. They have always intermarried among themselves, refused to integrate into the local Tunisians, and tried their best to oppress the locals. This resulted in them not having any friends there. He suddenly changed the subject. Do you know what politics is? Huh? Politics, Joseph gave the answer directly. Politics is about killing more of your own people and less of your enemies. And the Tunisian guards made exactly that mistake. They made themselves into a minority. At the same time, they own the vast majority of Tunisia's wealth, and they no longer have the overwhelming military advantage they had more than 100 years ago. So, now we just need someone to guide the Tunisians, and the guards can easily become sacrifice. Cairo and nodded thoughtfully. Your Highness, what should we do? We have to start from both the identity and church aspects. Joseph explained his plan in detail, but found that Kyoan was a little confused and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. It seems that it is difficult for the Mr. Consul to ensure the perfect implementation of the plan. Tunisia is too important to lose. Joseph sighed. It would be safer to go there himself. Petted Tryon and Queen Mary shook her head so much that she almost shook off her swan-shaped hair. Honey, how can you go to North Africa? It's too dangerous. It is said that there are lions everywhere there. No, this is absolutely not possible. Joseph gestured towards the door. Ixod and the others will ensure my safety. There are not only lions, but also poisonous snakes and scorpions. Joseph had no choice but to use the trick he learned from Clementine, stepped forward and took the queen's arm, shook it slowly and evenly, and whispered, "Please, I will pay attention to safety. Or, I will bring more soldiers. There are cannibals there." Joseph hugged the queen tightly, buried his head on his mother's chest, and continued to plead. "Okay, I'll stay on the boat. Is that okay? If you still don't agree, I won't come to you again." Queen Mary thought for a while. There were no deadly storms in the Mediterranean, so this seemed acceptable. She finally relaxed. "Take all your entourage, eat on time, and write me a letter in at least 3 days. Okay, it's all up to you." Joseph kissed Queen Mary on the cheek. "Thank you, dear mother. I love you most. I love you the most too, my little sweetheart." The queen smiled and scratched the bridge of her son's nose. "Then I will discuss with the Marquis of Saint Priest to see which legion to escort you." "Oh, don't bother him. I have already made an agreement with Duchess Villa, and her husband will personally bring 3,000 Milan troops with me." Queen Mary hurriedly said, 3,000 people are a bit small. I will allocate you 500 more Swiss guards. The Swiss Guard is Louis XVI's personal guard, the most loyal Swiss mercenary group. More than 10 days later, northern Mediterranean Sea, Court d'Azur, the majestic 4th level battleship Forward S sails fluttered, pushing away the sea water and sailing straight south. In its officer's cabin, Perna was lying weakly on the bed. Her limbs were limp, her eyes were half closed, her nose was twitching, and her forehead was dripping with sweat, as if she had just done some heavy physical work. Joseph put the ice towel on her head, sighed and said, "Did you never know you were so seasick?" This is my first time taking a boat." The girl's elven green eyes were full of apologies, and she said weakly, "I'm really sorry, Your Highness. I wanted to take care of you along the way, but in the end, you turned against me. Come and take care of me." "It's okay, you don't have to be so polite." Joseph waited for her to fall asleep, then returned to the officers' conference room on the ship, and said to several historians who were looking up information at their desks, "Thank you for your hard work. Is there any progress?" The scholars quickly stood up and saluted, and the leader said, "Your Highness, Tunisia is mainly composed of Arabs and Berbers who came from Egypt back then, and they have to talk about their connection with France. It seems that only 200 years ago the Holy Roman Emperor Carlos I conquered this place." Joseph nodded. "Please go on." This is the task he assigned to historians, to prove that Tunisians and French people share the same origin. If you want to get a lot of people of your own, of course it would be best if everyone is related. The scholar wiped his sweat and his voice became much lower. "And France was also separated from the Holy Roman Empire that year. Of course, this Shinra, which separated virtue, law, and intention, was not the same thing as the later Shinra. The current HRE can only be regarded as forcibly clinging to it. It is neither holy, nor Roman, nor imperial. The scholar feels like he has exhausted his lifetime of far-fetched reasoning. So, for calculations, the French and Tunisians can be regarded as subjects of Rome. Very good. This is it. Joseph praised. Please find more historical evidence, and give it to the writers to write it down. The historian's eyelids twitched and he cried, Your Highness, how can there be any evidence for this? You don't need to be too strict about this kind of thing. Joseph winked at him. Sometimes you can also ask Mr. Writer to help you formulate evidence. This follows your wishes, Your Highness. When the Forward sailed to the waters of Cape Bon, a copy of Analysis of the Origin of Tunisia was already on Joseph's desk. Chapter 212 Wiring, Casting the Net. Ottoman. Constantini. Said looked lonely and walked between the guards on both sides, who were bowing their heads in salute. Then he looked back at the Topkapi Palace behind him, and his heart became more and more desolate. Just now, Sudan appointed him as a special envoy to inspect Tunisia. A few years ago, this would have been a lucrative job that would have made countless people jealous. Usually, marginal provinces like Tunisia would entertain the Sultan's envoy well and give him a lot of travel expenses when he left. However, this mission is destined to have no such benefits. The imperial war effort in Ochakov was very tight. The Russian Potemkin led a large army to press the border and may capture this important fortress on the north coast of the Black Sea at any time. Coupled with the previous disastrous defeat in the naval battle of Fidonaci Island, the empire is now facing an extremely dangerous situation, with all aspects such as finance and military being overwhelmed. At this juncture, a coup occurred in Tunisia. Ahmad Ali, the pasha appointed by the empire, was killed, and his nephew Haji declared his succession, but did not follow the customary request to the empire for the canonization of a pasha. This compromised the majesty of the empire. It was against this background that the Sultan selected him to go to Tunisia. Said side. He didn't even have funds for this mission, and he had to pay for it himself. And according to the empire's practice, if he failed to make the Haji apologize to the Sultan and ask for pasha, then he would probably be executed for low ability and insult to the dignity of the empire. He got on the sedan with the help of his servant and silently calculated his wealth in his mind. He could probably spend 30,000 sultanas, but he didn't know if this little benefit could convince the Haji. How ironic that the Sultan's envoy actually wanted to bribe the pasha of the border province. USA. Philadelphia. On the street outside the Independence Hall, 2,000 to 3,000 citizens were shouting slogans excitedly and waving vigorously towards the Parliament Hall. Hamilton stood in front of the window on the second floor, looking at the situation outside with satisfaction, sighing in his heart that the more than $200,000 spent before was so worth it. News came back from the Mediterranean yesterday that the US fleet, with the help of France and the Netherlands, wiped out the Barbary pirates in Tunisia. The security of the Mediterranean waterways will be greatly improved in the future. As a congressman who advocated special allocations to combat pirates, he gained a lot of political prestige. Madison, who was also a member of the Federalist Party, came over, gestured out the window, and said with a famous smile, Mr. Hamilton, you are now legendary hero in Philadelphia. Well, pirate judge, let's hear the nickname everyone gave you. He lowered his voice and said, looking at this momentum, you may not be able to compete for the throne of the president. Ha, you are joking. My reputation is far from enough. Hamilton smiled and waved his hand. But the title of pirate judge touched his heart. News returned from the Navy said that the French had captured thousands of pirates and said they could sell them to the United States for $2,000 each. This money is enough to buy 5 strong male black slaves. But at that time, the fleet commander thought it was expensive and didn't buy it. Hamilton shook his head secretly. This idiot should definitely buy hundreds of pirates back, put them on trial in public, and then hang them in public. In this way, his name as pirate judge will be more worthy of his name. Those fanatical and proud people outside may really allow themselves to embrace surprises in next year's presidential election. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Madison. I will be submitting a grant application to buy the Barbary pirates in Parliament and ask for your support. Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Sir Joseph York, the British ambassador to the Netherlands, walked quickly out of the Parliament building with a sullen face point at the just concluded provincial congress. The Dutch did not condemn French actions in North Africa, as the British had hoped. Not only that, they also issued a statement saying that free trade in the Mediterranean has been better protected in recent times, with the contribution of the Dutch. York cursed in a low voice. Everyone knew that the small Dutch ship was attacking the French. This was clearly supporting France. Although the Dutch were frightened by the British, they were extremely dissatisfied with the British bossy. Therefore, if you can see such small things to disgust Britain, you are very happy to do it. York suddenly remembered the gossip he heard 2 days ago. The Dutch East and West India companies would merge and accept French investment to form the United East India Company. This matter must be verified as soon as possible. If it is true, every effort must be made to prevent the Netherlands from continuing to fall to France. The lowlands were the strategic beachhead of the British Empire, and there was absolutely no room for failure. On the forward, Joseph looked at the analysis of the origin of Tunisia with a smile on his face. Mr. St. Pierre's writing style is absolutely outstanding. He skillfully connects historical data with various legends and even myths, and the story is very vivid. No, it should record the colorful history of Tunisia. He gave the manuscript to Ishak, the North Africa expert, and asked him to review it. If there was no problem, he would translate it into Arabic and Berber as soon as possible, and then print it in large quantities to improve efficiency. He even brought a printing press and printing craftsmen on board. Another day later, the fleet arrived at the port of Tunisia. Berthier and a group of officers had already come to the dock to greet him. However, few soldiers were here as Joseph asked them not to reveal their identity. After the landing boat moored and stopped, Berthier and others saw an exaggeratedly long gangplank protruding from the ship, and then His Royal Highness the Crown Prince appeared in their field of vision. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Joseph walked straight onto the carriage that was unloaded from the ship along the 30-meter long springboard. Berthier looked at the strange carriage with a sealed bottom and pointed ends. He pulled Quesoldin out and asked, "Your Highness, this is the..." Latter spread his hands helplessly and whispered, "His Royal Highness promised Her Majesty the Queen that she would stay on the ship. So, it's a ship. A ship on a carriage." Berthier. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived outside Tunisia. Joseph immediately saw a large number of tents, as many as 1,000, set up in the open space beside the road in the distance. Judging from the flags around the camp and the costumes of the patrolling soldiers, they should be the Tunisian guards. What's wrong? Berthier, who was sitting opposite the ship, hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, this is the guards led by Coca, with more than 12,000 people. After the war with Yanis was over, they returned to Tunisia. I was worried that they would cause trouble, so I let them stationed outside the city." Naturally, Coca heard about the fact that the French army had broken through the 7,000-man Praetorian Guards defense line in just an hour. Although the latter was improvised, he still did not dare to clash with the French army easily, so he stayed outside the city honestly. Berthier continued, "However, these Tunisian soldiers are used to being pampered and clamoring to return to their homes in the city all day long. Oh, they usually only train once every 3 days and do not stay in the military camp at other times." Joseph immediately thought of something and asked, "Are the most effective troops of the Tunisian guards basically here?" "Yes, Your Highness." Joseph smiled slightly. "Then let them go to the city and go home." Berthier said hurriedly, "Your Highness, Mr. Prosper and his men mingled with the French caravan last week, successfully repelled an attack on the caravan, and captured several bandits. It turned out these were Tunisian janissaries from north of Kafou. A lot of evidence shows that the previous attack on the French should have been carried out by the Tunisian guards. If the tens of thousands of guards here are allowed to enter Tunisia city, they will probably. It doesn't matter." Joseph said, "In order to prevent the assassination of Bey from happening again, they must store their weapons in the armory before entering the city. Also, increasing the number of Berber police and strengthening patrols should not be a problem." Berthier nodded hesitantly, "Yes, Your Highness." Early the next morning, Joan took 2 people, one tall and one short, to Joseph's temporary residence in the south of Tunisia. The taller middle-aged man has a typical Arab face, but his clothes are very European style. The short and fat one looked French, but he was wearing a turban and an open robe. The three of them entered the door under the leadership of Amassing, and saw at a glance that the floor of the house was paved with wooden planks to create the shape of a ship. Kyoan was already used to it, and stepped forward to caress her chest and salute. "Sir, here come Mr. Agathon and Mr. Moore," he then said to the two people beside him. "This is Mr. Joseph." The two parties greeted each other. Joseph invited the two of them to sit down on the carpet in accordance with local customs. He ordered the servants to bring drinks and snacks. After a few brief greetings, he went straight to the topic. "I hope to use your channels to help me transport some special things to various parts of Tunisia." Agathon is the French clothing merchant who helped the police intelligence bureau enter the Cahill Palace. He is also one of the top executives of the French Tunisian Chamber of Commerce and has a large number of contacts and resources in Tunisia. The Mr. Moore next to him is his local partner, a native Arab. Agathon only heard from Kyoan that the young man in front of him had a distinguished status and had extremely high authority over matters in Tunisia. So he asked very politely, "I wonder what you want me to transport." "Weapons. Ammunition," Joseph said without hesitation, "and some silver coins." Agathon and Moore looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became tense. "My lord, you know that there is chaos all over Tunisia recently. If these things are hijacked, I will send people to protect you. Although the number of people will not be too many, as long as it is not a large-scale guard force, it will be enough to cope with it. Oh, you can rest assured that the reward will definitely satisfy you." Seeing that the other party was still hesitant, Joseph came up with a bigger temptation. "By the way, this matter is of concern to the royal family. If you handle it well, I can guarantee that you will have your own place in Paris's upper-class society." Agadangs. I suddenly lit up. No matter how much money these French businessmen working hard in the barbaric land make, the Parisian aristocrats will only call them nouveau riche with contempt. And their biggest dream is to become a real French upper class. Who wants to spend their whole life in a ghost place like North Africa? He immediately nodded vigorously. "Please rest assured, no matter how many weapons, I mean goods, I guarantee that they will be delivered to where you want on time. Can you avoid the interrogation of the Imperial Guards? This is the most basic thing, sir. I know very well how to bribe those greedy guys, and I can mobilize the power of the Chamber of Commerce. Even if I'm investigated, I can get it back by spending some money." "Very well, Mr. Agathon. Please allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of His Majesty the King." A suburb of Tunisia. In a typical Arab-style two-story building, several well-dressed people were circulating two pamphlets with excited expressions. The title on the cover of the book is clearly "Analysis of the Origin of Tunisia." A middle-aged man with a beard pointed at a certain page and said excitedly, "Jola de Salibi is so right. We are descendants of Rome, with a glorious history and noble bloodline." Salibi is an honorific title given to a very famous scholar. The Hilada he was talking about was a very influential scholar in Tunisia. Another person immediately answered, "These historical evidences show that we have the same origin as France, Spain and other countries, and it is entirely possible for us to integrate into advanced European civilization." You see, Salibi mentioned that many people in France think that we are their long-lost compatriots. The bearded man turned 2 pages and said in a deep voice, "They are all damned Ottomans who cut off our connection with our homeland of Rome. They made Tunisia dilapidated and in decline." Joseph really didn't expect that there would be so many skills in Tunisia. But it's no wonder that there are many French people doing business in Tunisia. They show enviable fashion, wealth, confidence, and the strength of France itself in front of the locals. In an era when national awareness is extremely weak, it is easy for Tunisians to become obsessed with their skills. Joseph originally planned to try his best to find a common ancestor for France and Tunisia. As for how many Tunisians believed it, he didn't have much hope at all. Even if you can influence 10% of people, you can always make your plan go more smoothly. However, his historical evidence of same origin has been favored by many Tunisians, especially the intellectual class. No one cared whether the evidence in the article was reliable, but immediately accepted the conclusion. Note 1. Just like if an American scholar in later generations demonstrates that Filipinos and themselves share the same origin, the latter will also readily agree. Note 1. North Africa at this time was mainly composed of Berbers, Arabs, and Ottomans. The latter two were standard white people, and their appearance was not very different from Europeans. Even the Berbers only have slightly brown skin, and they have been mixed with Caucasians for a long time. It looks like Caucasians have been exposed to too much sun. Chapter 213. Gun in hand, follow me. When the scholars' gathering came to an end, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man with deep eyes and a bookish air walked in under the leadership of a servant. Everyone turned around to look, and immediately let out excited and surprised shouts. Schiller de Salibi. Why are you here, Salibi? We are reading your masterpiece. You wrote so well. There are some parts that we don't quite understand. Please help us interpret it, please. Sit here quickly. The scholar named Hilda socialized a little tiredly, sat down on the carpet, smiled and talked to several people in the room about the relationship between Tunisia and Rome. This is the third scene he has attended today. For him, this was supposed to be a business. He took a fee and published analysis of the origins of Tunisia in his own name. The fee is quite high, as much as 1,000 rials. You must know that this book did not have any religious approval, and it severely criticized the imperial guards. He took a great risk. However, after repeatedly studying the pamphlet, he became more and more aware of its contents, and began to actively promote it throughout Tunisia. There is no doubt that we originated from the powerful Eastern Roman Empire. Giralda soon became the core of the discussion, and according to the point of view in the pamphlet, now there is a gap between us and civilization and prosperity. Those Ottomans, they killed our ancestors and brutally oppressed us descendants of Rome for more than 100 years. The Ottomans he was talking about were the Tunisian Janissaries. In fact, as for the hatred towards the imperial guards, everyone in the room was already nodding their heads without him inciting them. More than 100 years ago, when the Ottoman guards invaded Tunisia, they were naturally accompanied by a lot of looting and killing. Someone asked cautiously, but, Salibi, our fellow Romans are the French. They believe in Christianity. If they force us to convert, don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen. Schiller said confidently. To tell you the truth, I have been in contact with high-level officials in France. They are very nice people, very civilized and tolerant. They want to help us achieve autonomy. Promise not to force us to make any changes. This is really great. While the Jingfa were discussing excitedly, Joseph was riding his ship-shaped carriage to the north of Susa. In the carriage, Kairouan, the consul in Tunisia, reported to him the status of the identity recognition propaganda, and reminded him with some concern, Your Highness, we have been busy for so long, but it seems that no Tunisian dares to resist the guards. I mean, there are still frequent attacks on the French by the guards everywhere. You see, can we send troops first to intimidate them? According to the Crown Prince's plan, the first thing is to make the Tunisian natives feel that they are supported by their compatriots in Rome, and then let them recall their hatred for the Praetorian Guard class, and then rise up to rebel against the Praetorian Guard. Joseph shook his head and said, we must not fall into a security war, which will drag us down. The guards have ruled Tunisia for so long, and it is not surprising that ordinary people will be afraid of them. Therefore, we need to give them some incentives, excitation. People may not challenge the strong for revenge, but they will take risks for gold coins. Joseph smiled and looked at the mosque in the distance. This is the purpose of my search for Elder Alay. Elder Alay is a very influential leader in Tunisia's religious circles, and has many believers who serve him. Most importantly, he was not Ottoman, but of indigenous Tunisian origin. An hour and a half later, in a villa outside the mosque, Joseph said earnestly, this is also of great benefit to you and your faction. Now that the religious world is controlled by the Ottomans, drive them away, and you will definitely become the supreme leader of Tunisia's religious world. The kind-looking old man still hesitated to refuse, and after politely saying goodbye, he led his entourage back to the tall mosque. Although he was somewhat interested in calling on the Tunisian natives to drive away the Ottomans, he still felt that the risk was too great and did not agree to the young French bigshot's suggestion. Kyoan looked at Ali's leaving figure and whispered, "Your Highness, do you want to threaten him?" Joseph immediately shook his head. "No need. Let's try again tomorrow." Although Kyoan felt that, judging from the old man's attitude, no matter how many times he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. But since His Highness the Crown Prince had said so, he would not say anything more. The next day, Joseph brought a few more people and met with Elder Ale again. The topic was still the same as yesterday, calling on believers to launch an attack on the Tunisian guards. In the process, all wealth recaptured from the Praetorian Guards, except the land, belonged to the raiders. As the ruler of Tunisia, the guards hold a huge part of Tunisia's wealth. Just copying a high-ranking official of the Imperial Guard would be enough to feed several large Berber tribes for several years. Driven by such huge interests, and with the call of religious leaders, it is strange that the Tunisian natives could not risk their lives with the guards. Of course, although most of today's Tunisian guards are fat and have low combat effectiveness, they still control the vast majority of Tunisia's weapons. If the indigenous people want to challenge them, they can only ask their compatriots in Rome for weapons and funds, thus creating a closer bond of emotions and interests. This was Joseph's sacrifice plan. However, the cautious Elder Ale once again rejected his suggestion and politely hinted to the young bigshot not to come again. As a Berber, he was able to survive in Tunisia's religious world controlled by the Ottomans because of his caution of not making a fuss or taking risks. Kyoan watched the old man leave and looked at the Crown Prince in frustration. He was about to ask what to do next, but saw His Highness turning to ask the two guards behind him, "How's it going? Are you sure?" The two men nodded briefly, then immediately returned to the carriage, took out charcoal pencils and drawing folders, and began sketching. More than 10 minutes later, Kyoan saw the lifelike appearance of Elder Ale on their drawing paper. "Your Highness, what do you want?" He looked at the Crown Prince beside him in surprise. "Since Elder Ale doesn't agree, let's help him agree." Joseph smiled slyly at him and then ordered the convoy to go to a house that had been prepared a few streets away. The two painters entered the room, immediately got into position, picked up a full set of oil painting tools, and continued their painting. Joseph looked at the two busy figures and couldn't help but sigh. "Her Majesty the Queen asked me to bring all the exclusive painters. She is really good at predicting things, eh?" Few days later, an oil painting of Elder Ale solemnly waving his hands and calling on believers to expel the Janissary bandits went viral across Tunisia. There is also an oval frame with sharp angles at the top of the oil painting, which reads, "Drive away the Ottomans, and the wealth taken back from them, except the land, will belong to the warriors who obey the call." The tip of the sharp angle points to Ale's mouth, making it clear at a glance that these are his words. There are a large number of oil paintings circulating in every province, and there are tens of thousands of copies of the Elder of Ale printed on stone tablets with monotonous colors. Less than 10 days later, the entire Tunisia knew about Ale's declaration of war on the Ottomans. For this method, Joseph got inspiration from the Last Supper. Since the French, who are much more educated than Tunisians, firmly believe that what is in the oil paintings is the truth, then the Tunisians should be even more convinced. Fortunately, starting from the 18th century, the entire Ottoman and North African religious circles no longer rejected portraits due to European influence, which allowed his plan to be implemented smoothly. As for the Ale Presbyterian Church's denial, not to mention that the area around his home is currently under martial law, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see him. Even if he can spread the news, will people believe more in a oral message or in an oil painting that looks like a real person standing in front of them? The results speak for themselves. Unless Mr. Ale can teleport to Tunisia and declare in public that that oil painting is not real, then this declaration of war will be considered solid. Soon, the whole of Tunisia began to become restless under the call of religious leaders south of Bizet and Illusia. More than a dozen members of the Sword of Vengeance organization in their 40s or 50s were gathered in a dark cabin. There is an oil painting of Elder Ale on the wall on the north side, and there is a circle of religious utensils around it. They are a Berber organization that rebelled against the Janissaries and have a history of hundreds of years. It's just that after a long period of time, they have no hope of driving away the Ottomans. Young people are simply unwilling to join, and the organization is about to collapse. At this time, the religious leaders' call to declare war came. This oil painting helped them recruit more than 60 members in 3 days, all of whom were in their 20s and 30s. This made them absolutely delighted. Zemel, the leader of the Sword of Vengeance, led the top management of the organization to finish praying, and immediately looked at the nearest bearded man. What did the Fouras tribe say? Head. Hassani agreed to join us in attacking the Janissaries in the town. They will account for 60% of the harvest. Zemel nodded. The Fouras tribe has a large number of people and can dispatch at least more than 400 warriors, but there are only about 150 on our side, so it is acceptable for the other party to take the big head. Oh, no, the Sword of Vengeance is for revenge against the evil Praetorian guards, not just for the gold coins. The bearded man continued. It's just that the Hassani chief said that they only have a small number of scimitars, and the others are machetes. They are worried that they will not be able to defeat the Imperial Guards. The machete he was talking about was a farm tool used for slaughtering livestock and chopping bushes. Although there are only about 200 Praetorian Guards in Andalusian towns, they have dozens of muskets. If this really comes to a fight, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Zemel couldn't help but frown. The Sword of Vengeance has been assassinating and kidnapping the guards all year round, but it only has less than 12 muskets in its hands, all of which are old-fashioned matchlocks, and is unable to provide assistance to its allies. Another senior member of the organization clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What are you afraid of? I can lead the warriors and drown those evil enemies with blood. Zemel shook his head decisively and listened to the bearded man on the side. I heard that there is a gentleman from Tunisia who is willing to help the soldiers driving out the Ottomans. He leaned forward and said in a lower voice, it is said that he has a lot of muskets and even cannons. Maybe we can go and meet him. Everyone in the room suddenly brightened up. Port of Visit. Zemel looked at the unprepossessing building across the street from a distance and ordered his men to repeatedly confirm that there were no ambush around him, and then he carefully led the people inside. This is the residence of the master who can provide them with weapons. It was the news he got from a French businessman. They were met by Ishak, a police intelligence agent under the pseudonym Zaganus. In less than an hour, Zemel came out of the old house happily. Just now, Mr. Zaganus just asked them to agree to accept the Roman origin statement. He had seen the pamphlet before and had no objection to recognizing the identity of Roman descendants, and then Mr. Zaganus promised that he would give him a full 100 flintlock guns, and these things will be transported directly to Andalusian for him. He just felt dizzy and pinched his arm 3 times to make sure he wasn't dreaming. With this batch of weapons, he is confident that he will sweep away the Imperial Guards in the town. Then they ransacked all the nearby Ottoman mansions one by one. After Ishak waited for Zemel and others to leave, he immediately ordered his men to go to Andalusian to confirm the authenticity of these people's identities. The Sword of Vengeance is a well-known anti-January Guard organization in Tunisia, so Ishak specially allocated some more weapons to them, hoping that they can live up to their heavy expectations. Of course, the guns were captured from pirates and guardsmen before, and there were thousands of them, so they were given without any worries. On the other side, Zemel returned to the stronghold and soon connected with Mr. Zaganus's people, and 5 days later unloaded the batch of muskets from the cars of a group of olive merchants. However, what he did not expect was that although the Fouras tribe had obtained weapons, they suddenly retreated from the battle and said that they needed to prepare for a while before attacking the guards. Similar situations unfold across Tunisia. The natives were eyeing the Imperial Guards, and a large number of weapons were distributed to them through Agathon and the Chamber of Commerce. But because everyone was deeply afraid of the Imperial Guards, no one dared to take action. Tunisia City. Joseph frowned as he listened to Isaac's report and couldn't help but think of the plot. Let the bullets fly. Zhang Mazi raised his arms and shouted, gun in hand, follow me. But the people of Goose City only dared to huddle at home and peek their heads. Even with a gun, he did not dare to touch Huang Silam's watchtower. He really didn't expect the natives of Tunisia to be so cowardly. He stood up irritably and walked around the room several times. He even spoke to the religious leaders, but why couldn't he still inspire them with courage? Do they really need their master to show up before they dare? Etc. Joseph was suddenly startled when he thought of this. Yes, that's it. Chapter 214. Another day. The decision was made. Joseph immediately asked Eamon to summon all the Crown Prince's exclusive entourage. Not long after, looking at the painters, engravers, pharmacists, acrobats and other entourage standing in 2 rows in front of him, Joseph sighed again. It was so wise of my mother to let him bring them to Tunisia. Without these people, it would be really difficult to implement my plan, even if Tunisia could find such masters. Confidentiality would be a problem. As for how to operate it, he didn't bother to think about it. The predecessors have already had mature plans, so just copy them. He first briefly gave instructions to the pharmacist and ventriloquist, then asked the police intelligence department and the French businessman Argaton to cooperate with them, and then turned to the exclusive engraver with the most important task this time. Mr. Bridget, the traditional Islamic festival Ashura is about 10 days away. Joseph said to the sculptor, I need you to help me make a stone sculpture before then. Oh, considering the shipping time, you should only have 8 days. Bridget leaned over and asked with an attentive look, Your Highness, I wonder what kind of artwork you need. A stone man in common Arab attire. Joseph pointed to the roof. It should be at least this high. Of course, the higher the better. Bridget was stunned. This luxurious hall was nearly 4 meters high. He immediately showed an embarrassed look. Your Highness, with all due respect, it would be difficult to complete such a large stone sculpture in 8 days. It doesn't need to be too delicate. The face should be slightly sculpted, and other parts, as long as you can tell it's a person. Even so, it's unlikely. Joseph smiled slightly and used his money ability. If you complete it 1 day early, you can get a reward of 1,000 livres. 2 days early, you will get 2,000 livres. 3 days early, you will get 4,000 livres. And so on. For every day early, the reward will be doubled. Bridget's mind was instantly filled with the sound of silver coins, and she immediately touched her chest and nodded without hesitation. Please rest assured, Your Highness, you will definitely be able to see the stone man you want within 8 days. He paused and asked tentatively, Your Highness, if you can let me borrow some engineering soldiers, then the construction period will be more guaranteed. No problem. You can go to the Legion to select someone later. Joseph gave some more detailed requirements, and finally warned, oh, by the way, this stone man will be carved with 1 eye. Please remember that. Bridget did not want to waste a moment. After coming out of the Crown Prince's place, she immediately went to Berthier to ask for a few engineers to be responsible for blasting, and then went straight to the vicinity of the Majorda River. This was the Crown Prince's request, saying it is easy to transport. He quickly selected a huge piece of limestone and asked the engineers to drill holes in it, install gunpowder, and blast it. Each of these engineers received 30 livres from the engraver's hard work, so they all showed their special skills. They spent most of the day using extremely precise blasting to blow up the big stone into a human-shaped outline. A few days later, a prophecy from the Allah elders began to spread throughout Tunisia. An oracle will soon descend to Tunisia and be conveyed to the world through water or forests. People didn't pay much attention to it at first, until one day, a resident living in Majazba dug out a stone from the belly of the fish he bought. There were white marks on it, and a line of writing could be vaguely seen. The word was not carved on it, so it looked extremely magical. He immediately took the fish and stones to the town's mosque and asked the clergy to read them. Soon, the whole town was in a stir because the imam recognized the writing, which read, the descendants of Rome will expel the Ottoman guards in the following days. People from the cities along the Majorda River successively discovered stones with mysterious patterns from the belly of the fish, and the same writings on them. There was even a fisherman who dug out an oracle stone from the belly of a freshly caught fish on the spot. He was so surprised that he immediately knelt down and prayed on the boat. And in places farther away from the Majorda River, such as in the mountains of the northeast, some people vaguely heard the cry of foxes at night, and the cry was very much like saying, drive out the Ottomans. Obviously, Elder Alaya's prophecy has come true. The whole of Tunisia is boiling again. People began to gather together openly to discuss the expulsion of the Praetorian Guards. This is an oracle with the Lord's backing. What's the point of being afraid of even the vicious Imperial Guards? Of course, all the oracles were actually written by the Crown Prince's exclusive followers. Writings were painted on the stones with strong acid and then stuffed into the bellies of live fish. If you wanted to be more efficient, take it to the market and sell it directly. If you wanted to be more realistic, try to put it into the fisherman's net. Point. The mass-produced oracle stone ensures that almost every big town can get a piece of it. Point. The ventriloquist was even harder. He had to learn how to bark like a fox over and over again every day, and he had to work at night. He was so tired that he lost 6 or 7 pounds in half a month. Point. However, what finally caused the Tunisian indigenous people to explode was the shocking oracle that appeared on the day of Ashura. Point. Ashura is the day of repentance recorded in the scriptures, on which Adam and Eve were allowed by the Lord to eat the forbidden fruit. Well, yes, the Islamic and Christian accounts of these two human ancestors are identical. Point. On that day, tens of thousands of people gathered in the city of Utica to celebrate the festival. The oars of a giant ferry boat that came here hit something in the center of the river. The captain was very confused and ordered the crew to sneak into the Majorda River to check, and found a huge stone man there. Of course, this captain was arranged by the police intelligence department in advance. Point. So, the city of Utica organized a large number of boats and people, tied the stone man with ropes, and dragged it from the river to the shore. Point. When people see the one-eyed stone giant, they immediately think of the strange prophecy left by a mysterious ascetic. The stone giant with one eye will purify the fallen Osman. Point. The prophecy comes true and the oracle appears again. The clergy of Utica immediately announced that a mosque would be built on the stone statue to facilitate people to worship the miracle. Outside the city of Utica, nearly 10,000 people prostrated around the one-eyed stone man for a long time, loudly praising the power of the Lord and swearing that they would definitely obey the content of the oracle. Point. Mr. Bridget spent 5 days completing this huge work and received a bonus of 4,000 livres, and also sent the Tunisian guards on their last journey. Point. As the astonishing oracle spread from Utica throughout Tunisia, the people finally overcame their timidity and launched the first attack on the Praetorian Guards. Jamal led the members of the Sword of Vengeance and members of the Fouras tribe, a total of nearly 600 troops, and rushed into the Andalusian town. This small town did not have any decent city defenses and soon killed 200 people. The Janissaries rushed into the mosque in the city. Point. Zemel and the soldiers first knelt down and worshipped the oracle stone they brought, then stood up and drew their scimitars, pointed at the enemy's last fortress, and shouted loudly, "No more Ottoman oppression. Obey the oracle. Warriors, attack." These 600 people were quite well equipped, possessing 100 flintlock muskets and almost universal scimitars and spears. They shouted and rushed towards the Janissaries in the mosque. Point. As for the Imperial Guards, although they were frightened to death by this formation, they were still from the regular army. Under the orders of the officers, the soldiers picked up their muskets and started shooting outside. Point. As chaotic gunfire rang out, several members of the Sword of Vengeance who rushed to the front were shot and fell to the ground. The people behind saw their bodies torn apart by bullets and the black blood on the ground, and their feet suddenly froze. Point. When the officer of the Imperial Guard saw this, he shouted sternly, "You despicable guys, how dare you rebel? You and your families will be hanged outside the city. Don't even think about running away." When Jamal's army heard this familiar terrifying curse, most of their courage disappeared in an instant, and they hurriedly turned around and retreated out of the range of the Praetorian Guards. Zemel was so angry that he personally led his team to charge again. After several people were shot, the charging team immediately retreated. Point. Zemel had no choice but to order a shootout with the guards. In this way, the two sides fought fiercely for a day, with a total of more than 10 people killed and injured, and the night came. Point. When the police intelligence agent Ishak, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw this scene, he just wanted to curse. Even a few hundred sheep might be braver than this group of people with flintlock guns. He knew that this was the first time that Tunisians tried to attack the guards. All the indigenous people in Tunisia were watching, and they must win as soon as possible. Otherwise the morale of the indigenous people would soon dissipate. If other guards came to reinforce, the situation would be even worse. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed back to the Tunisian city overnight. The next day, the battle in Andalusia continued, and the Praetorian guards even launched a breakout. Fortunately, Zemel led his men to fight back, otherwise they would probably have failed. It was getting dark, and just as Jamil was distracted, a deafening roar suddenly came from near the corner of the road in the distance. Immediately, bricks and stones flew everywhere where the guards were hiding, and a half-shaped figure appeared on the back wall. How tall are the holes in people? Then, a second loud noise came. Ishak really had no other choice but to invite artillerymen from the police academy to cheat. Use the 4-pounder cannon to help Zemel open the gap. Zemel's mind was very flexible. He guessed that someone was using cannons to help, but he stood up and shouted, "Divine punishment. This is divine punishment from the Lord. The guards are finished." Upon hearing God's punishment, the Tunisian natives were immediately boosted in morale. Gods were on their side, so what else were they afraid of? Howling immediately, he followed Zemel and launched a fierce charge. The dim sky made it difficult for them to see how many teammates around them had been shot. With a strong momentum, they poured in through the gap in the mosque. Taking advantage of the large number of people, they hacked at the imperial guards inside. They had been oppressed by the Ottomans for too long, and the anger in their chests was vented, and they could not control it at all. When Zemel exhausted his energy and put away the scimitar in his hand, he turned around and realized that there were almost no guards left standing. At dawn the next day, Zemel led his men to search the homes of all the guards in the town and harvested a huge sum of 30,000 rials that day. News of Andalusia's victory spread quickly throughout Tunisia. The natives suddenly discovered that the imperial guards, which had always been arrogant, were not invincible. The oracle is indeed right. The fallen Ottomans will be purified. More importantly, it is said that the Andalusian rebels seized 50,000 to 60,000 rials from the Praetorian guards in just 3 days. Everyone was immediately dominated by greed. The indigenous people who harbored dreams of getting rich were no longer timid. There were more and more attacks on the imperial guards in various places, and soon a prairie fire started. At this time, there was no attack on the French in the entire Tunisia. The Janissaries were being bombarded with gold coins by the natives. How could they remember the exchange with the British? As for the indigenous people, everyone is now descendant of Rome, so naturally they will not embarrass their French brothers who share the same origin. Besides, we have to count on the French brothers to provide weapons and equipment that can explode gold coins. As for Zemel, after clearing all the guards in Andalusia, he began to lead his team to support the nearby indigenous people. After all, they were a victorious army with high morale and a certain amount of experience. They quickly helped 5 or 6 towns break through the defenses of the Imperial Guard. In just half a month, Zemel gathered an indigenous army of nearly 4,000 people. These were the brave and capable warriors he had selected, and he drove the cowards back home. Then, under the guidance of the military advisors brought by Ishak, this strongest indigenous army successfully repelled the Janissaries who came to clear the Tunisian city, and then took advantage of the situation to attack the second largest city in Tunisia, Sab. The reputation was great for a while. Another half month later, Zemel's 5,000 strong army arrived in Tunisia. Several indigenous rebel armies arrived from other directions, gathering together some 20,000 people. The indigenous people elected Mr. Zaganas, who supported all the rebels, namely Ishak as the leader and Zemel as the general. They commanded all the indigenous troops and surrounded the Tunisian city. As early as a week ago, Joseph ordered the guards corps to withdraw to Bizet, while the Milan corps controlled the Karawan fortress and would not be involved in the upcoming storm. When said, the special envoy of the Ottoman Sultan arrived in Tunisia, he saw war smoke all over the place. A large number of Tunisian guards were killed and expelled. There was even a group of fleeing guards who almost robbed him. After learning about the situation in Tunisia, he, a purebred Ottoman, did not dare to stay too long and fled back to the ship as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the Tunisian navy was completely wiped out by the Europeans, so there was no need to worry that the natives would sail their ships. to catch him at sea point, but in this way, the task of the Sultan asking him to persuade the Tunisian Bey to ask Osman for the title of Pasha became impossible to complete. Point. If you fail to complete the task, you may be executed by the Sultan. Point said, who did not dare to return to Ottoman, hesitated for a long time, and finally found that he had to find a way to complete the task. Point. If you want to complete the mission, you must first help the Tunisian guards stabilize the situation. Point. He immediately set his sights on Algiers, where the Ottoman Empire still had influence. The guards there are also a branch of the Ottoman Guards, and have always had a tradition of interfering with the Tunisian regime. They must be persuaded to send troops to have any hope of saving their lives. Chapter 215 Siege. 3 days later, the Tunisian rebel army surrounded the city of Tunisia from the north, west, and south. Demel looked at the majestic Tunisian city in the distance, and with a stern look he raised his hand and pointed to the guards formation below the city. Send the order to launch a general attack. The melodious sound of trumpets floated around for several miles, and more than a dozen rebel army formations, under the command of their respective officers, moved forward slowly and silently. Coca, who commanded the guards to defend the city, stood on a high ground in the west of the city, holding up a telescope, frowning and whispering to himself, that cursed fire, is the great Praetorian Guard about to end here? If it were a normal confrontation, even if the rebels were twice as many as himself, he would still be confident of defeating them. However, the armory in the Tunisian city accidentally caught fire more than half a month ago, perhaps because of the arson by the Berbers in the city. All in all, more than 70% of the weapons in the armory were burned. Previously, the guard soldiers had to return to Tunisia to live in the city, but due to the assassination of Bey, they were not allowed to bring weapons into the city, so they handed over the weapons and stored them in the armory. After the fire broke out, fully half of the troops faced a lack of weapons and equipment. At that time, rebels from various places were winning one after another and began to gather towards the city of Tunisia. The pampered guardsmen in the city learned that the army lacked weapons, so they packed up their belongings and fled to Tripoli or Egypt, which in turn affected the soldiers under his command. In less than a week, there are thousands of deserters. These cowardly losers. Kodja shook his head and sighed. With the accumulation of more than 100 years of the guards, if we suppress the rebels resolutely and heroically, how could we end up in the situation where we are besieged in the city today? Pasha, seeing him in a daze, the adjutant on the side reminded him in a low voice, the enemy is approaching. Kodja nodded and waved casually. Let's fire. Yes, Pasha. In front of the Tunisian guards' defense line, a dozen cannons roared, and the shells penetrated into the crowd of indigenous troops with a sharp whistling sound. Amidst the screams, several bodies shattered by cannonballs turned into pieces of flesh and blood sprayed everywhere, and the already chaotic ranks of the indigenous troops immediately became even more chaotic. The officers of the indigenous army, who were farmers and vendors not long ago, tried their best to suppress the fear in their hearts, waved their machetes, and shouted to restrain their men. Stay in formation, don't mess up, and don't step back, don't be stunned, keep moving forward. With their efforts, the attacking queue barely kept moving. However, the Praetorian cannon fired again. In fact, this kind of solid artillery shell cannot cause too many casualties. Even if it directly hits the military formation at the best angle, it can kill at most a dozen people. In most cases, it takes away one or two lives, or even fails to hit. But the deafening sound of the cannons and the fear that they might be shattered by invisible shells at any time extremely tested the soldiers' willpower. These indigenous troops who have not received formal training do not have this ability at all. After withstanding 4 or 5 rounds of shelling, most of the soldiers began to turn around and run away uncontrollably, especially those covered in blood and brains, who ran faster than anyone else. After a while of yelling and scolding, the officer in charge found that he couldn't restrain them at all, so he also ran back. There are also a few soldiers who will get excited, shout the name of the Prophet and the Lord, and rush towards the enemy position to prepare for death. What awaits them is the volley of the Praetorian Guards. 2 days later Zemel listened gloomily to the officer's report on the casualties to him, muttering in a low voice, more than 20,000 soldiers, more than 10 rounds of attacks, but not once can they get within 50 steps of the enemy. He originally thought that, like the previous battles, he would soon be able to invade the Tunisian city. Unexpectedly, more than 400 people died in the past 2 days, but the first line of defense of the Imperial Guard was not even touched. Cannons. Those damn cannons. He suddenly gritted his teeth and roared with hatred. If we also had cannons, we would definitely be able to crush those devils. Hearing this, the officer on the side took 2 steps closer and whispered, "General, maybe we can try with Ishak Pasha." After becoming the leader of the rebel army, the generous Zaganah Sub has restored his real name and became Ishak Pasha. At dusk, the dim light caused both warring parties to temporarily suspend their operations, and the soldiers returned to camp and began to prepare dinner. Zemel took several major officers to the residence of the rebel leader Ishak Pasha. Cannon? Ishak frowned and shook his head. "This kind of thing cannot be obtained casually." Jamal begged anxiously, "Pasha, the enemy's artillery poses a great threat to us. If we don't have equivalent weapons, it may be difficult to win. Please think of a way." "Right now, only the French have cannons in Tunisia." Ishak shook his head thoughtfully. "It's just that this is the hatred between us Tunisians and the Ottoman Guards. It has nothing to do with them. They may not be willing to provide help." Zemel immediately said, "Why does this have nothing to do with them? We are all Roman brothers of the same clan. I believe they will not sit idly by and watch." Several officers nearby also nodded in agreement. Ishak seemed to be convinced by them and reluctantly said, "Well, let's go find the compatriots of Rome and give it a try. By the way, it would be best to ask Elder Alay to go with us. His extraordinary reputation should be helpful." "Okay, I will beg him personally." The next day, a Tunisian indigenous delegation of more than 10 people arrived at the Guards regiment, and Berthia warmly received them. Elder Alay is now the religious leader of the Tunisian indigenous people, and gained extremely high prestige and status during this uprising. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he was now firmly bound to the interests of the rebels, and he had long since stopped pursuing the matter of someone falsely using his name to publish prophecies. Instead, he will now actively work in the interests of the rebels. After he explained the difficulties he faced on behalf of the rebel army and asked for help from his compatriots, Berthia also said to him very sincerely, "Don't worry, we will do our best to help our compatriots in their suffering. Not only cannons, I can also send officers to help you direct the battle. I believe their experience will be put to use." This was part of Joseph's plan. The purpose is to let the Tunisian indigenous people understand that the Guards will never be defeated by their own strength. Without the help of their fellow Romans, they simply could not have achieved victory. Hearing this, Zemel burst into tears of gratitude and took the lead to bow deeply and excitedly. "We will never forget your kindness. We will never forget the help of our French compatriots." The officers who came with him and many of the most prestigious indigenous tribe chiefs also saluted Berthia and said various sincere thanks over and over again. Outside Tunisia. 2 Guards regiment artillery companies have set up 6 8-pound guns on the preset positions, and ammunition boxes are neatly arranged in several rows not far behind them. Load, aim, under the command of the gunners of each artillery. The artillerymen quickly completed preparations for firing. Fire! There was a roar, and 6 artillery shells flew straight towards the Guards' artillery position. With the addition of the cannons of the Guards Corps, the battle situation immediately took a huge turn point. Although the number of their artillery was not as large as that of the enemy, the level of their artillery was several miles ahead of the Ottomans. After a few rounds of simple calibration shots, one artillery shell accurately hit the enemy's artillery more than 700 steps away. The huge impact of the shell knocked the barrel off the gun mount, killing several Tunisian artillerymen behind it, and finally landed on a rock more than 20 meters away. The cannon body has been deformed and can no longer be used. As shells continued to fall near the Janissaries' artillery positions, the Ottoman artillerymen were so frightened that they did not even bother to drag the guns away and scattered away. "Thank you, Lord." Zemel was ecstatic when he saw this scene in the telescope. He turned to the officer on the side and said, "Send the order, and prepare the entire army for a frontal attack. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to attack in such a hurry." The French officer who came with him immediately stopped him. What do you mean?" The French officer did not explain too much to Gemel, but directly passed him and asked his herald to issue one order after another. The flag-talking soldiers kept waving flags to convey orders, and the French mid-level officers in front began to quickly mobilize the rebel troops on the frontal battlefield on the west side. A thin infantry line slowly approached the guards' position, without the threat of enemy artillery. They walked much more steadily. At the same time, dozens of rebel columns appeared on the south side of the guards' defense line, running toward their flanks at extremely fast speeds. The French artillery also turned its muzzle and began to carry out auxiliary bombardment towards the flanks of the guards. What are they going to do? Kodja put away the telescope and was secretly surprised. The rebels had ceased fire for a few days, but why did they suddenly start fighting in an orderly manner? After a quick analysis in his mind, he felt that the enemy forces on the front should only be a containment, and the main attack direction was his left wing. So, he immediately turned to the adjutant and said, "Send the order to move Orhan's people to the left wing to strengthen defense." "Yes, Pasha." Orhan's more than 1,000 men were in the frontal formation, and after receiving the order, they quickly formed a team and moved to the left wing. At this moment, a rebel army of 4 to 5,000 people appeared on the right wing of the guards, forming 6 rows of infantry at the front and rear, and slowly pressed towards them. Kodja was suddenly shocked, frowned and said to himself, "These cunning guys, it seems that this is their main force." He immediately separated more than 500 people from the front, and at the same time, transferred half of the reserve army to the right wing. He himself also moved the command position to the north, to facilitate command at any time. However, the rebel infantry on both wings never reached within fighting distance. Instead, a group of more than 300 cavalry suddenly jumped out, taking advantage of the chaos caused by frequent movements of the front troops of the Imperial Guard, and quickly attacked them. Several artillery positions galloped away. Although the cavalry composed of these herdsmen knew nothing about formation, chopping and other techniques, their riding skills were still very good. They came to the Praetorian Guards artillery at great speed and dismounted. The leading officer loudly ordered his subordinates according to the order he had received in advance. "Mehemet, take your men to destroy the cannon. Others are on guard around. Be careful of enemy infantry." Yes, more than 40 soldiers immediately lined up around them with scimitars raised, and they were on alert. Another dozen or so people surrounded the cannon, stuffed the nails prepared in advance into the ignition port, and then hammered them down hard. The nails were made of wrought iron, and were extremely difficult to pull out. The cannon whose firing port was blocked immediately turned into scrap metal. After doing this, they jumped on the saddle again and returned to their home camp like the wind. After dozens of minutes, the rebels from 3 directions retreated and did not exchange fire with the Imperial Guards. It was only then that Koka finally received a report from his men that his cannon had been destroyed by the rebels. Gemel was stunned by the command of the French officer. There was almost no direct battle, the casualties were negligible, and it took only more than half an hour to destroy all the cannons of the Praetorian Guards. This is comparable to the god of war Saladin. Note 1. If I had known that there were such powerful compatriots, why would I still give blind orders on my own? Maybe the Janissary bandits were driven out of Tunisia a few years ago. The French officer would probably be a little embarrassed if he knew what he was thinking. These are common tactics he used during training at the Paris Police Academy. At most, he arranged and combined them according to the battlefield situation, and he was titled the God of War. After losing their cannons, the Praetorian Guards became extremely passive. The rebels continued to bombard them with artillery. Although the casualties were not large, the blow to morale was extremely serious. After all, anyone who encounters this kind of situation, where he can only be beaten, but cannot fight back, will have a hard time keeping his mentality from collapsing. Finally, after being tortured by artillery for 5 days, Koka gathered all his troops and launched a desperate breakout battle against the rebels before his morale was completely lost. On the rebel side, they had already formed a very dense defensive formation under the orders of the French commander. Although these indigenous soldiers have poor military quality, they can still stand and fire guns coupled with a huge numerical advantage and the support of artillery behind them. They finally showed bravery in the face of the enemy's crazy counterattack and beat the enemy back with intensive shooting point behind the position. The French officer looked at the scene in the telescope and breathed a long sigh of relief. He also prepared a reserve team of more than 3,000 people at the back. Fearing that none of these recruits would be penetrated by the enemy's defense line, it seems that they can still be trusted. The officer smiled and turned to the herald on the side and said, "Perhaps the enemy's attack is too slow." After listening to the translator beside him, Zemel translated the officer's words to him and hurriedly stepped forward and said with a respectful look, "No, respected Pasha, I think this all depends on your superb command ability." Note: 1 Saladin bin Ayyub, 1137 to 1193, was a Kurd, an outstanding military strategist and politician in the Middle Ages, and the founder of the Ayyubid dynasty in Egypt. He is famous throughout the Christian and Muslim worlds for his military prowess and leadership in the Islamic civilization's fight against the Crusades. The West hailed him as a chivalrous monarch. Egypt and Arabs gave him the honor of a national hero. Chapter 216 Provinces and Colonies. The corpses left on the ground by the Tunisian Praetorian Guards retreated. The rebel army immediately launched a counterattack under the order of the French officer. Seeing this, Zemel directly drew his machete and rushed onto the battlefield. He led the soldiers with shouts and chased after the Ottomans to fight. Although tens of thousands of rebels surged forward in a chaotic manner, and although there was no queue or formation to speak of, the Imperial Guards had completely lost their will to fight at this time and just ran away, so the battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. More than 2 hours later, almost all the Tunisian Guards were driven to a small area in the north of the city. Seeing that the situation was over, Coca had no choice but to order his men to lay down their weapons and surrender. The rebel soldiers were killing until their eyes were bloodshot. They showed no mercy to the master of the guards, who shouted surrender. It was not until Demel personally came forward to restrain him that the massacre stopped. At this time, tens of thousands of the Imperial Guards had been killed, and only about 7,000 were left. Senior officers including Coca were hacked to death with random swords. Demel left some soldiers to guard the prisoners. He led an army and took advantage of the situation and rushed into the Tunisian city. The bustling capital of Tunisia soon came under rebel control. The Imperial Guards in the city had long since fled. The indigenous residents ran into the streets and cheered loudly in celebration to the rebels. Soon, thousands of rebel soldiers surrounded the Kabi palace. Zemel rushed in with the officers and senior leaders of the indigenous tribes. Haji came to the palace gate tremblingly with the support of Prosper and other police intelligence agents. Before he could say anything, the roar of the rebel soldiers sounded like waves around him. "Execute him. Kill this Ottoman. Kill him and he will be considered a guardsman." Beheading. Haji suddenly turned pale with fear. He never thought that he would be killed in Bey's position before his, but was even warmed up. Zemel and the indigenous senior officials beside him looked at each other in silence, and they all nodded slightly. He pulled out his scimitar, held up his turban, and strode towards Haji. "You Ottoman dog, you must wash away the sins you have committed with blood." Haji looked at the blood-stained sharp blade in horror and staggered back in fright, but Jamil caught up with him in a few steps and suddenly raised the scimitar in his hand. At the critical moment, a shout came from behind the crowd, "Save someone under the knife." Zemel and others turned around and saw Joan, the French consul in Tunisia, bringing Elder Alayi, Schiller and other scholars, as well as several French officers, pushing past the indigenous soldiers and walking over. Jamil and the indigenous chiefs hurriedly saluted the dozen people and then heard Kairouan say in proficient Arabic, "Dear General Zemel, I think you may be mistaken." "Ah, you mean Cairo," and bowed to Haji and signaled, "Bey is Bey, he is not a Janissary, and he is not an Ottoman." All the indigenous people immediately looked at each other and said to themselves, wasn't the first generation Bey Hassan an officer of the Ottoman Guards, who drove away the previous leader of the Guards and then took control of Tunisia? Why not? Kairouan immediately followed the instructions of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and argued, Bey is the ruler of Tunisia. He belongs only to Tunisia, not to the Ottomans. Strictly speaking, it was the Praetorian Guards who betrayed him, secretly colluded with the Ottomans, and persecuted the descendants of Rome and Tunisia. He motioned to Haji again. Haji's grandmother is Genoese and his mother is Tugut. Even if he has a little bit of Ottoman blood in his body, it has already been very thin. Hearing this, Haji secretly wiped his sweat and was glad that his grandfather and father did not strictly follow the traditions of the Guards because of their greed for beauty. Otherwise he would really be dead today. Kyoan looked at Haji again and said loudly, "Do you think so, dear Bey?" Haji immediately became excited, desperately seized this last chance to survive, and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I will always be a Tunisian, and am, oh, a glorious descendant of Rome. I have nothing to do with the damn Ottomans. Two tribe chief frowned and raised an objection, but Bey is also a pasha canonized by the Ottomans, Cairo, and immediately waved his hand. That was all, because of the Ottoman threat. And Haji Bey never accepted the canonization. Haji continued to nod. Yes, yes. I will never be an Ottoman pasha. Zemel and the indigenous chiefs looked at each other again in confusion. Seeing this, Kyoan quietly winked at Elder Alayi. The latter immediately took a few steps forward and said in a melodious tone, "Everyone, Bey is a ruler recognized and served by all tribes. He is not an Ottoman, and he should not be betrayed by you." Ishak came out from behind Zemel at the right time and took the lead in stroking his chest and saluting Haji. "I will always be loyal to you, great Bey." Seeing that the leaders of the rebel army were taking the lead, the indigenous chiefs hurriedly expressed their allegiance to Haji one after another, followed by the military officers. In the end, thousands of indigenous people present, including Jemal, bowed their heads and saluted Haji. The latter finally breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Kyoan and others who saved his life with extremely grateful eyes south of Bizet Point in a villa protected by Swiss guards in red military uniforms. Joseph yawned, dropped the horse in his hand, and ate the black pawn on the chessboard point. Since he promised the queen to stay in the boat, he couldn't go anywhere. He could only stay on the wooden boat in the house and pass the time by playing chess. Berthia, who was sitting opposite, pushed the car forward 3 spaces, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the doubts in his heart, "Your Highness, why do you care so much about the Tunisian Bey? I mean, maybe it would be a good choice to let the rioters vent their anger on him." Joseph moved the queen to keep his horse. "After all, Haji has cooperated with us. Although he is out for revenge and to get his sweetheart back, morally speaking, we should not just ignore him. Moreover, although he has no real power, he is an unexpected person after all, a symbolic figure in Nigeria. Various government orders are issued from the Kahi Palace in his name, and they can be implemented faster. If he dies, wait for the local Tunisians to balance the interests of all parties and launch a government. I don't know when it will be." What he didn't say was that Haji had no ability and was better managed. If a Tunisian indigenous person with outstanding methods and strategies is allowed to take power, it will be a bit troublesome. Berthia held the chess pieces and nodded. "Your Highness's concerns are indeed very necessary, but I thought too simply." Joseph smiled and said, "In addition, having a Bey can avoid the possibility of military dictatorship. It will also facilitate the future merger of Tunisia and France." Berthia was a little surprised. "Are you saying that Tunisia will not be a French colony, but a province?" "That was my intention. So from the very beginning I was promoting French identity here. But, Your Highness," Berthia hesitated, "will the cost be too high? People of later generations often think that colonies are full of bloody oppression. Taxes are sky high, and people everywhere are in dire straits. In fact, most of the time, colonies would only be subject to some trade restrictions, such as prohibiting buying from someone or selling to someone. The tax rate is not too high. For example, the various tax rates in the United States before independence were even lower than those in the UK, the sovereign country. The biggest difference between colonies and non-colonies is investment. No matter how low the tax rate is in the colonies, the money paid will eventually be spent on the mother country. The colony does not receive any construction funds, and there is no money for disaster relief. If something goes wrong, The local residents are bound to be angry. At the same time, if there is a problem in the colony, the mother country can just ignore it without any psychological burden. Therefore, the investment in building a province is actually much higher than that of a colony. Joseph looked at the chessboard and with some reluctance, replaced the horse and pawn on the opposite side with the rook, nodded and said, "You are right. This means that we have to invest a lot of money in Tunisia, especially in the early stage." He changed the topic, but it is worth it. Tunisia is rich in products and fertile land, and at the same time it has, if it is built as a good port with an excellent location, the initial investment will be recouped very quickly. In fact, it will even become an important economic pillar of France in the future. He was well aware of the importance of North Africa to France and later generations. Even without much construction, North Africa was once the cornerstone of France becoming a world power in the 20th century. Chirac, the last decent French president, once said, "Without Africa France will be reduced to a third-rate country." At the moment, if France wants to compete with Britain, simply plundering resources from North Africa is completely unfeasible. After all, it is far less vast than the British colonies in America and India. Since quantity cannot be compared, then quality can only be compared. Develop Tunisia to become the core region of France and achieve productivity close to that of European territories. The contribution of such a region to national strength will be far from comparable to that of the Americas or the Far East. Joseph looked at Berthier and continued, "Did you know that compared to the colonies of Britain and Spain, North Africa has an incomparable advantage? That is, it is very close to us. Marseille and the port of Bizet are only separated by the not so wide Mediterranean Sea. From Corsica after departure, even with a relatively slow ship, it only takes 3 days to reach Tunisia. It is shorter than the time from land to Paris. The British are destined to lose the United States because it takes more than 40 days for the decree issued from London to reach Philadelphia. Similarly, it will take a month and a half for the British to know what happened there. You see, India will also be separated from Britain in the future because it is also a very far away place, but Tunisia is different. As long as we have a firm foothold here, no one can let it leave the embrace of France. He added in his heart, unless the national consciousness here awakens and strives for independence from within. Therefore, before the storm of national awakening spreads in Europe, we should cultivate a sense of identity between France and Tunisia as soon as possible, so that they will really be monolithic in the future. Of course, in addition to recognizing the same origin, allowing more French people to immigrate to Tunisia is the most reliable method. After all, Tunisia currently has a population of less than 1.8 million, of which hundreds of thousands are of European descent. As long as the immigration policy is appropriate, in a few years these places will become physically of the same origin. In the past, Berthier only knew that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had extraordinary military and strategic vision and amazing political skills. He did not expect that he also had such a profound understanding of the international pattern. The word son of the gods immediately came to his mind. Because apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of how to explain that the young crown prince had so many advanced insights and strategies. Thoughts were surging in his heart, but his hand did not stop. He pushed the back forward a few steps and said softly, "Your Highness, General." Joseph looked at the chessboard and smiled helplessly. "It seems like a sure win. Your chess skills are really amazing. You are too polite." Berthier put away the chess pieces and said casually, "Speaking of chess, a Hungarian named Kempelen invented a machine called the Turk. It was a machine that could play chess. It's a chess machine. I played against it once, and it only lasted 14 moves before it was defeated. So awesome." Joseph's first reaction was to think of AlphaDog, but he immediately gave up the idea. In this era, even steam engines have not yet been developed. How can artificial intelligence be possible? He immediately remembered that he seemed to have seen this on the forum before, but it turned out to be a scam. Someone was hiding in the machine and using magnets to control the chess pieces, so he winked at the Chief of General Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Berthier. "I can tell you a trick to help you defeat the Turk easily." While the two were talking, they saw Perna knocking on the door and entering. After saluting them respectively, she pinched the corners of her clothes nervously and said, "Your Highness, Commander, I heard that many soldiers in the Legion have been suffering from dysentery recently. Maybe I can help. People in this era did not accept female doctors at all. Perna can also serve beside the open-minded Joseph. She came to Tunisia without any help and was taken care of by His Highness all the way due to seasickness. So at this time, she wanted to do something to prove herself. Joseph nodded. On behalf of the soldiers, I thank you, Dr. Perna. However, you still have to change into men's clothes. Well, thank you, Your Highness. Paris Palais. Royal. The Duke of Orleans read the latest Paris news comfortably in the sunshine from the window. The newspaper published some things about Tunisia. Although the specific situation is not clear, it is said that the place has fallen into chaos and the war is spreading everywhere. Obviously, the Crown Prince, who has no political experience, screwed up. He happily hummed dance music softly, and when he raised his eyes, he caught a glimpse of his son passing by the window. He felt something was wrong with Philip, so he rubbed his eyes hurriedly and stopped his son to look carefully. Under the bright sunshine, the latter had large red pimples on his neck, and his left eye was also very red. The Duke of Orleans immediately frowned and asked with concern, "Philip, are you sick?" The Duke of Chartres showed an indifferent smile. "It's nothing, just romantic love sickness, dear father." When the Duke of Orleans heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze in place. The so-called heiress disease was the nickname given to syphilis by the nobles. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Combat Meeting. In a room with closed doors and windows on the second floor of the Palais Royal, Madame Simbayron shrank in fear. More than 10 minutes ago, she was still immersed in the excitement of receiving the invitation from the Duke of Orleans, but now she was tremblingly. "Mr. Duke, I didn't. It was the Duke of Chartres who took the initiative to come to me, and I really didn't know I had that disease." Her skin was smooth, without any discomfort, and she had indeed not yet entered the second stage of syphilis. Many people with good health may not develop obvious symptoms until 2 years after contracting syphilis. The Duke of Chartres comforted his father on the side. "Father, there is nothing wrong with heiress. Even the great Francis I suffered from it." "Shut up." The Duke of Orleans interrupted him with an angry roar and glared at Madame Simbayron. "Tell me carefully what happened." You asked me to seduce the day when I went to find His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You know, I failed and he ignored me." Then, the Duke of Chartres suddenly barged in. Half an hour later, the Duke of Orleans angrily slammed his fist on the table. The floor of the study was littered with fragments such as teacups and incense burners. "It's all that damn Louis Joseph." His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. He must have known in advance that Samberlin's wife was sick, so he deliberately led Philip to that room. Yes, that must be the case. From that day on, the legal heir of the Duke of Orleans only had at most 20 years left to live, or even only 10 years. Syphilis is a terrible terminal disease in this era. He grabbed the pen holder and threw it to the ground and roared like a beast in his throat. "I swear, I will never let you go. I will tear you all apart. Tear you apart. Even if you risk everything on me." North Africa. Algiers, Mitidja. Hollis, the British consul in Tunisia, signed the handover document in frustration and then bowed perfunctorily to Stuart, the consul in Algiers. "From now on, North Africa will be left to you. Goodbye, Sir Stuart." News of the dramatic changes in Tunisia reached London, and then the envoy of the Duke of Leeds, the foreign secretary, rushed to Algiers and announced that Stuart would take over all affairs in Tunisia. Hollis could only lament his bad luck. He had done everything he could, and he didn't know why the natives suddenly rebelled and behaved extremely pro-French. At dusk, Hollis was packing his luggage alone in the hotel. He would board the ship back to England early tomorrow morning. "It's not bad to just retire like this." He shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I can go back to my hometown in Worcester and enjoy fishing for the rest of my life." There was a sound of pushing the door open behind him. He thought it was a servant coming, so he turned around and said, "Jamie, how many times have I told you that you don't have to ask me about the carriage?" He was suddenly stunned. It was not Jamie who came in, but a tall man in black. "You are Mr. Hollis. Your errand is really bad." The man in black closed the door and whispered. Hollis was shocked. What are you going to do?" The man in black walked over slowly, rubbing his wrists. "Your private incitement of Tunisian nobles to attack the French will make things very difficult for the government." "No, that was the instruction of the Duke of Leeds." Hollis was stunned mid-sentence. "Did he ask you to come?" The man in black didn't answer, but quickly held him down and put a rope around his neck. The next morning, the hotel owner repeatedly reminded the British that it was time to get on the ship. After receiving no response, he had no choice but to open the door, only to see the person in the room hanging from the window frame. Little does Stuart know that his former colleague has passed away to heaven. He had to do his best to avoid France getting Tunisia. He was about to visit Algiers Day, the ruler here, but unexpectedly, Mr. said, a special envoy of the Ottoman Sultan, arrived at his consulate first. In the living room, the middle-aged man with a mustache and standard Ottoman attire nodded to Stuart. "Dear Consul, I think you should have learned about the terrible rebellion in Tunisia." Stuart immediately thought of something and hurriedly ordered the servant to bring coffee and asked the Ottomans to take a seat. "Yes, alas, that is really a tragedy. I heard that Tunisians openly advocated for their independence from the Ottoman Empire," nodded and said, "I think our two countries have common interests. When it comes to the situation in Tunisia, it is obvious that if France were to acquire the ports of Tunisia, British trade in the Mediterranean would be immediately at a disadvantage." Stuart stirred the coffee with a silver spoon and said calmly, "So what do you think? Together, we can recommend that Algiers send troops to suppress the rebellion in Tunisia, and maybe we can get everything back on track." Leaned forward. "I heard that the British hired a group of Albanian mercenaries to help Algiers defend against the French. If the Algiers guards also sent an army, they could quickly defeat the French army in Tunisia. There should only be 3,000 French people there." Stuart's expression remained unchanged. "First of all, your intelligence is out of date. There are 6,000 French soldiers in Tunisia. Secondly, what can you and your empire offer to this counterinsurgency operation?" Immediately smiled. "I could ask the Dey of Algiers in the name of the Sultan to send troops, which, would greatly reduce the opposition of those in the Algiers assembly. Algiers is different from Tunisia, where the Janissary is centralized power. There are three political forces here: indigenous people, the navy, and the Janissaries. They all wanted to gain Ottoman support, so they were still very concerned about the Sultan's attitude." Continued, "When order is restored in Tunisia, I believe the great Sultan will consider granting the trade monopoly there to Britain." The British consul's eyes suddenly lit up. "Actually, I'm very interested in your proposal," turned his wrist in an arc, with a look of embarrassment on his face. "It's just that this counterinsurgency war may still require some funds." Stuart immediately said, "I can provide some help in this regard. £300,000 is enough to finish this battle." Was immediately overjoyed, bowed slightly and said, "I believe that our two countries can become the guardians of order in Tunisia." The two blended it in detail, and then went to Dey's mansion in Algiers hand in hand. 3 days later, the Algiers Dauphin, or Parliament, held a plenary session. The Algiers guards were very sympathetic to the suffering of Tunisian compatriots and the indigenous rebellion, so they clamored to send troops to Tunisia to combat the rebellion and save the guards. In fact, since Hassan led the Janissaries to gain control of Tunisia, they have actively participated in every political change in Tunisia and gained huge benefits from it. The Navy immediately agreed. Previously, the combined fleet sank their ship and captured the sailors on board, and they had been planning their famous revenge. Now that France has gained a port in Tunisia, the threat to them will become more serious in the future. They naturally hope to attack Tunisia as soon as possible. Only the indigenous forces in Algiers were reluctant to get involved in the war. However, they were already the weakest among the Dauphin After receiving the instructions from the Ottoman Sultan's special envoy and the British commitment of hundreds of thousands of pounds of military support, they stopped speaking out. Finally, after obtaining the command of the Albanian mercenaries from the British and the tacit consent of the plundering of Tunisia, the Algiers decree Ali Taus announced that 11,000 Janissary troops would be sent, plus 12,000 mercenaries, went to Tunisia to suppress the rebellion and restore the rule of the Praetorian Guard there. Paris Versailles, Petit Trianon. Queen Mary asked the maid anxiously, has Baron Wimorel set off? Countess de Berninac leaned forward and said, yes, your majesty. He left before dawn, and should be almost at Provence now. Okay, that's good. The Queen caressed her chest, but her heart was still beating fast. Last week, good news came back from Tunisia, saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ousted the Tunisian guards who were hostile to France, and now Tunisia has once again become a paradise for France. She was so happy that she even agreed to her son's request to land in Tunisia to see the unique scenery there. However, another warning was sent from Algiers last night. Algiers Dauphin has decided to send 23,000 troops to intervene in the situation in Tunisia. When she thought that her precious son might be involved in the war, she wrote a personal letter overnight and sent the captain of the personal guard to rush to Tunisia immediately to bring the crown prince back. The door was pushed open and the Minister of War, the Minister of the Navy, and the Chief Minister Brian walked in quickly. Before several people could salute, the Queen said anxiously, have you heard about the situation in Tunisia? I want to ensure the safety of the Crown Prince now, she said, then murmured softly, I really shouldn't have let him go there. There are savages everywhere. The Marquis of St. Priest and the Minister of the Navy looked at each other and stepped forward. Your Majesty, if the troops from Tunisia immediately cover His Highness's evacuation, there should be no danger. It's just that most of the 6,000 people sent were newly formed legions. Just in case, they move slowly and are blocked by the Algiers army in Tunisia, I'm afraid, Queen Mary hurriedly said, what should we do? Oh, you will immediately send troops to Tunisia to meet the Crown Prince. Follow your wishes. Marquis St. Priest bowed and then asked tentatively, Your Majesty, what about the funding? No matter how much money it is, let Archbishop Brian allocate it to you. I want you to send troops immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Tunisia. Joseph was sitting in a tent on the beach, eating freshly grilled seafood, while discussing the documents in his hand with Joan. Do you know how many white slaves the Tunisian indigenous people have? The specific data have not been calculated, Your Highness, but the wealth of Tunisia is in the hands of the Janissaries. Very few Berbers and Arabs can afford white slaves. I estimate that there are only a few hundred at most. That's good. Joseph nodded. In this case, the Tunisian government will pay to redeem them, and the white slaves who previously belonged to the guards will be freed directly. According to previous statistics, there were tens of thousands of white slaves in Tunisia, that is, Europeans captured by pirates. These people are basically Christians and are unlikely to return to Europe after being away from home for many years. They have naturally become the backbone of French immigrants in Tunisia. Joan was busy writing down the last page of the White Slave Survival Act. This may require hundreds of thousands of livres, Your Highness. It doesn't matter, it's worth it. Joseph asked again, by the way, how are you preparing for the official exam? Preparations are being carried out in an orderly manner. Mr. Sirida said that the examination can start at the beginning of next month at best. Joseph nodded. The current bureaucracy of the Tunisian guards has been completely destroyed, and Tunisia needs a new governance system. Joseph wanted to take this opportunity to test the bureaucratic assessment and recruitment model here. Somewhat similar to the public examination in later generations, of course, in addition to taking some questions on humanities, management, science, etc. There are also nearly half of the knowledge about France and Roman identity. The exam syllabus has been announced, and the next step is to learn well and become an official. After the Kyogan here has accumulated a certain amount of experience, it will become an important reference for him to Implement bureaucratic reforms in France. As Joseph and Kyoan were talking, they saw Ishak hurried over with an agent from the police intelligence department. Several Swiss guard soldiers immediately stopped them and began to search them carefully. Joseph smiled and waved to the Swiss. No, let them come over. Ishak stepped forward and saluted and said hurriedly, "Your Highness, this is Willie who just arrived from Algiers. He sent information. Duchess in Algiers, mobilized 23,000 troops. Prepared to invade Bizet from Annaba." Oh. Joseph stood up suddenly, frowning and asked, "When did this happen?" "About 6 days ago, Your Highness." With the communication speed of this era, majestic information can be sent to Tunisia City in less than a week, which is already very efficient. Inform the senior officers of the Guards Corps and the Milan Corps to convene a combat meeting immediately. By the way, ask them to bring a few more officers from the Tunisian Guards. Joseph was about to leave when Ishak said again, "Your Highness, speaking of the Tunisian Guards, judging from the confessions obtained by the Guards officers interrogated in the past few days, it was the British who encouraged them to attack the French behind the scenes. The British also spent a large amount of money as a reward for the attack." Joseph narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously highly suspected that it was the shit stirrer who did it, but now he was finally convinced. He ordered Ishak write a detailed report on this matter and have it sent back to Versailles. "Yes, Your Highness." 2 hours later, in a villa not far from the Cahill Palace, more than a dozen military officers including Berthier and André stood at a large conference table and neatly raised their hats and bowed in salute to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Joseph raised his hat in return, then looked at the apparently newly built conference table. Tunisians didn't use this kind of table at all, and told Demon, "Please move this table away and replace it with one that can be placed more comfortably. Just get down on the sandbox." Chapter 218 Quick Decision. The officers watched in confusion as the luxurious conference table was moved away and replaced with an ordinary small wooden table. Joseph then pointed to the room where he was, with columns and roofs decorated with complex geometric patterns and tapestries hanging on the walls, and said to everyone, "I hope that all future combat meetings will be held in military tents. Please remember that what we have to do is to fight and win the war, so every action and everything around us must be related to combat. Enjoy and let's talk about the pomp and circumstance after we win the war and return to Paris." Nowadays, officers in the entire European army are full of aristocratic atmosphere. For example, they still have to hold some cocktail parties and banquets on the smoke-filled front lines, and some even bring their mistresses to command the war. The Crown Prince's guards are actually very restrained in this regard, but they still inevitably retain some of their previous habits. Joseph must remind them in daily life to completely put an end to this bad habit. This not only allows officers to focus more on combat, but also eliminates the barriers between soldiers and officers as much as possible, allowing them to fully trust and respect their officers. The officers who were educated at the Paris Police Academy were not surprised at all by the Crown Prince's request. This was what they were required to do in their usual training. The people who were least accustomed to it were naturally the people from the Milan Legion, but they still followed Berthier and the officers of the police academy, and responded in a low voice, "Yes, Your Highness." Immediately, more than a dozen senior officers brought ordinary wooden chairs and sat around the sand table in the middle of the room. The sand table was personally supervised by Berthier, Europe's top surveying and mapping master, and is very detailed and accurate. Joseph nodded to Berthier and sat at the edge. He was still very clear about his own priorities. He only took advanced military courses for less than a year at the Paris Police Academy. If he really wanted to command the battle in detail, it still depends on a real expert like Berthier. The main purpose of his coming here is actually to boost morale and maintain unity among officers of different origins. Berthier came to the front, first recounted the situation in Algiers, and then said, "According to intelligence, there are obviously British and Ottomans behind this incident. Therefore, their goal is not only to restore the rule of the Janissaries, but also to drive us away from Tunisia before our foothold is stable. Get out." He looked around at everyone with a serious expression. "Looking at the overall situation, it is very unfavorable to us. First of all, the Algiers have started preparing for war at least 6 days ago, and we are seriously behind them in this regard. Secondly, their combat strength is 23,000 people, while we only have more than 7,000 soldiers here. Even if we bring Demel's indigenous regiment, we can recruit up to 12,000 people. In terms of military strength, we are still disadvantaged. And I believe everyone knows that there is no need to count on the combat effectiveness of the indigenous soldiers. All the officers nodded slightly when they heard this. After the rebel army captured the city of Tunisia, many troops were disbanded, especially those from indigenous tribes. After all, they are just farmers. It's okay to follow the guards and rob the property. After the war is over, they will go home and farm. At present, there are only more than 15,000 people left, and many of these people are used to maintain law and order throughout Tunisia. As for the enemy's combat capabilities, Berthia continued, Albanian mercenaries are the core force that is highly relied upon in the Ottoman army. Although these people who came to Algiers are not as good as the elite Ottoman troops, and they are also mixed, there are some Bosnians, but obviously they are not to be taken lightly. He signaled to the guards at the door. As for the strength of the Algiers guards, I think these Tunisian guards know best. Please bring them in. The soldiers immediately escorted 3 Tunisian guards officers into the conference room. Berthia looked at them and asked, in your opinion, how does the combat effectiveness of the Algiers guards compare with yours? One of the oldest guards officers looked around nervously and then said carefully, Pasha, they are far stronger than us. They often recruit troops in Anatolia. Note 1. And keep practicing 5 days a week. Another Janissary added. Some of their weapons are even better than the Sultan's army. The French officers all looked serious when they heard this. Obviously, their opponents this time would not be as vulnerable as the Tunisian guards. Joseph was not surprised by this. Algiers is a country much larger than Tunisia, and there are 3 forces vying for it. If its imperial guards did not want to make progress, they would have been eaten by the other 2 forces. So, it's probably going to be an uphill battle. Andre, the commander of the Milan army, signaled to escort the 3 guards officers out, and then pointed to the Majerda River on the northwest side of Tunisia city on the map. With inferior forces, it is best for us to rely on river defense. The enemy's target must be Tunisia city. As long as we can hold it here, they will never be able to win. The Majerda River runs through Tunisia from northeast to southwest. To the south is Mount Tunisia, the highest point of the Atlas Mountains. If you want to capture the city of Tunisia, this river must be crossed. Defense along the river here is the most reliable strategy point. As soon as Andre finished speaking, several officers nodded in agreement. Berthia frowned slightly, but the north side of Bizet and Karawan are on the north bank of the Majerda River. If we deploy a defense line along the river, it will be equivalent to giving these places to the enemy. The officers immediately turned to look at him. What is your suggestion? Berthia tapped the west side of Bizet with his finger. To enter Tunisia from Annaba, you must pass through here, Ferryville between Lake Ichikal and Lake Bizet. We snipe here Algiers. Andre frowned and said, but, Lieutenant Colonel, there is a plain there. If we choose here, we will have to face enemies several times our own. He had automatically ignored Zemel's indigenous army in his words. An officer from the police academy immediately said, but this is the only way to save Bizet. The officer next to him also nodded in agreement. Losing Bizet will encourage the remnants of the Tunisian guards and bring us more trouble. Those who objected loudly, have you ever thought that in a decisive battle on the plains, if the situation goes against us, we won't even have a chance to retreat? The police academy officer did not give in. The enemy sweeping through Bizet will cause severe damage there. If we fail to demonstrate our ability to protect Tunisia, the authority we have just established among the locals will be lost. Maybe we should ask Paris to bring in more troops. That may take a month or 2, or even longer. Who knows how the war situation will change during this period, and finances may not necessarily allow for a larger deployment of troops, so it is most feasible to rely on the Majelda River for defense. I think it's totally worth trying it in Ferryville. The arguments between the 2 sides with different opinions became increasingly fierce. For a while, no one could convince the other at this moment. Joseph suddenly stood up and interrupted the arguing parties. I want to know, where is a logistics source? Berthia immediately said, "Your Highness, it is mainly raised by Mr. Agathon and the Chamber of Commerce, and a small amount is transported by our fleet from Corsica." "What about transportation to the front?" "This can be left to the local army. We will send a battalion to supervise it." Joseph suddenly frowned. "Gentlemen, with all due respect, we probably have only one option, and that is to make a quick decision now. Tunisia doesn't even have an effectively functioning government. Problems may arise at any time in raising food and supplies. What's more, the Guards forces will definitely do their best to disrupt our logistics and transportation. As long as we get into a stalemate, logistics will kill us at any time." Berthier beamed with joy when he heard this. "His Highness' concern is extremely necessary. Then, we will definitely set up defenses in Ferryville." Joseph mused, "If I predict correctly, the Algiers will also be ready to fight us there." "That's very possible, Your Highness. Then, the numerical disadvantage will cause us to suffer a lot of losses." Joseph shook his head slightly. The wealth of the Guards Corps was something he had saved up with great effort, and could not be wasted in large quantities in North Africa. Andre hesitated and said, "Your Highness, it seems that you agree with me." "No." Joseph waved his hand, then stared at the junction of Algiers and Tunisia on the map for a while, and suddenly smiled. "We have to surprise the enemy. For example, deal with them in Annaba. Annaba is the easternmost province of Algiers." The officers in the conference room suddenly looked at each other. Paris petted Tryon and Queen Mary almost forgot her proper manners, clenched her hands into fists, and said loudly to Brian in front of her, "In other words, the army heading to North Africa has not set off yet." "I'm afraid so, Your Majesty." Brian lowered his head and said, "You know, the current financial situation. The 4 million livres needed by the Marquis de Saint-Villain cannot be allocated immediately." He hurriedly added, "The money has been prepared, but the amount is relatively large. The French Reserve Bank wants to pay with banknotes, but the army insists on silver coins. It will take some time to exchange it." The Queen took a deep breath, obviously suppressing her anger. "It has been 5 days, and he has not left the camp. The Algiers will hurt Joseph at any time." Brian said carefully, "Your Majesty, large-scale army mobilization requires a lot of preparation time. The same goes for the Algiers. They should not have left the country now." Queen Mary almost spat out a sentence through her teeth. "Go and tell the Marquis de Saint-Priest that the Marquis de Saint-Villain's army must arrive in Tunisia before the Algiers. I will thank him sincerely. Hard work pays off." Algiers east of Annaba. An army of tens of thousands of people fully dressed in Ottoman uniforms was moving forward slowly. In the middle of the queue, the commander-in-chief of the Algiers Intervention Army, Kehel, looked at the intelligence that had just been sent in his hand, with a proud smile on his face, and threw the piece of paper to the attendant, his deputy general. The British obviously overestimated the French army. They were supplying the Tunisian city 4 days ago, and it is estimated that they will not be able to set off in the next few days. This was sent by the remnants of the Praetorian Guard in Tunisia. The content is very reliable. The latter took the information and read it again, turned around and said, "General, judging from their mobilization, they are likely to set up a defense line along the Majerda River." "Ah, you trying to say that it's not easy to attack there?" Keller snorted. "It doesn't matter how long the British attack lasts anyway. Bizet is very rich. During this period, it's enough for us to transport all the wealth there back to Mitigia." A tall officer on the other side of Kehel said with a solemn expression, "General, according to the reconnaissance situation the day before yesterday, the Tunisians seem to be preparing to cross the Majelda River from the north of Karawan. This may be to prepare to fight our army in Bizet. Those despicable thugs don't know how to fight at all." The attendant sneered disdainfully. "We can easily tear them apart on the plains of Bizet. Those guys from the Tunisian guards are really useless, and they were actually killed. Such untouchables were defeated." "But," Kehel ordered, "we must also be careful of Tunisian ambush. Send an order to double the scouts and find the location of the main force of the Tunisian rebels as soon as possible." The tall officer turned his head in confusion and said, "General, I'm a little curious. Why don't those rebels join forces with the French? The dispersion obviously makes them unable to confront us head on." Keller Corrected. Even if they join forces, they don't have the ability to fight us. Those rebels were still farming a few months ago, and they shouldn't even be able to stand in line. I suspect that the French don't want to fight us too much. Attrition, so choose to defend along the river. The tall officer asked again, are the French waiting for reinforcement? The British said that France's financial situation did not allow them to increase their troops on a large scale. And they also promised that, if France sent reinforcement, they would also provide us with more help. As Keller was talking, he saw a scout riding a horse, reining in the horse not far away, and said loudly, report, General, word has arrived from the Albanians, that their scouts have spotted Tunisians near Nefze, requesting your orders. Nefze was already in the easternmost part of Annaba, almost beyond the border with Algiers. Albanian mercenaries, as the vanguard, had already arrived there. Kehl narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said firmly, it should be the tribal armed forces from Bizerta who are here, to detect the movements of our army. Let Simizi strengthen the reconnaissance, and continue to move forward. Simizi was the Janissary officer responsible for commanding the Albanian mercenaries. Note 1. Anatolia generally refers to the Ottoman territory south of the Black Sea, that is, in Asia Minor. It can be regarded as the most pure Turkish descent. Chapter 219 The Crown Prince's First Battle. Nafze Mountain. Simizi said to the herald on the side, General Kehl asked us to send double the number of scouts. Clear out all the Tunisian untouchables nearby. Yes, Commander. As soon as the herald left, a messenger galloped along the endless queue of Albanian mercenaries and handed a piece of information to Simizi's attendant. The latter opened it and read it again, then bowed to Simizi and signaled, Commander, the Tunisian Bey issued a statement a few days ago, objecting to our interference in Tunisian affairs, and is very angry about our counterinsurgency operations. In addition, he also mentioned that he asked French brothers to help stop our army. Ignore it. Semir smiled disdainfully. Tunisian untouchables actually became brothers with Europeans? They are simply a shame to the Islamic world. The attendant put away the information. Pasha, Tunisians do business with Europeans all year round, and there are a large number of French people in the territory. It is not surprising that they will be affected by them. By the way, I heard that those Tunisian untouchables started calling themselves descendants of Rome. It's really ridiculous. That's good. I will be even more excited when I kill them. Simizi waved his riding crop forward. Send the order and speed up the march. I will make those untouchables regret their rebellion. Look, that's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Someone in the queue of police cadets who were wearing white military uniforms, black tricorn hats, and carrying the latest model August-style flash cap guns, pointed and shouted not far away. Suddenly, there was chaos in the neat marching team. The soldiers looked up and shouted excitedly, it's really His Highness. He is here to fight with us. I saw it too. Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Long live the principal. Your Highness will lead us to victory. Look, His Highness is walking just like us. It wasn't until the officers ran back and forth giving orders that the team finally realigned itself and began to move forward. Joseph heard the sound and waved to the soldiers, which immediately caused a huge cheer. He looked back at the team that stretched halfway up the hillside, feeling filled with pride. This is his guards corps, and he will fight with them on the battlefield for the first time. Perhaps, in the future, I will take them throughout Europe and leave a glorious chapter in history. Your Highness, you really don't have to fight with the army. Berthier glanced at the excited soldiers and whispered to Joseph, the number of enemies this time is 3 times ours. It is really too dangerous. You see, your presence has greatly boosted morale. Even if you stay in a safe place now, the soldiers will still feel that you are with them. He looked to the north and said carefully, actually, if you agree, we can turn to the coast now, and we can board the Navy's warship in less than 3 days. Huh? Battleship? Joseph was a little surprised. Shouldn't the nearest battleship be in the port of Bizet? Why is it here? Berthier lowered his head and said, Lieutenant Colonel Andre and I both believed that you should not risk participating in the battle, so we had people contact the United Fleet, and they sent a ship to follow. Joseph smiled bitterly and shook his head. I know you have good intentions, Lieutenant Colonel Berthier, but this is really unnecessary. He motioned to the advancing white queue. This is my legion. I will often lead them in battles in the future. This is just the beginning. Joseph knew very well that in this era, where war was used to determine the right to survive, he had to be able to fight. Only a king who knew how to use troops could bring prosperity and strength to his country. At the moment, although he can't command the battle yet, he still wants to be with the army and let the soldiers know that their crown prince does not just sit in the Palace of Versailles and enjoy it, but lives with them through life and death. Only such an army can become one's own army and one's support point. In addition, although I can't fight yet, I have a large number of later generations concepts and military cases that I can refer to, thereby making useful suggestions for combat deployment. For example, this preemptive attack tactic can greatly reduce the losses of troops and win the strategic initiative. You can designate the general direction yourself and leave the specific operations to military geniuses like Berthier and others. You can also learn to fight by following them. Berthier tried to persuade him for a while, but when he saw that the crown prince remained unmoved, he had no choice but to give up. He made a last effort. Your Highness, at least get back to the carriage. Joseph raised his eyes and looked at the special terrain of the Atlas Mountains, low and gentle mountains, filled with light yellow hard soil, with almost no plants taller than 20 centimeters, and only a small amount of weeds, sparsely dotted here and there on the ground. It seemed extremely empty and desolate. There are no dual carriages equipped with high-end shock absorbers in the army. Riding a carriage on this kind of road is almost like being punished. He had also tried riding a horse before, but due to the lack of training, he had large blisters on his inner thighs in just one day, so he had to walk forward. But I didn't expect that it would greatly boost morale. But it was a mistake. As the sky grew darker, the sound of the military drums in the ranks of the guards began to change its tune, and finally stopped along with the sound of the trumpets. The officers of each company began to direct the soldiers to the preset resting positions. The scouts had already scouted the situation ahead on horseback and marked areas suitable for overnight stays. The soldiers had a simple dinner, sang and drank to relax for half an hour. Wine was a necessary military commodity, and everyone's quota would not make you drunk. Then they spread blankets on the ground and slept in the open air. The distance between each person is about half a meter, like neat little squares, covering the Atlas Mountains with a unique carpet. In the officer's tent, Joseph drank vegetable beef soup and watched Berthier and the others discussing combat deployment around the map. Since the day before yesterday, we have encountered more and more Algiers scouts. It seems that they are not far from here. The commander of the cavalry battalion said. Berthier pointed to the west side of Nafzay. We can arrive here tomorrow. We must be prepared for encounters at any time. Next to them, a major laughed and said, the Algiers must have thought we were still in the Tunisian city. Who knew we had already rushed right up to the tip of their noses? Berthier smiled and nodded. His Highness's tactics will definitely catch the enemy off guard. I'm really looking forward to seeing their shocked expressions when they encounter our army. Yes, Joseph's plan was to use offense as defense. Taking advantage of the high-speed marching ability of the Guards Corps, they marched 110 kilometers in 3.5 days, from Tunisia city to the border of Algiers and Tunisia. Then, on the battlefield he caught the marching Algiers army by surprise. The Algiers army, which set out a week earlier than the Guards Corps, has just arrived east of Annaba, having traveled more than 170 kilometers. Berthier suddenly remembered something, turned around and asked the staff officer on the side, where is the Milan army? Here. The staff officer pointed to the west side of Bizet on the map. We are still 1 day away. Berthier frowned and looked at Joseph again. The Algiers army is very close to us and may discover us at any time. Perhaps Lieutenant Colonel André's infantry will not have time to participate in the first battle. The Maoulin's army is considered quite outstanding among the old French armies, but in terms of marching speed, there is still a big gap with the Guards army. Therefore, they only had more than 400 cavalry to keep up with the Guards Corps, and the infantry lag far behind. Joseph didn't say much. After all, he, a just started officer, had no say in the fight. This is your authority, dear commander. Although Berthier's command level is not as good as that of superclass players such as Lanner, Soult, Messina, etc. He is at least in the middle of the martial pool for the Emperor, and he should have no problem dealing with the Algiers guards. Difficult. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. Berthier bowed to Joseph and then looked at the map. Towards the northwest from Nafzay, there is an uphill slope. I think it is most advantageous to have a decisive battle near here. Joseph looked at the contour lines on the map. The Tunisian mountains are on the south side of Annaba, so most of them are from Algiers to Tunisia. Only the short section from Nafzay to Bizet encountered some intermittent hills have become slightly lower. The police academy officer Ledrian on the side also nodded in agreement. The terrain here is indeed good. It's just that our scouts haven't found where the main force of the Algiers is yet. As he was talking, he heard the rapid sound of horse hooves, and then a scout cavalry quickly walked into the tent and said loudly, Your Highness, Lieutenant Colonel, we have discovered a large group of enemy troops. The number should exceed 10,000. Name. Judging from his clothing and weapons, he seems to be an Albanian mercenary. Why are there only more than 10,000 people? Berthier asked doubtfully. That's not clear yet, Lieutenant Colonel. But it certainly won't be too different. Little did he know that, in order to be the first to enter Tunisia and plunder, the Albanian mercenaries relied on their slightly faster marching speed to throw the Algiers guards away for more than 10 kilometers. Considering that the troops were still in Algiers, seem easy let him go. Berthier asked the scouts about the specific location of the enemy, quickly measured it on the map, turned to several senior officers in the tent and said, It is only more than 20 kilometers away from us. It seems that the enemy will be there at noon tomorrow at the earliest. Can be encountered. If the enemy's troops are disconnected from the front and rear, it will indeed be a rare opportunity for us. In the desert of the Atlas Mountains, 5 cavalrymen wearing Ottoman-style light yellow robes, loose breeches on their legs, and cocked boots were galloping westward along the slope of the northern hill point. Suddenly, the cavalryman at the front raised his hand and gestured, and whispered in French, There are enemies. The other 4 people immediately raised their eyes and looked into the distance, and sure enough they saw 3 or 4 Algiers scout cavalry. The people on the other side obviously saw them too. With disdain for the Tunisian untouchables, they howled, drew their machetes, and rushed over in a horizontal line. The Tunisian untouchables reacted very quickly, turned to the right and forward, and at the same time, took out the short-barreled rifle from the saddle. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, and the Tunisian untouchables chose the moment when they were closest, aiming at the opposite side, and firing a volley. Algiers' cavalryman immediately flew out on his side, but his foot caught in the stirrup and was dragged hundreds of meters by the horse. The Tunisian pariah skillfully put away his gun and drew his saber. Under the leadership of the commander, he made an arc, turned his horse's head, and ran towards the back of the Algiers. The latter was startled and hurriedly pulled the reins to the left, trying to catch up to the enemy. At this moment, the Tunisian untouchable suddenly made a sharp turn and galloped to the right, so that the two sides became a figure-8 hedging situation. The Algiers were obviously in a panic. The moment the horses of both sides lined up, the Tunisian pariah chopped down 2 of them. The remaining man was so frightened that he turned his horse and ran away. The battle between cavalry is all about courage. Whoever escapes first will basically become a piece of meat on the chopping board. It is easy for others to slash forward with a sword, but it is almost impossible to twist the waist and slash behind. The Tunisian untouchable caught up with him, ran 400 to 500 meters, and then chopped him off his horse with a knife. The faces of the 5 victorious cavalry were filled with excitement, and they turned back to clean up the battlefield. They actually rushed over. I'm so grateful to them, Sergeant Orbin. Are these 4 guys enough for us to move up a level? Well, Blanche just killed 2, and he will definitely be promoted to sergeant. As for you, you don't seem to have caught any, so don't worry about it. Damn it. If we continue moving forward, we should still encounter enemy scouts. 5 Tunisian Guards cavalrymen quickly mounted their horses and continued to clear out the enemy's reconnaissance cavalry along the edge of the predetermined battlefield. The same situation occurred everywhere nearby, and Berthier sent half of his cavalry in Tunisian uniforms to clear out the enemy's scouts. He still has 400 Milan cavalry in hand, so he has no worries about the physical strength of the cavalry point in this way. Although the Albanian mercenaries noticed something was wrong, they always believed that it was just the Tunisian tribal forces that were harassing them. It wasn't until he was less than 5 kilometers away from the guards that Mets truly realized that there was an army of thousands of people on the opposite side, in the unobstructed wilderness of the Atlas Mountains. This distance could already be used to directly use a telescope. I saw the army on the opposite side. The Albanian mercenaries were still on the march before, and Simizi hurriedly ordered to change their combat formation. As the officers passed on the order, the Albanians suddenly became a mess. Shouting and neighing. It is completely different from the war scenes in movies and TV shows. In real battles, the soldiers immediately line up like machines and fiercely take out their weapons and start fighting as soon as the officer gives the order. With the communication capabilities of the 18th century, it took the 13,000 mercenaries more than 20 minutes just to convey the command to change combat formation to every soldier. It was even more chaotic when waiting in line. You blocked my way, I took his place, and some soldiers even couldn't find their own officers. The guards corps had already made preparations. When the infantry approached about 2 kilometers away from the enemy, the front team stopped, and the rear team kept lining up on both sides. After only 10 minutes, a formation with more than 30 rows in front and nearly 100 columns in each row was formed. Immediately the drums beat in unison. Dozens of drummers took the lead in striding forward, and the infantry brigade quickly followed. After more than 10 minutes, the long march of Albanian mercenaries had just barely gathered together, and the guards corps had already approached 500 meters away from them. On the hillside at the rear, Berthier put down his telescope and signaled to the herald, "Call the order. The infantry will form a fighting formation. The artillery will start firing." Chapter 220. The Fierce Crown Prince's Guards Corps. A French army field command post surrounded by a large number of red-coated Swiss guards. Joseph silently wrote down a series of Berthier's orders. Perhaps in the near future, he himself will conduct the same command. Seeing the herald running away quickly, Joseph picked up the battlefield notes he had made before and compared them. He confirmed the location of the artillery position and raised his binoculars to look over in the objective lens of the telescope. 2 parapets about 10 meters wide appeared on a hillside 1 kilometer away. At this time, there were 5 8-pound guns quietly crawling behind it. Apparently the artillerymen had not received the order yet. According to the artillery group tactics brought by Joseph, all the heavy artillery brought by the Guards Corps were concentrated on this artillery position. At present, European armies generally integrate artillery into infantry regiments for use. The gun was mounted near the infantry position. In battle, there is often only one cannon several hundred meters away. Although this can cause damage to enemy troops in a wider range, it can only be used as auxiliary firepower for infantry. Nahang's artillery group tactics is to gather all the artillery under the unified command of the Legion commander to bombard a target with the maximum firepower. In order to quickly defeat it. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10 of them. Once the enemy's position under heavy bombardment collapses, it will become a breakthrough for the French army to tear apart its front. The effect is much better than slowly consuming the enemy's front point. After about half a minute, Joseph finally saw that the artillery company commander received the order and asked the flag bearer beside him to raise the small flag ready to fire. The target location has long been determined. The gunners of each gun loudly urged the soldiers. Soon they completed their firing preparations and stood beside the cannon waiting for orders. The artillery battery commander turned around and said something, and the flag bearer immediately played the free fire flag. Several artillery pieces immediately spit out blazing flames. The cannon body jerked back. The artillery position was instantly enveloped in thick smoke. After a few seconds, the thunderous sound of the cannon reached Joseph's ears from a distance. He turned the telescope and saw that the northern side of the low-lying Albanian mercenary position opposite looked like a wheat field invaded by bison. It fell down in a small area in an instant, and faint blood stains could be seen on the ground. That was a scene 2 or 3 kilometers away. There were often 20 or 30 people in the small area of the military formation. The main reason was that the mercenaries who were busy forming the teams stood too densely, and the artillery of the Guards Corps was also lucky. The first calibration shot directly hit the target, causing a large number of casualties. Berthier on the side obviously also saw the result of the victory and muttered in a low voice, "It was a good fight." Less than a minute later, the 5 cannons roared again. Pointed is very different from the common scene of thousands of guns firing in movies and TV dramas. The Guards Corps of more than 4,000 people only brought a total of 6 cannons, including one 4-pounder cannon from the reserve team. Point with the field logistics capabilities of this era, this is the highest proportion of artillery that the troops can carry while ensuring firepower. In fact, the most important factor affecting artillery firepower is the amount of ammunition. Point, as long as the continuous output of the cannons can be ensured, the damage that 5 8-pound cannons can cause is already terrifying. And even if you bring more cannons, if the ammunition is quickly exhausted, the cannons will be nothing more than iron lumps. Carrying an extra cannon is not as good as carrying an extra 100 rounds of artillery shells. The 8-pound iron ball roared into the Albanian army and plowed several long bloody trenches. The mercenaries who were still forming a team round them immediately fell into chaos. No matter how the officers yelled and cursed, the soldiers just ran around, or stayed in place, and trembled in fear. The entire Albanian army's left wing suddenly lost a section. Point, Joseph suddenly heard the sound of bagpipes, organs and violins that had been playing in his ears weakening. This was the case on the battlefields of this era. From the beginning of the battle, the music from all over the battlefield never stopped, like being in a grand, but somewhat simple concert. Point, immediately, the sound of the drums became clearer, and the infantry column that had been advancing rapidly stopped on the spot and spread out to both sides. 2 officers from each company went out to pull a 20 to 30 meter rope straight. The soldiers lined up behind the rope. The entire queue suddenly became straight. Point, a few minutes later, in front of the Albanian mercenary position, an infantry line with 3 rows in front and back, spanning 700 to 800 meters long, appeared. From Joseph's perspective, it was as if a giant had carved a white knife mark on the pale yellow wasteland. Point, at the same time, 2 infantry companies appeared on the north side, forming a skirmishing formation, and staring at the gap opened by artillery in the enemy's line, and began to move forward slowly. Point, Albanian army commander Simizi looked through the telescope at the troops in crisp white military uniforms, tight pants, and tricorn hats. His brow was covered in cold sweat, and he kept muttering, "They are French. How is this possible? This is impossible." According to the intelligence he received, the French army was still in the Tunisian city 3 days ago. This information has been repeatedly confirmed by Albanian spies and the remnants of the Tunisian guards, and there is no way it is wrong. Point, but where did the Frenchmen in front of me come from? It's impossible for them to get from Tunisia to Annaba in 3 days, right? According to his knowledge, this is indeed impossible, but for the Guards Corps who train cross-country with heavy loads all day long, it is far from reaching the limit. Point, another round of artillery fire from the distance shocked Simizi. He saw that the French army's line had been deployed, but his own team was still in disarray, and his heart suddenly tightened. Point, the military quality of the Guards Corps was much higher than that of the Albanians, and they had prepared for the assault early in the morning. The speed of the whole team was naturally much faster than that of the mercenaries who were still marching. In the War of the Flintlock era, whoever can complete the entire team first will have an absolute advantage. Point, at this moment, the scouts sent by Metz finally returned. He was considered a veteran on the battlefield, and he could still perform basic operations such as sending out cavalry for reconnaissance immediately after encountering the enemy. Point, the leading cavalryman was still far away, so he loudly reported to him, "Pasha, there are about 4,000 enemy troops, and there may be hundreds of reserve troops behind." Simizi was certain in his mind that, although the enemy had taken advantage of the surprise attack, he had an absolute advantage in strength. Point, in other words, as long as you can manage to stabilize your position and drag the battle into a head-on confrontation, victory will still belong to you. His thoughts were racing, and he looked at his left wing, which was the most chaotic, and shouted to the attendant, "Let Nishni lead the cavalry to attack the enemy's right wing. Delay the enemy for at least half an hour. The right wing of the French army is the left wing of the Albanian army." Point, the attendant hesitated. "Pasha, is it all the cavalry?" Simizi gritted his teeth and nodded. "Yes, all cavalry." He knew very well that he could not let go of the cavalry at this time point, although the cavalry side is still in a mess and has not completed the entire team. If it is just a harassment battle, each cavalry brigade attacks at will, and it should be able to delay the enemy for a long time before all 1,600 cavalry are exhausted. After that, he can take advantage of his strength and fight a positional battle with the French. Even if they can't win, General Keppler's army will arrive tomorrow. By then, with several times their strength, they will surely be able to quickly overwhelm the French army, just as another round of bombardment by the Guards Corps artillery completely scattered the Albanian left wing. Horns sounded in the latter's military formation, and more than a dozen heralds ran back and forth to gather the cavalry. 300 meters behind the Albanian army's gap, a reserve team began to form a team, preparing to fill the front line with a neat cue point. Just as the drummers of the guards beat rhythmic drums and the military band started playing again, preparing to launch a frontal attack, a large number of cavalry carrying bows and arrows poured out from the Albanian left wing. Joseph heard the prompt from the staff officer on the side and looked over there with the binoculars and suddenly frowned. How did the Albanians react so quickly? You know, it is much more difficult to form a cavalry team than infantry. Why can they launch a cavalry attack immediately? But he immediately discovered the clues and said to Berthier on the side, "Are they here to die?" There is no difference between cavalry without formation and wild horses running around on the grassland. They were unable to take into account other teams while moving at high speed, and in the end it was easy to become a patch here and there or along a narrow line. If the opponent's cavalry lines up to attack, it will be a complete victory. Your Highness, they are probably trying to delay time. Berthier said, "We don't have as many cavalry as they do, and it will take a long time to completely eliminate them. But before that, they will separate some of their cavalry to attack our infantry lines." The strongest infantry line in the Fusilier era was its frontal attack power, and a thin line would make the flanks very vulnerable. So generally speaking, both sides will use cavalry to cover their infantry flanks. Joseph nodded and waited for Berthier's response. The latter thought for a while and said to the herald, "Let the cavalry immediately respond to the right wing. Retract the skirmishers, assist the infantry on the right wing, and switch to hollow square defense. Give them the artillery of the reserve team." Yes, the hollow phalanx was another advanced tactic that Joseph brought to the Guards Corps. Of course, the hollow phalanx had already appeared in the early 18th century, but it was only used as an emergency means when the infantry was cut and surrounded by cavalry and prepared to fight tooth and nail. But Joseph knew how the emperor used it to deal with the Mamluk cavalry. The infantry took the initiative to form multiple phalanxes that supported each other and staggered across a large area, slowing down the cavalry's impact and constantly consuming the cavalry, thus becoming an offensive phalanx. The order was conveyed to the right wing of the infantry line a minute later, and 2 skirmisher companies and 8 infantry companies began to move. At the same time, the officers on the right wing also sent people to report that they would face an enemy cavalry raid. When the Albanian cavalry forward rushed to the French right wing in a chaotic manner, more than 500 cavalrymen from the Guards Corps and the Milan Corps had already completed their formation and swept towards the sparse Albanian cavalry in 5 rows. The latter only rushed up to 100 or so people, and they were scattered almost immediately when they met. Most of them were cut down from their horses by sabers, and a few were shot dead by skirmishers who were covering the infantry from the side. The French cavalry did not make any stop, drew an arc in the distance, turned around and regrouped. The 2 skirmisher companies have blocked the sides of the infantry line, forming a T-shape. Soon, more Albanian cavalry came galloping forward. The French skirmishers fired dense bullets from the queue, and the 20 or 30 riders at the front fell off their horses. Many of these skirmishers were trained by Joseph to be used as hunters, that is, snipers, and their marksmanship was very good. If the enemy's charge formation hadn't been too chaotic, the result would have been even greater. The Albanians were beaten in a daze. The infantry in front of them showed no fear at all when facing them. They just stood upright and aimed and fired. For a moment, the cavalry behind them reined in their horses due to the momentum, and prepared to pass sideways. The French cavalry not far away quickly completed the entire team, roaring and inserting into the enemy cavalry formation from the side point. The chaotic cavalry was completely unable to fight against the neatly arranged cavalry, let alone being attacked from the waist. The Albanian cavalry immediately collapsed and was massacred by the French cavalry. In just 10 minutes, the Albanian cavalry had sent nearly 400 people away. A large number of horses that had lost their owners stood there in a daze and instead became a barrier for the French infantry. A French skirmisher company commander named Lefebvre looked at the enemy corpses on the ground, then looked at the almost uninjured soldiers beside him, licked his dry lips, and shouted to the messenger next to him, "I think we can block the enemy cavalry without using a hollow phalanx." The latter was stunned for a moment and quickly typed out what he said in semaphore. Lefebvre quickly stopped him. "I'm just saying, I didn't ask you to." However, Berthier in the distance saw the semaphore with his telescope, but he smiled and nodded. He is an adventurous guy. "Okay, then I'll do as you say." He turned to his staff and said, "Leave 4 companies to defend the right wing, and then transfer 2 companies from the reserve. The other infantry will still form a line formation to attack frontally." Joseph saw that the guards were like a slow-moving giant. It took a minute for the instructions from the brain to be transmitted to the limbs, and the right hand, that had just been spread out to prepare for defense, was clenched into a fist again. The 4-pounder gun of the reserve was also towed to the right flank. The gunner followed the instructions and ordered the loader to stuff grape shot into the barrel of the gun. A few minutes later, the rhythmic drum beat sounded again in front of the infantry line of the Guards Corps. The drummer took the lead to move forward, driving the entire infantry line toward the Albanian position. The fierce fighting on the right continued. The Albanian cavalry rushed against the French infantry, which consisted of only 500 to 600 people, but were repeatedly sniped by muskets and 4-pounders. This is actually a battle of willpower. If these cavalry are brave enough to withstand 2 or 3 volleys and rush into the crowd of infantry, it will result in a one-sided massacre. Even if the French cavalry comes to cover, the advantage of the formation will be greatly reduced. Because there are French infantry around. Then it is very possible to penetrate the French right-wing defense line. However, it was the French infantry who were not afraid of death. They watched the enemy cavalry rush more than 30 meters away, shouting and completing targeted shooting, and the morale of the Albanians who were close at hand was shattered. Chapter 221. Defeat more with less. The Albanian army commander Simisi saw the French infantry line moving, and then looked at the still chaotic infantry group on his side, and his face turned pale. "What are the cavalry doing?" Exclamation mark. He raised his telescope angrily and looked towards the north side of the battlefield, where he saw hundreds of Albanian cavalry charging towards the thin French infantry. The French stood there like rocks and launched a volley. The 20 or 30 cavalrymen in the front row immediately rolled and fell to the ground, raising dust all over the sky. Then there was a faint sound of cannon. Metz couldn't find the cannon. He only saw something that looked like an arm with half a shoulder flying up into the air in a cloud of blood. Since the Albanian cavalry did not form a formation at all, the attacking team was dragged forward and backward for more than 200 meters. The cavalry a little further away from the French army was obviously frightened by the sound of artillery and the screams of their own men, and they immediately turned their horses and fled to both sides. Metz saw some dead horses rushing into the French flank defense line under the action of inertia, causing a certain amount of chaos. Some cavalrymen who failed to control their horses also charged forward, but were immediately stabbed to death by French infantry with bayonets. But there were no more cavalry to follow, and the French army's line quickly closed again. Simisi cursed in a low voice bitterly, "These cowardly Albanians. If they advance 50 steps forward, the main force of the French army will have no choice but to retreat to support the right wing." It's just that morale involves too many factors. Once it collapses, it's extremely difficult to recover, unless you can withdraw from the battlefield for repairs immediately afterwards. The French cavalry completed their formation and roared over from the gentle slope on the north side. When the Albanian cavalry saw this, they immediately fled faster. The 4-pounder gun was replaced with solid bullets, and it kept bombarding behind them, spraying out pieces of fishy and sweet blood mist point on the front of the battlefield. The infantry line of the Guards Corps was still advancing steadily. The nearly kilometer-long line almost maintained a straight line, exuding an unstoppable and intimidating pressure point at this time. The Albanian left wing was hit by dozens of rounds of French artillery, leaving only pieces of flesh and blood on the ground, forming a huge gap point. A company of skirmishers from the Guards Corps walked out of the queue. After checking their weapons according to the drill, 3 drummers beat the drums and walked forward with their heads held high. Hundreds of soldiers immediately followed in sparse formation. Lefebvre on the right commanded his men to fire 2 rounds of volleys behind the enemy cavalry. He found that the enemy had run far away and he could not catch up. He turned around and saw that a general attack had been launched from the front. He immediately ordered the formation of the team, and after asking his battalion commander for instructions, he led his skirmisher company into a frontal battle. The soldiers on the Albanian side looked at the approaching French army in horror. They no longer cared about the entire team, and some began to shoot at the opposite side in panic. However, with the accuracy of the flintlock gun, if you do not use intensive volleys, you can only rely on faith to hit the target. The infantry line of the Guards Corps approached until they were 70 steps away from the enemy. They stopped at the officer's command and quickly organized the line. Immediately, the company commanders of each company issued the command neatly: get ready, aim, shooting. The infantry line immediately erupted with neat fire, and nearly 1,000 projectiles penetrated into the Albanian mercenary formation. Reload. The second row takes 3 steps forward. Prepare. Aim. The long and narrow Guards Corps line was like a precision-operated machine. A row of soldiers stepped forward 3 steps, fired a volley, and then reloaded on the spot. A row of soldiers behind him immediately stepped forward, fired another volley, and reloaded. The soldiers behind came forward again. In this way, under the pressure of intensive firepower, the infantry line quickly reached a place less than 50 steps away from the mercenaries. The terrifying power of the cap gun was fully demonstrated. Every time the infantry line fired a salvo, it could take away the heads of nearly 100 mercenaries. A huge casualties caused soldiers to flee in front of the Albanian army, and the unformed front line suddenly became more bumpy. The most tenacious few centurions were still resisting in place, while most of the soldiers began to retreat under the pressure of bullets, and some others had already run to the rear and were fighting with the supervising team. The entire formation has completely turned into a rag spread on the Atlas Mountains and the gap on the left wing of the Albanian army. A French skirmisher company spread out more than 40 meters wide, hunched over and slowly approached, stopping from time to time to fire cold shots, just when they were 30 or 40 steps forward. A rough laughter came from behind. Anatole, you are too dogmatic. There are no enemies on the other side. We should rush in as quickly as possible. The captain named Anatole turned his head and saw Lefebvre's skirmisher company arranged in 5 columns, passing quickly past him and heading straight towards the Albanian position. We are skirmishers, Lefebvre said. The only creed of skirmishers is flexibility. Goodbye. Anatole watched helplessly as Lefebvre's men arrived first and plunged into the gap in the enemy's line. He quickly stood up straight and shouted to his company, gather into a column. Attack quickly. Lefebvre's company was almost in the Albanian's face before ordering it to spread out. During this period, more than a dozen fierce mercenaries rushed over with spears. The second lieutenant in charge of the cover directed a brigade to shoot down several of them and then separated them with bayonets. 2 minutes later, Lefebvre's company had formed an uneven line. Aim, shooting, following Lefebvre's loud orders. More than 30 percussion cap guns fired a volley. The 7 or 8 Albanian mercenaries who were closest suddenly seemed to have been hit by an invisible fist, and they fell back with a groan. Several other people turned around and fled in a hurry. Lefebvre commanded his company to advance dozens of meters deeper into the enemy and then ordered the line to turn to the south, which was the left edge of the Albanian position, and began to fire and compress inward. At this time, Anatole's company also followed, forming a line behind him to join the battle. The Albanian army, which was on the verge of collapse on the frontal battlefield, immediately worsened. The nearly 10,000 mercenaries were beaten by the 3,000 Guards Corps and were unable to fight back. They kept retreating to the southwest point. This is not only because the latter's tactics are used more rationally, but also because of the huge gap in the quality of soldiers and weapons and equipment. The artillery of the Guards Corps also began to bombard the center of the Albanian position under Berthia's order. Nearly 10,000 people were spread out in the open wasteland, and there was almost no need to aim to ensure that the shells would hit point soon. Metz saw that his left wing collapsed completely, and the French army had formed a flanking attack, squeezing a large number of soldiers into the center of the battlefield. And that was where the French artillery bombarded them fiercely. With a livid face, he said to the attendant, "Let Fats go up. Give the order for the whole army to retreat." Fats's unit is the general reserve of the Albanian army, with about 1,200 people. They had been staying at the rear of the main battlefield, but they had already completed their formation and now began to move forward in an orderly manner. However, Berthia would not give them a chance to leave calmly. He saw the enemy's chaotic state through the telescope and said to the herald, "Take back the cavalry and prepare to pursue and defeat the enemy. Let the infantry lines launch a bayonet charge." "Yes, sir." Joseph saw the two companies cutting into the enemy's left wing through the telescope and nodded approvingly. "Whose company is on the north side?" Berthia said. "Your Highness, the smoke is too thick and we can't see the flag clearly." Joseph observed the situation on the battlefield and put forward his own opinion. "The enemy seems to be retreating. Perhaps we can let the two companies go deep into the enemy's rear and cut off their retreat." Berthia hesitated. After all, it was only two companies with only 200 people. "Your Highness, if we go around the back, we are likely to run into the enemy's reserve team. Their number is too small." Joseph nodded. "I'm just talking casually. Don't let me interfere with your judgment." On the frontal battlefield, the infantry line of the Guards Corps fired a last round of volley less than 30 steps away from the enemy, and then installed bayonets on the muzzles of their guns. As the sound of the military drums became more rapid than ever, the officers on the front line waved their swords and pointed at the enemy troops, shouting loudly, "Charge! For His Majesty the King! For His Royal Highness the Crown Prince! Come on!" The white infantry lines immediately hit the Albanian mercenaries like surging waves. The latter had long been in chaos and did not have the courage to fight. Even if they had the courage, their loose and bumpy formation could not do it. The mercenaries at the front were instantly knocked down by bayonets, and wailing sounds came one after another. The people who had retreated before were so frightened that they turned from retreating in small steps to turning around and running wildly. On Lefebvre's side, they were still firing and advancing in an orderly manner, but suddenly they found that the enemy had given up resistance and began to flee quickly to the west. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to the company commander not far away and said, "Anatole, it seems the enemy is going to run away. Then let's catch up." Lefebvre looked to the west, shook his head and said, "We are the deepest into the enemy's hinterland. We should try to cut off their retreat at this time. Would you like to come with me?" "What are you up to?" Lefebvre smiled, turned to the herald and said, "Order the whole company to gather into columns immediately and not to get entangled with the enemy. Let's go west as fast as possible." On the Albanian army's side, the general reserves led by Fats formed a neat line and gave way to a few oaks, that is, the soldiers of the regiment. Then they saw the Guards Corps in white uniforms charging with bayonets. "Come up, aim, shoot." Fats didn't care that there were many of his own men in front of him and hurriedly ordered to open fire. There was a burst of explosions. Thick smoke rose into the air, and dozens of Albanian mercenaries and guardsmen fell to the ground. The attack momentum of the Guards Corps suddenly slowed down. The battalion commanders on the front line frowned slightly when they saw that the Albanians had organized resistance. Just as he was preparing to gather his troops and shoot at the opposite side, he heard someone from the south shouting, "Don't be afraid. They can only fire 2 shots at most. In the name of the Crown Prince, follow me." The battalion commander stood up with his stirrups on. Through the bursts of smoke, he saw a company rushing towards the Albanian defense line like a bison without slowing down. Out. When he saw the company's flag, he immediately tightened his grip on his riding whip. This reckless guy, if the enemy, as his thoughts flashed through his mind, He heard echoing shouts from the right wing, "Let them see how powerful the police academy students are. All charge at me." The battalion commander turned around and saw that there were 4 or 5 companies following Dav out, running towards the enemy's position in hand-to-hand combat. He waved vigorously to the messenger. "Command, shoot, and cover them." The Albanian mercenaries were worthy of being one of the most combat-effective legions of the Ottoman Empire. Although they were shocked by the monstrous momentum of the Guards Corps, they still gritted their teeth and completed the reloading and raised their guns again. Fats shouted anxiously, "Shoot! Shoot quickly!" A dense burst of fire flashed instantly. While running, Dav heard something chirping past his ears. When he subconsciously turned his head, he saw that half of his sergeant's face was missing. His body spun around in a circle under the impact of the bullets and fell into a pile of weeds. Mercenary shooting caused more than 30 casualties. This is nothing to the thousands of guardsmen, but the psychological impact on the soldiers is very great. Dav stared with blood-red eyes. His foot speed did not slow down at all, and he shouted with all his strength, "They don't have time to reload. Everyone, come on. Revenge for the brothers." In fact, they were still more than 50 steps away from the enemy, and they might be able to shoot from the opposite side. But he knew that, if he retreated at this time, he would suffer greater losses. "All we can do is give it a try." The timid soldiers heard Dav's words and immediately followed his footsteps. But when the police academy students not far away saw their fallen comrades, they rushed harder than before. The Albanian reserves hurriedly began to reload, but when those white military uniforms appeared 20 steps away from them, they could no longer remain calm. Some people stood up and prepared to resist with their bayonets, while others turned around to greet the spearmen. Yes, this close combat unit was still retained in the Ottoman army, and more people retreated tremblingly. Fates personally killed 2 deserters, but was completely unable to curb the momentum of the retreat. Before Dav's bayonet touched an enemy, the Albanian troops in the rear dropped their weapons and fled backwards crazily. "Don't let them escape." The young Dav waved vigorously behind him, while he stared at Fats on the horse, drew his pistol and shot him. After the cavalry of the Guards Corps dispersed the Albanian cavalry, they made some repairs, mainly because the horses needed to regain their strength, and then pursued the enemy's broken troops as a whole. In pursuit battles, cavalry is always the main force. After these hundreds of cavalry joined, the Albanian mercenaries were immediately overtaken in large numbers, and they all knelt down and surrendered. The largest group of mercenaries who fled had a strength of 3 oaks. After retreating for nearly a mile, the shouts of the pursuers could no longer be heard clearly. They were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they suddenly saw a white thin line on the hill in front of them. There were the 2 companies of Lefebvre and Anatole, spread out in line formation. Chapter 222. The world's earliest field hospital. In front of the thin and narrow infantry line, Lefebvre looked at the mountains in the distance and Albanian mercenaries in khaki short robes slowly swarming in like a colony of ants. He nervously wiped the sweat from his palms on the hem of his clothes. The second company commander on the side whispered, "Lieutenant, there are almost 3,000 to 4,000 people." "I saw it," Lefebvre responded with a stern face. At this moment, he was beginning to regret it. He had indeed gotten behind the enemy in advance, but there were only 220 people on his side. The distance between the infantry behind them is 1.5 meters. Usually this number should be 0.5 to 0.7 meters. There are only 2 rows at the front and rear. If the enemy launches a strong attack, it will easily overwhelm the line. "Hold on." He glanced behind him and shouted to encourage morale. "Hold your guns. The enemy is vulnerable." In fact, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Soon, the khaki and colony came to the front of the infantry line. As Lefebvre yelled, "Shoot!" the guns of the first row of soldiers fired, and fire and smoke spurted out at the same time. Because the distance was quite far, only 7 or 8 Albanian mercenaries were shot over by bullets. However, as if stung by a scorpion, the Albanians instantly separated to both sides, as if the slender French army line in front of them was a stone wall, shooting. When the second row of French soldiers opened fire, the thousands of mercenaries who had originally poured in suddenly turned around and ran away in panic. Their morale had been completely shattered. They were like frightened birds. They had a stress reaction when they heard the sound of gunfire and did not even raise their heads to see how many enemy troops there were. Surprise flashed in Lefebvre's eyes, and his voice was a little louder. Load, shooting. As the guardsmen continued to fire, the Albanian troops became increasingly chaotic and even suffered a massive stampede. Thousands of people were blocked by these 200 soldiers for nearly 20 minutes. During this period, only some mercenaries escaped from both sides of the infantry line. Lefebvre's manpower was too small, and the line was only wide enough to flatten the area. A quarter of the road is blocked. Finally, the first team of police cadets appeared behind the Albanian army. The latter quickly changed from fleeing everywhere to dropping his weapons and kneeling down to beg for mercy. 4 hours later, officers such as Joseph and Berthia walked through the center of the battlefield just now, watching the soldiers carefully carry away the wounded, loudly yelling at groups of Albanian mercenary captives passing by. The battle went more smoothly than Joseph expected. Both the Guards Corps and the police academy students showed high morale and excellent combat skills. Of course, a large part of the reason is that the enemy team is disjointed. Otherwise, Berthia would have to wait for the arrival of the Maulen's army and engage in a head-to-head battle with more than 20,000 Algiers troops from time to time. Soldiers around saw them and stood at attention to salute. Joseph also nodded frequently to the soldiers. Berthia took a piece of paper from the staff, glanced at it quickly, turned to Joseph and smiled. Your Highness, the news just came back that we have captured more than 3,000 enemy troops on the west side. It seems that there are still more. There were several senior officers. Oh, you actually caught up with me. Joseph was a little surprised. After the enemy army was broken up, some fled to the north, while others retreated to the west. Berthia ordered the cavalry to pursue northward, thinking that the enemy on the west side would probably escape. Berthia said, to skirmisher companies quickly inserted into the west side of the enemy's army and cut off their retreat. The staff officer on the side gave a general introduction to the blocking battle on the west side. François Lefebvre? Joseph thought the name seemed familiar. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Isn't this the Duke of Danzig, one of the 26 marshals of the Emperor? He participated in the Battle of Flourishes, the Battle of Jena and other major battles. He followed the Emperor on his expedition to Russia and achieved outstanding military exploits. Joseph immediately remembered that Lefebvre was of civilian origin and had served in the French Guard. It seems that when Berthia took over the French Guards last time, he recruited him under his command. No wonder he was so fierce, blocking more than 3,000 Albanian mercenaries with 2 companies. Did you find a treasure by accident? He looked at Berthia. Your Excellency, Lieutenant Colonel, how do you plan to reward Lieutenant Lefebvre? The latter thought, he is brave in combat and has good command skills. He has performed very well in previous exercises. Your Highness, this time he can receive the Silver Iris Order and be promoted to captain, according to the military merit system set up by Joseph. From high to low, they are divided into Golden Iris, Silver Iris, and Bronze Iris. These require specific military exploits to obtain, such as Golden Iris, which will play a huge role in influencing the situation in a certain battle. The Silver Iris will have an important impact on the outcome of the battle. Bronze Iris will also make a significant contribution to this part of the campaign. This system is far ahead of its time in the current European armies. Even if there are medals, they will only be awarded to noblemen. In the Crown Prince's Guards Corps, even if you are born as a beggar, even if you are a handyman, as long as you contribute to the war, you will receive corresponding military exploits at the same time. Each level of military merit has specific rewards and benefits. Cash out immediately after meritorious deeds are made, pay when needed, upgrade when needed, and even benefit family members under such a merit system. Which soldier cannot actively fight? How can morale not be high? Joseph pondered for a moment and said, I think Lefebvre can be promoted to major as an exception. The Guards Corps is currently short of talents, and we must give more opportunities to officers with potential. What he said is also true. Because the Guards Corps initially limited its troops to civilians and small nobles, there was a severe shortage of middle and higher level officers. In France in this era, only nobles with rich families could afford to attend the majors in military academies that could become senior officers. without money and background. Even if you enter a military academy, you can only learn unpopular subjects such as surveying and mapping, engineering, etc., and your promotion will be extremely slow. Therefore, in the Guards Corps, many lieutenant officers currently serve as company commanders, because the number of captains is seriously insufficient. The most important thing is that Joseph is sure that Lefebvre is definitely qualified for the position of major. That was a marshal who the emperor had personally appraised through a series of battles. Berthier immediately smiled and nodded. "I will obey your instructions, your highness." In the Guards Corps, the crown prince's orders have absolute authority and cannot be questioned. Of course, Joseph would never overestimate his capabilities and give blind orders. After all, this was the foundation for his livelihood. The staff officer on the side laughed and said, "Captain Davout's glory will be obscured now." Berthier also smiled. He is still young. Someone who can beat him may be able to inspire him to grow up faster. The future Marshal Davout had just turned 18 and had graduated from the military academy less than half a year ago. He first performed well in the exercise and was promoted to lieutenant and became an infantry company commander. In today's battle, he bravely took the lead, leading his company to withstand the enemy's intensive shooting, taking the lead in breaking up the enemy's formation with hand-to-hand combat, and was promoted to captain. Joseph sighed in his heart. These marshals under the emperor are indeed not vegetarians. If you give them a chance, they will stand out immediately. In the afternoon, the Guards Corps had roughly cleared the battlefield, and Joseph personally presided over the burial ceremony of the remains of the fallen soldiers. Of course, the specific religious procedures are still operated by the military priests in this battle. A total of 89 members of the Guards Corps and Police Academy students were killed, and 70 were seriously injured. Although this number of casualties is not large, in view of today's one-sided battle situation, it can be lowered. Of course, this is only their first time participating in actual combat. Joseph believes that as their combat experience continues to enrich, they will do better and better in the future. Seeing Peau's body being put away with great care, and then His Royal Highness the Crown Prince saluting them one by one, new changes appeared in the hearts of the soldiers of the Guards Corps. In the past, they were more grateful and dependent on the Crown Prince, but after His Highness went to the battlefield with them and fought side by side, it has now turned into love and reverence. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, the Guards Corps, which was resting on the spot, finally waited for the belated arrival of the Milan Corps a little half a day later than scheduled. In the officer's tent, Andre saluted Joseph with a look of remorse on his face. "Your Highness, I'm really sorry, I'm late." Joseph motioned for him to sit down on the chair and asked, "Did something happen?" Andre nodded awkwardly. "Your Highness, after leaving Tunisia City, our wine supply did not arrive. A large-scale dysentery broke out the next day." He glanced outside the military tent. Actually, less than 2,600 people from the Milan army arrived. The rest were left halfway because of their serious illness. The Milan army that came to Tunisia had 3,000 people. In other words, in 4 or 5 days, 13% of the troops were reduced due to dysentery. Joseph frowned slightly. He knew that most of Tunisia's population believed in Islam and did not drink alcohol, so it was difficult to get wine. This also confirmed his doubts about the Tunisians' ability to provide logistical supplies. Wine is an important military commodity in this era. One of the main reasons is that it kills most harmful bacteria during the fermentation process. It is safest for the army to use this thing to replenish moisture. After leaving the city of Tunisia, the Milan army had no wine and could only find water in the wild. This should be the reason why they had a massive outbreak of dysentery. Joseph comforted Andre and asked him to settle down the troops first. There might be a battle tomorrow. According to the confessions of the captured Albanian mercenaries, the main force of the Algiers guards followed them more than 10 kilometers behind. Just a day's journey. After Andre left, Joseph suddenly thought of a question and looked at Berthier. "Has the wine supply to the Guards Corps not been interrupted?" "No, Your Highness. We, like the Milan army, ran out of wine after leaving Tunisia City." "Oh. Then why didn't dysentery break out in the guards?" The staff officer next to him hurriedly replied with admiration. "Your Highness, this is all the work of Dr. Pern. Before, dysentery was quite serious in the army. Later, he strictly required the soldiers to drink hot water, and the situation got better. He even saved the battle. Joseph blinked. Pern. Berthier whispered, "That's Dr. Perna's male name. It's her." A moment later, Perna, dressed in a white military uniform, and with her long hair tied in a tricorn hat, came to the officer's tent, and raised her hat to Joseph, and others with standard male movements. Joseph raised his hat, and asked her curiously, "How did you think of letting the guards drink hot water?" Perna said seriously, "Your Highness, you taught me this. You once told my father that illness is caused by bacteria entering the human body. Later in Bordeaux, you told Mr. Vergniaud that bacteria will die if left in hot water for half an hour." The young female doctor took a breath and continued, "There were soldiers in the Legion who suffered from dysentery before. I remember this when I was treating them, so I asked them to heat the water for half an hour before drinking it. Many people gradually recovered, and those disobedient soldiers even continued to do so for more than a month. So, I decided that your method was effective. So I asked the soldiers to drink hot water." When Joseph heard this, he greatly appreciated the female doctor's ability to draw inferences from one instance to another, but at the same time he was a little dumbfounded. Just boil the water. You don't need to keep boiling it for half an hour. But it must be admitted that she made a great contribution this time. If 13% of the soldiers in the guards also suffer from dysentery, the battle with the Albanian mercenaries will be much harder this time. At the same time, Joseph also blamed himself a little. He should have popularized these common sense things in the military in advance. Alas, it is so easy for people to be darkened by the light. He nodded and praised Perna. "You have done a very good job. I think you should even be given a medal." Perna waved her hands hurriedly. "I just did what a doctor should do. Your Highness, you don't need to reward me like this. In fact, I can treat the soldiers in the Legion right now, and I'm very happy." Joseph then remembered that Perna would be scolded by the patients when she was treating patients. Some patients even thought that female doctors would bring them bad luck. It's not that the soldiers of the Guards Corps didn't notice that she was disguised as a man, but there were only a few military doctors, and there were even fewer who could cure their illnesses, so they all pretended not to know. And just doing this can make her happy. Joseph suddenly thought of something. "Dr. Perna, I would like to ask you to help establish a field hospital for the Guards Corps. No, the vast majority of soldiers in this era did not die on the battlefield, but died of poor medical conditions after being injured. Although antibiotics have not yet been developed, as long as there is a clean and tidy medical environment and diligent disinfection of medical equipment, the chance of infection among wounded soldiers can be reduced by at least half. And Perna, who has superb medical skills, is careful and good at learning, is the best person to do this. At the same time, she can always focus on her beloved medical career without having to worry too much about her gender." Field hospital? Perna had never heard of this new term. "Yes." Joseph nodded. "There is also the nursing profession. You can also start it together." Chapter 223 Angel in White. Today, Joseph also witnessed with his own eyes the appalling medical care conditions of the Guards Corps. Military doctors even used river water to clean bandages. They scratched wounds by rubbing a scalpel on their pants. They treated casualties' blood when they were stained on their hands. B's wounds. Only then did he think of setting up a field hospital or something like that. He looked into the female doctor's questioning light green eyes, took the chair next to her, and asked her to sit down. "First of all, you already know that many diseases, including wound infections, are caused by bacteria." He spread his hands and gestured in the air. "Bacteria are everywhere around us, including beds, clothes, hands, bandages, etc. Normally, the skin blocks bacteria so that they cannot enter the human body. Once injured, the barrier just disappeared. If the injured person is allowed to lie on the ground casually at this time, his wound is likely to rub against the ground or clothes, causing a large amount of bacteria to enter the wound. Even the bandage used to wrap the wound will bring a lot of bacteria. Then, just like you normally see, the wounds fester, and the injured get a fever. Eventually, except for a few very healthy people, most of them die. Perna's Medical heart was immediately hooked. She grabbed the pen and paper in the hand of the staff officer next to her. Ignoring the latter's stunned gaze, she quickly lowered her head and recorded, "Bacteria, wounds, by the way, your highness." Then let's how can this be avoided? Try to prevent the injured from being infected with bacteria. Joseph made a comforting gesture to the staff member and continued to Perna. For example, use strong alcohol to clean the wound. Oh, the alcohol concentration is 75%. The effect is best. Alcohol can be very efficiently kills bacteria. Perna nodded subconsciously. 75%? This can only be obtained by repeated distillation. The cost may be higher, but the dosage is not large, so it is definitely worth it. Joseph continued, there is also the need to disinfect everything during the medical process, including the doctor's hands, as well as the operating bed, scalpel, bandages, etc. Doctors must wash their hands repeatedly before performing surgery and use water that has been boiled and then cooled. Everything else must be steamed and boiled to eliminate the bacteria on it. After this treatment, the ulceration of the wound will be greatly reduced. To do all this, you need to use a lot of professional equipment and avoid people who have not been disinfected from approaching. So, we need a hospital. Things here are disinfected at all times and equipped with various drugs and medical equipment. Doctors are concentrated here to perform operations on the wounded, and irrelevant personnel are not allowed to enter at will. Everything in the field hospital is usually packed on a carriage and moves with the army. After a battle, a tent is immediately set up in the camp. The hospital equipment is moved in and disinfected. Then we can start to rescue the wounded. Perna's eyes lit up when she heard this. She imagined herself busy in such a hospital, with injured people escaping death through her treatment, and smiling gratefully at her. Your Highness, I will definitely build this field hospital as quickly as possible. She held the pen and paper firmly and said loudly and seriously, then, it's all your fault. Joseph introduced her to some disinfection matters and then said, you also need to compile these procedures into a book and teach them to other military doctors. As for the cost, you can roughly calculate it. I'll call you immediately. Perna learned from Dr. Lamech, and her medical skills are quite exquisite. The military doctors of the Guards Corps are still very convinced of her. Perna nodded and asked again, Your Highness, you seem to have mentioned nurse just now. Yes, that is an important profession. Joseph thought for a moment and explained, actually, there are many medical operations that are not complicated, such as stopping bleeding, dressing wounds, feeding medicine, disinfecting, transporting the wounded, etc. In fact, it can be mastered with simple training, and asking doctors to do these chores wastes a lot of their energy. So, we need a profession similar to that of a physician's assistant, which I call a nurse. He silently apologized to Nightingale in his heart and continued, this way the doctor can concentrate on performing complex operations, or analyzing the condition. Of course, no matter how simple the training of nurses is, someone still has to do it. Perna immediately answered without hesitation, leave it all to me, Your Highness. I promise to teach you a nurse who will satisfy you. Then, I'm all relying on you. Joseph stood up, caressed his chest and saluted her, our angel in white. If Perna can really establish the health system of the Guards Corps, she will definitely be rewarded with the Order of the Golden Iris for her contribution. Just the modern nursing system founded by Nightingale more than half a century later reduced the mortality rate of wounded British soldiers in the Crimean War to less than 10%. Wounded soldiers who return from injury can basically be regarded as veterans. This will not only improve the combat effectiveness of the army. Perna only heard the words angel in white, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Well, His Highness praised me as an angel. Holy angel. Is His Highness hinting at something? She didn't dare to think about it anymore, so she came out of the officer's tent with a red face and a daze. She took a deep breath for a long time before she calmed down. She thought for a moment, and instead of rushing to set up a field hospital, she summoned the military doctors and asked everyone to set up a row of pots and throw all the bandages and sheets on the stretcher in and cook them. Then, she found some spirits. There were always officers who kept some of this stuff with them, although it was certainly not 75% concentrated. It should have a certain sterilizing effect. In fact, the method of using wine to clean wounds has been around for hundreds of years, but no one has ever been able to explain the principle clearly. Subsequently, the wounded members of the Guards Corps became the first people in the world to enjoy sterile medical care. Well, rounding it off can barely be considered sterile. Perna never imagined that the things the Crown Prince asked her to do today would make her a legend in the history of medicine. The next day, at dawn, the reconnaissance cavalry of the Guards Corps galloped to the commander-in-chief's tent and shouted, "Report. The Algiers Guards have arrived 10 kilometers to the west. Preliminary estimates are that there are about 3,000 people." Upon hearing this, Joseph immediately stood up from the ground and quickly put on his coat. All the officers were sleeping on the ground like the soldiers. Only senior officers had tents. After all, military deployments could not be discussed in the open, and maps and documents had to be covered. Berthier's orderly opened the tent and let the scout in. The latter immediately pointed to several positions on the map that were spread out. "The main force is here. There are more than 1,000 covering troops here and here. The cavalry is on the side and rear." Soon, senior officers gathered in the tent and listened to Berthier's general analysis of the enemy's situation. Obviously, the enemy has also learned about our position, although Lefebvre completed a wonderful volley battle. After all, the Guards Corps was small in number, and thousands of Albanian mercenaries still escaped. These people will definitely report yesterday's battle situation to the Algiers Guards. The latter immediately sent a large number of troops for reconnaissance. Andre nodded. "The Algiers will definitely choose to form on high ground, and we will have a head-on duel." Police Academy officer Adrian said with a smile, "We have your Milan Legion here today, so the fight should be easier than yesterday." Berthier looked serious. "You can't have such an idea of underestimating the enemy, Mr. Major. Yesterday, the Albanian mercenaries did not know that our army was approaching, so we completed a surprise attack. Today's enemy will be fully prepared." "You are right." Ledrian nodded and looked at the sand table. "Let's adjust our deployment according to the enemy's situation as soon as possible." Andre said loudly, "If you go head to head, let's go head to head. We are not afraid of this." Just as all the officers gathered around the sand table, Lefebvre in the corner suddenly coughed and said, "Maybe we don't have to fight hard." He had just been promoted to major and qualified to participate in high-level military meetings, but at this time, his shoulder straps still had a red square representing a lieutenant. He had not had time to receive new shoulder straps last night. Everyone turned to look at him. "What suggestions do you have?" "The Algiers will soon spread out to the west, and I'm afraid there will be no chance of a surprise attack." Lefebvre came to the map a little nervously and pointed to the northwest. "We can pose to besiege the city of Annaba, or show that we are going to attack Constantine in the south. The Algiers Guards are impossible. Indifferent to it, Constantine is an ancient city that belongs to the southeast gate of Algiers and has nothing to do with Constantinople." Joseph's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Surround the area to call for reinforcement? What a good idea," he said to himself. "It's not in vain that I gave you an exceptional promotion to Major." Berthier frowned slightly. "Your Highness, if we go north or south, we will make way to Tunisia. If the Algiers invade Tunisia," Joseph smiled, "we have to put on such a posture. We are French. What does it have to do with me if you attack Tunisia?" Andre thought. "I also think it's worth a try. If the enemy comes to save Annaba city, we can turn around and attack. Even if they don't fall for the trick, the most they can do is start a head-on confrontation again." In the end, Berthier also agreed to the strategy of encirclement and reinforcement. After discussing the specific deployment, the officers immediately left the military tent and took charge of their respective armies. More than half an hour later, the Guards Corps had formed its team and began to march north. As for breakfast, a few bites of dried meat and bread during the march would be enough. The Milan army followed closely this time. In order to improve their reaction speed, they didn't even take off their coats when they slept last night. Kehel, the commander of the Algiers Guards, quickly received the news from the scouts and frowned immediately. According to the Albanian mercenaries who retreated yesterday, The French are very powerful and must be dealt with cautiously. He had already ordered the entire army to deploy, preparing to take advantage of the numerical advantage to fight a decisive battle with the French army in the open field. Unexpectedly, the other side turned north. The attendant on the side said, "General, the French are probably going to plunder the city of Annaba." Kehl was silent. He could just pretend he didn't see it and head straight east into Bizet. But if the city of Annaba is really robbed by the French army, Day will definitely blame this account on himself. He hesitated again and again, and finally gave the order, turn the entire army north, to save the city of Annaba. The Algiers army finally saw the shadow of the French army at noon on the third day, which was the rear of the Moulins army. After learning that the French army had only 3,000 troops, Kettler immediately ordered an attack. This was basically consistent with the number of enemy troops reported by the Albanian troops, and he could completely use his strength to attack. Unsurprisingly, after his army and the infantry line set up by the Moulin army exchanged fire, the cannons of the Guards Corps ordered the side and rear of the Algiers army. Then, 2 regiments of the Guards appeared on the wasteland to the south. The Algiers Guards suddenly fell into panic. Kettler personally turned around with his reserves and part of the artillery, and at the same time, concentrated all his forces to attack the Moulin army in the north, in an attempt to hold back the French army behind him, quickly opened the northern passage, and avoid being attacked from both sides on the northern slope. André personally came to the infantry line and directed the soldiers to fight. On both sides of them, there was also a battalion of Guards Regiment infantry to assist in the battle. Soon, the Algiers Guards came roaring like crazy. Kettler's order to them was that the French army on the north side must be eliminated within half an hour behind a narrow trench. The soldiers of the Milan Legion began to fire volleys in an orderly manner, loading and firing again, although their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the Guards Corps. After André's careful training over the past year, they are definitely very good in the old army, with fast loading and stable shooting. More than 2,000 Charleville 1763s poured out amazing firepower. When the Algiers' first attack was still more than 60 steps away from the Moulin army, they could not bear the casualties and retreated dejectedly. In fact, they only left about 100 corpses, but this was the limit of their morale. After the Algiers officer who directed the frontal assault beheaded several soldiers who were leading the retreat, he was about to regroup and charge again when he vaguely heard noisy shouts from behind. Mixed with gunshots, he hurriedly raised his telescope and looked south, and saw that more than 3,500 people under General Kettler's personal command had been defeated and were fleeing in this direction in a mess. Behind them was a white infantry line. His heart suddenly twitched. More than 10 minutes had passed since Kettler organized the defense. As soon as his side launched an attack, the French had already broken through the defense. He looked at his men who had not finished gathering, suddenly took off his military uniform quickly, called his personal guards, and fled towards the mountains to the west. André waited for a long time, but did not see the second attack from the Algiers. Instead, the sound of artillery from the south seemed to be getting closer. He sent the cavalry to confirm again, and decisively ordered the infantry line to advance forward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, The New Province of France. Tunisian city. A group of Berber soldiers wearing white short robes, dark grey studded waistcoats, and white turbans held scimitars, and held hundreds of Algiers Guard prisoners. From both sides of the street, beige soldiers, 4 or 4 walking slowly between the square houses. A large number of Tunisians followed them, loudly cursing the Algiers invaders, and throwing various garbage at the prisoners' heads from time to time. The ambush at Annaba was very successful. Under attack from both sides by the French army, the Algiers Guards only resisted for less than an hour before surrendering. Joseph specially selected some captives and handed them over to the locals in Tunisia for exhibition in major cities such as Tunisia City and Susa. The external propaganda caliber is Tunisia's closest French friend, with the help of the rebel army, defeated the Algiers invaders. Well, Demel led the rebel army to transport logistical supplies to the Guards Corps and the Milan Corps, and also helped a bit when escorting the prisoners, which was indeed a help point. Since Hassan became the Bey of Tunisia, Algiers has often sent troops to interfere in Tunisia's internal affairs, and killings and looting along the way are naturally inevitable. In addition, Tunisia has to pay a large annual tribute to Algiers, which increases the burden on the Tunisian people at the bottom. Therefore, Tunisians hate Algiers extremely. This time Algiers said it would send troops to suppress the Tunisian rebels and help their Ottoman compatriots restore their rule. The Tunisian people were even more furious. What they didn't expect was that before the Algiers army entered Tunisia, the French brothers took care of them and captured many prisoners. When the news came back, the whole of Tunisia was shocked. People had just overthrown the oppression of the Praetorian Guards, and at this time they defeated the foreign invasion. For a time, they were all filled with pride and self-esteem, and every household was celebrating the victory. And these two victories are inseparable from the help of my dear French brothers. Joseph also seized this opportunity and asked Elder Alay to help promote it. At present, in the eyes of the Tunisian people, the French army has become the relatives and protectors of Tunisian relatives. After a week of exhibition, more than 200 prisoners of the Algiers Guards finally came to the square in front of the Grand Mosque in the center of the city. The Tunisian city chief justice and several officials from the judicial system, who had just taken office a month ago, sat carelessly behind a wooden table. They signaled to the prisoners that they should kneel down neatly, then opened the work manual and began to learn how to deal with it on the spot. The current situation. Yes, Tunisia's administrative and judicial systems have been established according to the French model after 2 nationwide civil service examinations, from the management structure to the habits of using tables and chairs. Everything is basically copied. Joan brought hundreds of French administrative officials and guided these Tunisian indigenous people who had no political experience in managing the country. Fortunately, rural tribes in Tunisia have their own traditional management models and do not need too much intervention. Only large cities with developed commerce really need officials. So this month, at least the administrative management of central and northern Tunisia has been barely started. Kairouan asked people to prepare a policy manual for officials in various positions, which was the document that the Mr. Justice was looking through just now. It took the judge more than 20 minutes to figure out what to do first. Nearly 1,000 Tunisian people around him waited patiently for him for 20 minutes under the scorching sun. Finally, the judge began to go through the trial process awkwardly. An hour later, no one understood what he had done, but they all heard his sentence: all invaders shall be hanged. There is no such thing as human rights in this era, especially in North Africa. Faced with people's anger, there is no need to think about defense or appeal. Suddenly, the square burst into cheers. People chanted the name of the judge crazily, praised the French brothers, praised the great victory, and then surrounded the prisoners to the execution ground. Early the next morning, while Haji Bey was having breakfast, he heard bursts of shouting coming from outside the Kahi Palace. He turned to look at his new wife in confusion. Are there any more Algiers prisoners to be tried today? Hafsa shook her head. It doesn't sound like it. And the prisoners should not be escorted through Kahi Palace. While the two were talking, the manservant trotted over in a hurry, bowed to Haji at the door and said, "Great Bey, thousands of people petitioned outside the palace." Petition? Haji asked nervously. Petition for what? I don't know much about this. The footman lowered his head and said, but the person taking the lead seems to be Municipal Commissioner Hilada Pasha. Hilada is the scholar who previously wrote the analysis of the origins of Tunisia. In this civil service examination, he successfully passed the position of Municipal Commissioner of Tunisia. At present, major matters such as national taxation, finance, and personnel in Tunisia are still under military control for the time being. Officials at this level have not yet been selected, so the mayor of the capital is basically the highest level official in Tunisia. Haji came to the entrance of the Kahi Palace in panic. It was not until he saw the police intelligence agent as his guard that he felt a little more at ease. Last time, it was the French brothers who stopped the rebels who wanted to kill him and saved his position as Bey. The French guard opened the palace door, and Haji immediately heard the deafening shouts of people. The glorious province of Tunisia, become a province of France, returning to the arms of relatives in Rome. We want to be with our loved ones. When Cyrida saw Bay's appearance, she hurriedly signaled the petitioning crowd to quiet down, then came to Haji, bowed respectfully, and handed him a large piece of parchment. What is this? Haji didn't dare to stretch out his hand. The last scene, when the rebels stormed into the Kahi palace and killed him, left a huge psychological shadow on him. It's a petition. My dear Bey, Hilda helped him unfold the parchment and saw Tunisia petitions to join the Kingdom of France written in Arabic on the top point below are densely packed fingerprints of petitioners. It looks like there are at least thousands of them. Join France? Haji asked tremblingly. How to join? The official next to Siralda, the scholar who had previously discussed origin analysis with him, stepped forward and said loudly, Tunisia used to be a province of the Ottomans. Now that we have broken away from the Ottomans, we can become a province of the Great France. Another person also came over. Yes. Be with the Roman brothers forever. Only a strong France can bring prosperity and strength to Tunisia. The petitioners immediately shouted, Province of Tunisia, join France. Haji took a few steps back in fear, and Hafsa shouted behind him, what will Bey do if Tunisia becomes a province? Hilda immediately said, I have asked Consul Joan to ask the Crown Prince of France for instructions on this point. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that he will be granted the title of Duke of Tunisia for you, keep the Kahi Palace, and receive a generous annuity every year. Just like those noble French dukes. The scholar next to him added excitedly, compared with the Pasha of the declining Ottomans, it will be more glorious for you to become the Duke of the Great France. Tunisian literati like them were the most proficient in law before. In this civil service examination, they obtained a large number of positions by virtue of their cultural level point. Therefore, whether because of their sophistication or for the stability of their positions, they are extremely willing to make Tunisia a province of France. After the Tunisian rebel army entered the city of Tunisia, Joan only gave a slight signal to Hilda, who immediately led the literati class to fully promote the public opinion of becoming a French province. And Tunisia's bottom is also very happy to see this happen. In the process of overthrowing the rule of the Praetorian Guards, they stole a large amount of wealth from the homes of the Praetorian Guards, and this time Algiers sent 20,000 troops to Tunisia to quell the rebellion and restore the rule of the Janissaries. This was something they could never accept. How could they spit out the fat they had eaten? Therefore, they urgently needed a strong France to protect the wealth they had gained. As for whose province it becomes, it makes no difference to them. My dear brother Roman seems much kinder than Osman. As for the Tunisian military, they need someone to endorse their previous actions of eradicating the guards. Moreover, the supreme leader of the rebel army is Ishak from the police intelligence department, so he naturally strongly supports joining France. As for religion, since Ottoman has always implemented a rule model of religious integration, Christianity and Islam have always lived in harmony within its sphere of influence. Even Haji's grandfather Hassan was a Catholic before he became Bey. Tunisians have been influenced by this concept for more than 100 years and naturally have no objections to joining a Catholic country. Haji carefully took the petition and turned to look at Hafsa behind him. The latter glanced at the crowd of petitioners and whispered, if you follow the conditions set by the Crown Prince of France, there will be no disadvantage to you. And with the status of Duke of France, you no longer have to worry about the mob daring to harm you. Haji nodded and turned to Hilda. Please draft it on your behalf, requesting His Majesty the Great King of France to accept Tunisia as a French province. While the Kahi Palace was surrounded by petitioners, thousands of guardsmen were lining up at the Legion station in Bizerta to participate in the awarding ceremony for the meritorious soldiers in the Battle of Annaba. Amidst the solemn and passionate music of glory and victory, Joseph, dressed in a white military uniform and carrying a sword at his waist, strode to the wooden platform at the front of the queue, looked around at the more than 10 neat square formations in front of him, and said loudly, today, we are here to witness those warriors who, with their supreme courage, wisdom and faith, have written admirable legends and won supreme glory. They will receive medals that match their honor. Let us they salute. With a wow sound, the soldiers neatly raised their guns and saluted to the dozen or so people on the stage, who were waiting for the award point. Then, Joseph took over the medal from the Legion staff and first awarded it to the fallen soldiers, who were awarded it by others after that. He came to Lefebvre, who had received the Order of the Silver Iris, pinned the well-made silver iris on his chest, and then solemnly raised his hat in salute to him. The soldiers present suddenly burst into cheers like waves. Lefebvre is from a civilian background. Among other French legions, someone like him could at most be promoted to second lieutenant, but that would still require spending a lot of money. Now, not only had he received the silver iris, he had also been quickly promoted to the rank of major, and could command a battalion of soldiers. All this comes from the military honors he gained through fighting bravely and fearlessly. Origin no longer matters. Almost every soldier's heart is full of hope, because they know that, as long as they kill the enemy bravely on the battlefield, they can also receive the same honor, and even become a general one day, and just this hope can make their morale crush all the armies in Europe at this time. Joseph came to Dauphin again, pinned the bronze iris on his chest, and raised his hat in salute. He looked at Marshal Davout, who stood at attention, and responded to him, and then glanced at Berthier and Lefebvre beside him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Napoleon, I have found 3 marshals under your command, but you are where did it go? In fact, months earlier Joseph had asked the Minister of War to help him find a soldier named Napoleon Bonaparte. According to his memory, Napoleon should have graduated from the Artillery Academy and is serving in a certain army. However, the Marquis de Saint Priest told him that there were no active soldiers with that name. Joseph didn't find it strange at first. After all, information in this era was extremely limited, and the army was the private property of the nobility. Just like checking someone else's bank statement, it was normal to hide it from you. So, he put Fouche in charge of the matter again, but until now, the whereabouts of Napoleon have not been found. He shook his head slightly, and told himself that there was no need to worry. After all, Emperor Napoleon was still only a 19-year-old young man. As long as he kept looking for him, he believed that he would be dug out sooner or later. Palace of Versailles. Queen Mary took a glance at the report on the situation in Tunisia and burst into tears of joy. She gave the chamberlain who delivered the letter a hug. Great. Joseph is safe and sound. She took 2 steps back and crossed herself on her chest. Thank you, Almighty God, for your blessing on Joseph. She read the report carefully again and excitedly walked around the room. Finally, she stopped when she passed by the maid and said to the latter, please help me arrange the welcome ceremony. My Joseph will be back soon. By the way, does His Majesty the King know the good news? Yes, Your Majesty. The same document has been sent to His Majesty the King. Okay. Then, go get 2 strawberry cakes and fill them with cocoa sauce. I want to celebrate. At the same time, the Marquis of Saint Villain, who had just marched to the port of Toulon, also received news from Tunisia, but he seemed a little uninterested. Unexpectedly, the 6,000 soldiers actually defeated the Algiers army. Now that the crown prince was safe, he had no chance to make money anymore. He suddenly felt regretful. If he had known this, he shouldn't have wasted these days just for that little money. In that case, the credit for defeating the Algiers and protecting the Dauphin might be his own. Chapter 225. Some are happy and some are sad. December 10th, 1788. The whole of Paris was shivering under the dry and cold wind, especially the news about insufficient food supply coming from other provinces from time to time, which made this winter seem particularly cold. Only the news of victory in North Africa put people in a good mood during this difficult winter. The French people are now on the eve of a national awakening, and they can empathize with the country's achievements and glory. For a while, everyone in the streets are discussing this matter enthusiastically. When the Guards Corps returned to its garrison in Paris, people gathered outside the camp to greet them with cheers and warm smiles. At the same time, a grand celebration ceremony was also held in the Palace of Versailles. Joseph got down from the track carriage a little tiredly and immediately heard a tsunami of cheers. Looking up, he saw thousands of nobles crowding both sides of the road in the Palace of Versailles square. Stretching all the way to the palace gate point, he steeled himself and waved to the crowd, which immediately drew enthusiastic cheers. To be honest, he had traveled from Tunisia to Paris for more than half a month, and what he wanted to do most at this time was to sleep well on a big soft bed. However, Joseph also knew that people would always be unable to help themselves, and they still had to deal with the situations that they should deal with. He looked at the carriage behind him. Berthier, Joan, several agents from the police intelligence division, and Hilda, who represented Tunisia, got out of the carriage one after another. Several people had obviously never experienced such a grand scene. They stood there in shock for several seconds before they woke up at the low voice of the etiquette officer and quickly came behind the crown prince. A group of people walked through the dense crowd surrounded by Joseph. Not far away, the sound of the palace band played, followed by the roar of a salute. The aristocratic ladies of the Palace of Versailles were more enthusiastic and infatuated with the crown prince than before. This experience in remote North Africa made Joseph's skin color slightly darker, making him look more masculine. He also added a sense of mystery to his body, which would fascinate the little girls to death. And those nobles with a certain status, the way they looked at Joseph was obviously very different from before. Before the crown prince went to Tunisia, there were attacks on the French everywhere, and it was a mess. The cabinet was even prepared to throw away this hot potato. After the crown prince left, the situation in Tunisia quickly stabilized. When he returned to Paris, he even brought a new province to France. No one would think this was just a coincidence. It was obvious that the young crown prince had talents and skills far beyond his years. Of course, Her Majesty the Queen may have directed all of this from behind, but the crown prince's ability to execute it flawlessly should not be underestimated. However, in Tunisia, regardless of the methods of the queen or the crown prince, the prestige of the royal family has been significantly improved. At least, no one will look at the royal family as a joke like before. On the contrary, more and more people praise and respect the royal family. In addition, the nobles who often visited the royal palace were struggling fiercely in their hearts at this moment. They watched helplessly as the Duke of Orleans stumbled step by step, losing the high court, hegemony of public opinion, and control of the banking industry. So will you continue to side with the Duke of Orleans in the future? You should still show your goodwill to the royal family as soon as possible and leave a way out for yourself. On the steps in front of the gate of the Palace of Versailles, Queen Mary watched her son approaching with disbelief. However, because of the presence of the Tunisian envoy, she could only suppress the urge to rush forward and hug her son, and only exchanged greetings with him as usual. Hilda came up from behind, saluted respectfully to the king and queen, and then presented the application for joining France signed by Haji Beta Louis XVI. The matter of Tunisia becoming a French province had been decided 10 days ago, and it was just a formality at this time. Louis XVI took a deep breath, mustered up all his strength, and then said loudly, "I accept the loyalty of Tunisia, and in the name of the King of France, I will protect Tunisia forever, and grant you peace and prosperity." Thunderous cheers suddenly rang out across the square of the Palace of Versailles. "Long live His Majesty the King. The glory of my king will always shine on Tunisia. Praise God. Praise my king." It was just that this wave of cheers that was louder than the previous wave made Chef and Shirley nervous. It was not until the etiquette officer came closer to remind them that he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then invited the Tunisian representatives and others to enter the Palace of Versailles. After that, Queen Mary presided over the ceremony in the Hall of Mirrors for France to accept the 4 provinces of North Africa. This was Joseph's proposal to the Queen on his way back to Paris, to divide Tunisia into 4 provinces: Bizet, Susa, Keraun and Sfax. Among them, the city of Tunisia was included in the province of Susa. The poorer areas in the south belonged to the province of Sfax. From now on, the name Tunisia appears only as a geographical concept. Joseph was also worried about the long-term peace and stability of Tunisia in the future. Dividing Tunisia into 4 provinces can first dilute Tunisia as a whole to prevent anyone from using this to create separatism in the future. Secondly, the 4 governors can check and balance each other and supervise each other, avoiding the emergence of overseas vassals. After all, Ottoman's lessons were still there. When the empire's strength declined slightly, the guards immediately became the king in Tunisia. Finally, communication and management capabilities in this era are very limited, and it is difficult for a governor to effectively manage the entire territory. You know, Tunisia has 160,000 square kilometers, more than a quarter of the total area of France. However, although Tunisia is large in area, its population is relatively small, and it can basically be managed by appointing 4 governors. The ceremony to receive the province ended, followed by a ceremony for the king and queen to commend those who had made meritorious services in North Africa. Joseph stood at the head with some embarrassment. On his right were Berthier, Joan, Ishak and others. Queen Mary put a wreath on her son's head, looked him up and down, and finally couldn't help but hugged him into her arms and whispered with concern, "My dear, I'm so proud of you. By the way, are you injured? Are you sick? Are you used to eating in Africa?" Joseph patted the queen's back and nodded. "Don't worry, everything is fine with me. After all, I'm a grown man, and I will often travel around the world in the future. You don't have to worry about me all the time, okay?" Queen Mary's eyes were a little wet, but the corners of her mouth were raised. "My Joseph will definitely spread his wings and soar in the vast sky like an eagle. And I will always be here waiting for you. Go home." Louis XVI also came over and whispered, "Well, me too." The palace etiquette officer looked at his watch and coughed helplessly. Queen Mary quickly let go of her son, held back her tears, took the wreath from the ceremonial officer, and walked towards Berthier. "Your outstanding performance in North Africa surprised everyone. Please accept my respect and that of His Majesty the King, Lieutenant Colonel, Your Mightiness." Joseph, on the side, turned his head in time and whispered, "Mother, it should be the Brigadier General." The Queen nodded. "Well, yes, I heard about that battle. Your contribution was enough to be promoted to Brigadier General." A smile flashed across Joseph's face. According to convention, Berthier should be promoted to colonel this time, but it is not impossible to be promoted to brigadier general. Taking advantage of the Queen's happiness, setting his military rank will be of great benefit to the future development of the Guards Corps. After all, the Brigadier General can already command an entire local garrison. It will be much easier to expand the number of guards or recruit officers in the future. By the time the Queen put a wreath on the last person and made a brief speech, it was already lunchtime. Queen Mary couldn't help but walk towards the restaurant with Joseph on her arm, asking questions along the way. Clementine was so anxious that she wanted to listen to her cousin's story about the North African War, scratching her head, but she never got the chance to interrupt. The royal chef specially prepared the North African style tagine as the first course of the lunch. In fact, he struggled for a long time on whether this North African dish should be the first soup or the first dish. In the end, it was included in the dish because the soup was a little short. Joseph was very familiar with tagine, which he would eat every day when he was in Tunisia. This is a dish cooked in a clay pot. It uses a lot of spices and sauces and adds beef, fish, tomatoes and various vegetables. It is a bit like Oriental mayoke, and it tastes very good. When the French chef's tagine arrived, the servant opened the pointed lid on the clay pot, and a strong aroma immediately hit his face. Joseph picked up a piece of fish meat with a fork and put it into his mouth. The fish meat wrapped in soy sauce immediately spread on the tip of his tongue, and the sweetness of the seafood inside appeared. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it in one gulp. It's so much more delicious than what the Tunisians make. French chefs really live up to their reputation. Joseph suddenly came up with the idea of promoting this dish in France to promote French acceptance of Tunisians. When he raised his eyes, he suddenly found that except for himself, everyone else was staring at the tagine without moving. Could it be that this dish is not to the French's liking? Joseph was muttering in his heart, but he saw the palace etiquette whispering something to the Queen, who then awkwardly picked up the fork and put it into the clay pot. The nobles below looked at the Queen and started eating in the same way. Joseph couldn't help but raise his forehead when he saw this. He had forgotten that eating anything in the Palace of Versailles must follow etiquette. There are strict rules on which tableau to use first, and which part to eat later, so just now everyone encountered North African food that they had never eaten before, and they didn't know where to start. After the banquet, there was a celebratory ball, a Tunisian themed ball. The nobles dressed in North African style clothing, played exotic music, and began to dance. Joseph stood in the corner as usual, looking at the Tunisian clothes that were integrated into the fashion, and secretly estimated how much the Paris fashion designers had earned this time. Some people were happy and some were worried. While everyone was celebrating happily, the military aristocrats seemed to be worried. Who said last time that Berthier's troops couldn't even enter the city of Tunisia? A middle-aged officer complained in a low voice. As a result, he not only stabilized the situation in Tunisia, but even defeated Algiers people. I didn't expect those Algiers to be such useless people. If I had known this was the case, we should have gone to Tunisia then, General. Astu frowned and said, now Berthier's reputation has greatly increased. You know, he is a member of the royal family. If this continues, the royal family's influence in the army will become greater and greater. That's right. Didn't the Milan army surrender to the royal family? Said the middle-aged officer. It was another direct order from the Queen. Without going through the Minister of War, Duke Villa's army headed for North Africa. The Marquis of Saint Villain, who had just returned to Paris yesterday, immediately said bitterly, we must not let this trend continue. When the royal family no longer relies on our army, they will abandon us like rotten boots. Someone whispered, but what can we do? We have no means to control that Berthier. Someone else made a smaller voice. Actually, it's not impossible for us to cooperate with the royal family. The other officers immediately glared viciously at the speaker. This is a tacit thing. If they monopolize the army, it means that France's military expenditure is allowed to be squandered by them. If military command is handed over to the royal family, then the hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of livres of free salary, equipment purchase kickbacks, and extra funds for expeditions will be lost to the people here every year. More importantly, their descendants are likely to be unable to inherit their high military ranks. Their family may no longer be famous. This is absolutely unacceptable. General Astu said in a stern tone. We must unite. That Berthier is not impossible to deal with. Have you forgotten? His army was originally part of the French Guard, and the other part has now become the Merit Corps. We can try to restore the structure of the French Guard, return these two regiments to the French Guard, and create a high-ranking commander for the Guard. In this way, if the royal family wants to mobilize the Berthier army, it must give orders to his superior commander. This is very feasible. The Marquis of Saint Villain immediately agreed. As for the Milan army, I remember that it was previously commanded by Major General Villa, and then the Duchess of Villa suddenly took it back. The Major General Villas he was talking about was the uncle of Mary Emily, Duchess of Villas. We need to use our influence to support Major General Villa. His niece, who is 16 or 17 years old, is nothing to worry about. We have to find ways to make enemies that Berthier can't deal with pop up, so that the royal family will compromise with us. You are right, but something like Algiers will definitely not work. Constantine. Although Tunisia's decision to secede from the Ottomans did not cause substantial losses to the empire, it still caused an uproar in the Ottomans, especially when the war with the Russians was extremely unfavorable. This news became the last straw that crushed the confidence of the people of the empire. People in the streets were whispering about the defeats on the north and south fronts, and pessimism was spreading everywhere at an extremely fast speed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.